That's going to be the level on Mara. If it breaks out of Wednesday's afternoon high, those weren't highs on Wednesday. If it breaks out of that range, that'd be breaking the pre-market highs, and you just got to be able to get out of dodge. So that's the one I'm looking for on crypto. I think for a lot of people, you're probably also watching MSTR. MSTR has got it would be pretty interesting for a squeeze if it breaks 340. I think you got to cross that bridge if we have enough strength to get there. When you have a bit of a bearish tint on the day, I'm not really considering the reversal breakouts, but if it breaks away from 340, the upside, and Bitcoin's at 96, you probably want to look for some kind of a run long. The last time it broke away from 340, it had a pretty decent day of $40. But for now, I'm looking for the short pop on Mara.
All right, 5 minutes till open. We get those imbalances right now. One of my picks from yesterday into the new year, Michael Noss mentioned altcoin season potentially coming through again. If that does happen, I think Coinbase can get a go. I mean, there's a lot of coins obviously traded over there. And a lot of the exchanges, right, are going to get more volume if and when this gets going. I like Coinbase. I mean, a drop down on crypto there from the highs of 108 gave us about 340, 350 on Coinbase. Now you drop back in if Bitcoin gets going. I think this is a no-brainer. We know Cathie Wood, ARK, everybody like that right now likes Coinbase, and I just think that it's pretty underowned, I would think. I don't know that as a fact, but I think Coinbase still has some room to run back there to the upside. So I would say this would be a pick for me. As far as today goes, I like to see us get back through 98,000 or down to those other levels. Right now, we can show you a chart of Bitcoin and IBIT. Neil just did that kind of in the middle. Neil's been trading more Mara, obviously, than I have lately, and I think that's going to be a good trade as well. Yesterday, we looked at, a name like Hut 8, both in Toronto and on NASDAQ as well. This could run, especially if those altcoins get hot again. Especially Hut 8, by the way. All right, let's just have a quick look. So NVIDIA catches a bump, which is nice because it goes right into AMD. You had mentioned 119. AMD is at 119 right now, so watch out for that. Just bringing everybody up to date here because NVIDIA was down almost 3% or more than 3%. Now battled everything back to where we were pretty much post number right there, down to 138. Someone in the chat said that I called this move to the downside. Yeah. But I still think we could go a little bit lower, but we did also identify, of course, everybody, that this 21,000 level right there is held back into Christmas. So ho there. Hold, maybe, those levels. But NVIDIA is the only one that's of any interest. There's that QBTS. We talked about that. Rigetti gets a sell under it. It's bumping up into VWAP. You know what? I was going to, I'll add a little bit up here. I was there. Okay, so I was waiting for 1014s, I was going to say for some reason. So I'm there at 1014. We just missed that, but we'll take a small little reload here. Apple, I just saw on the screen as well with a small sell. That's a nice move down for Apple as well. So only a little bit of time left before the market opens, but Apple catching that sell imbalance, NVIDIA catching the buy imbalance, touches up to 138 and change. And then there's AMD right now. Oh, it was just at 119. Okay. So I was mentioning that to Neil. That was a level that I know he had mentioned 119 right there, but nice little drop down. And again, so much of this trading, not so much of it as much on the open, but if you get decent imbalance numbers, they can really affect them. But look at that. Right down $1 now, AMD. All right, so these numbers aren't huge is what I'm getting at, but being a Friday, probably light volume, holiday shortened week, obviously with yesterday non-existent in the market. We get some catch up now today with a hotter than expected jobs number, way hotter. I don't even remember what it was anymore, but 2 something versus 1 something, but we'll get those. I just don't remember what they are.
Stock prices, no problem.
So Rigetti
256 versus 160.
256 versus
160.
Yeah, 160. Yeah, so monster difference there. There it comes, man. So Rigetti now, we got that reload there at 10:05. You saw me do that live. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower. The stop still 1050 on RGTI. Should be a fun one. Yeah, 1 minute to go here, and I just saw Benton saying Adobe made a big drop. I'm worried about that stock, man. I think it could go 20% further from where it is. AMD did tag up. We'll see what happens in 1 minute off of this open. Don't want to ignore, there was a bit of a late runner in Fubo. I said it right. A bit of a late run there in Fubo. It's now
it's now barcoding. So it doesn't seem to want to trade anywhere but $5.70 right now. So we'll let this one open up, kind of hoping it'll give a hold of this prior resistance from Wednesday at about 550 and VWAP. So we got that one on watch. Tesla is just chilling out at 392. Apple did a very large move down as well, breaking 240 temporarily. The over-under has been good at 241 on Apple. That's another one to watch. Apple at the 50 period on the daily. So let's get the final bell of the week rolling with Adara and brought to you by Hive Digital. That is Hive on the NASDAQ. Check them out by scanning that QR code you see in front of you. But last holiday shortened week of trade for a bit. Adara, ring it.
All right, there's the reload. Yeah, thank you, Neil and Adara. There's the reload on Rigetti, and then there it is again. We'll spin it just a little bit. Nice little move down now for RGTI. There it goes, man. 40 cents now in the money on that reload. It's just settling itself out here on the open, I think. Lower. The trade of the day was missed already. I called it out at 119, but I was waiting for 120. There goes AMD, flushing a little bit now to that downside goes AMD. We're going to watch out for Rigetti, see where that goes.
Yeah, like you said, AMD is already moving back into the downside. Absolutely, I want to say flushing, but let's maybe temper the expectations there. I don't know that it's necessarily flushing yet. Apple not moving off of 240, so to speak. Fubo, which is on the New York, that's chilling out at 570, so it's not pulling back into that 550 level we like. But here's AMD.
Wow.
I'm going to get on that 119
Lushy.
if we're able to crab it here, but if we can't break back above 118.5, might have to nibble a little bit earlier. Tesla underneath 390, there was no pop to be faded at all there.
Okay, just this for now. There's another 5% again on Rigetti. And it's like we're doing it over and over again. Like we had it first time, we're having it again. Have yourself a day right now. I mean, this is 9:31, Neil, and we're already just put a 6% on the board right there for RGTI. Look at this stock go. Oh boy, oh boy. It's if there was a trade of the day segment, I feel like this could be it for me right now as Rigetti giving us 10 points on the sticky note. Trade of the day right there. RGTI continues its momentum lower. Next bid 19 even as RGTI in the quantum space. We said it wasn't too late to get out, did you? But right now, quantum and RGTI making that move to the downside as we just start to get some more out. Bigger move than I was expecting right off the jump, but hey man, it's happening. So it's Rigetti downside. Dara maybe?
Constellation Energy Group making a big move to the upside right off the open. This one does have a propensity to make pretty large moves when there's positive news, and there certainly is a positive catalyst for this one today. Signing a contract here with Calpine Corp, set to acquire the company for $16.4 billion. So Constellation set to acquire Calpine. Bloomberg reported this back on Wednesday, but at the time they had reported a $30 billion acquisition, the actual acquisition about half of that. But either way, CEG here acquiring another company up 20% now. Be aware there is some resistance on the daily chart just above that 290 area. So we're headed into that level right now. CVX also popping higher, and Delta on watch with earnings, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. They could have told me that yesterday, CEG, when I was going back and forth between G Verona and CEG as a nuclear play. I'm like, I don't know which one I like better, but I own GV, so well, let's just go with G Verona. Yeah. A day later, CEG goes up 10%. That's absolutely hilarious. But it is what it is. I didn't know there was going to be a deal. If I did, I would have bought the stock. So Fubo just now came back in through not VWAP, into that 570 level, 565, a bit of a local bottom here. I see in the chat there, people are saying Meta's screaming. The market's going down pretty heavily. AMD's back above 118, so I think we have a chance of picking that one up on the offer. But if Meta's going, got to be able to respect it. So I took some in here at the 77. We bounce off VWAP. I want to be adding on any VWAP holds. I will double check Meta because I haven't really looked at it this morning. There is, of course, some news today with TikTok, and there's a hearings today for TikTok and the TikTok ban. So that could be getting some juice for Meta. Everything else looks relatively weak as far as I can see. So maybe keep an eye on Snapchat as well. So the only position for me is going to be Fubo TV. If it can get back into 6, Wednesday's high was 610. Want to make sure we're taking profit out in front of that.
I mean, I didn't think we'd have a dollar winner on a $10 name, but now we have a $1.30 on a $10 name. I mean, this is starting to get going now, and it is Rigetti, and it is just an absolute, Neil, monster of a trade right now to the downside. Like short here, and again, we talked about it, it's on here, it's the short, there goes Rigetti. Look at this bleed, $10 all the way down in, man. We're proving it day after day here on this show. You've now found the best place to trade with, man. This is the only trade that I'm in here, and we'll wait to see if it can go higher. But for right now, Rigetti continues to fall down. Remember I said $8.50, like I was like $8.50, $7.50, $7. Let's take some more out right now at $8.50, and let's put a bid down at $8. I mean, I'm just trying to play momentum. This is the name of the game, man. I mean, here we go. One day I'm trading AMD, the next day it's Tesla, the next day it's Rigetti, the next day it's Fubo. I mean, we got to go where the action is, and there it is again. Thank you so much. Sneak into games there. You know, the only legend here is Neil. I'll take it for now, but thank you so much for that. I mean, and again, real sees real. All of you guys out there trading, you can see there's the position, and boom. So if you have it, great. It is a risky spot. It's Rigetti and it's downside. So we're just going to continue to hold on to that one. We did not get AMD, which was a trade that we were looking for on the short side. Did not come in for us, but it could have right there at 118.50. We should have been there. The market's still bleeding though.
Well, Tesla's actually going to 400.
Ooh.
So this could miss 400 on Wednesday. I keep saying Friday because whatever. When you have a day off, I just feel like Wednesday was Friday. So if I say Friday, you know I mean Wednesday. I missed the 400 on Wednesday, and if we get another crack at it, I am going to take a shot. It just bounced up to 98s. Looks like it does want to have some juice relative to the overall market. AMD, it's not that I want to chase it, but it just broke that low of the day. So it looks like we're just continuing to absolutely bleed. 116 is a big level on the daily. I want to short pops until we get to $116 on AMD. I think that's the next support level, and it's already at 116. So this is looking pretty nasty. I feel like it's going to be Tesla gets to 400 before we have any shot at a pop there on AMD. But Tesla's $399.
Ooh.
So we are going to get to this $400 level. We're just a stone's throw away, looking for a topping wick, reversion off the 400 level, and I believe in a second we're going to go to Adara. But wow, Tesla is absolutely flying into this weak market.
Yeah, the market's pretty flat off the open, but definitely weak there today. And we talked about if there was going to be one long today, it would be Tesla. So again, congratulations anybody that's on that one down into the 389. We talked about a little bit lower than that, and apparently there is news. What's up, A?
Keep an eye here on NVIDIA, NVDA. This went down about 3%. We know we had overall market weakness with regards to those stronger than expected NFP numbers, but also there's a report that came out yesterday morning. Of course, the market was closed. So basically, this report suggested that the Biden administration is going to be considering a new China export ban, as of course it leaves and prepares for the incoming Trump administration. Again, this report came out a day ago, but because the market's closed, it's a little bit hard to assess its impact. Either way, I'm seeing a lot of people on social media circulating the idea that NVIDIA is down because of this report from yesterday. So just to clarify here, basically, NVIDIA could be impacted by this earlier report from Thursday morning suggesting that the Biden administration is looking into some new Chinese chip restrictions. Also, keep an eye on DJT here, seeing reports that Trump has appeared virtually in a New York courtroom to be sentenced in his hush money case. Back to you.
Oh, well,
Hush money, yeah. They came out and said something yesterday where they weren't able to do that. Okay, man. Good trading so far there today. We only have Rigetti. That was a great look at Tesla up there at 400. We should have been on top of that. That's that pre-market high. AMD, FXI, Rigetti, and Palantir. So let's go over and have a quick look at PLTR right now and see if we have something on that stock up to 67. We had wrote down 70. We got nowhere near that, of course, as I thought the pressure on this stock would continue. And looks like today, after hitting the 200 period in there at 67, pressure is a little bit on this name. All right, so Rigetti we did cover. I'm gonna get some more out here at 9, a little bit, might as well. There it is at 9,905. We got some good bids there down at 8,860 as well. Here comes the market dumping back in, man. The week stays weak. We should have had AMD, missed opportunity for sure today. That name that we liked, the short came right back in there and gave you the gift of all gifts. 1850, 1830 is the short there for AMD. Missed opportunity over here for sure. We'll take Rigetti. Rigetti will be huge, but at the end of the day, that was a missed opportunity there on advanced micro devices because the short that we liked came right back into VWAP and literally handed it to us, and we didn't take it. So missed opportunity right there. We'll just look for some more.
There's always going to be the next one for sure. There's a lot of weakness in the quant space, but QBTS is trying to go green again. Remember, they had profit numbers. It is what it is. But, sorry, not profit, revenue numbers that were 100% year over year. If they're able to break out above VWAP, this is the only one I want to look for a long. I think it's just a simple SSR bounce play off a bit of a relief rally for GBTS. It's trying to go green as we speak. I am only in FUBO, which just bounced off VWAP and regained some support from the pre-market. So there's the bounce off VWAP. So we wanted to add if it did a rounded bottom. I'm going to cancel this other bid in here because we've now gotten away from it. And if it works into $6, we're profiting into 6 and 610. That is Wednesday's high and trying to hold through a break of 610 on FUBO. But the one quantum name that seems like it has a bit of a bid is this QBTS. Trying to hold on. If it holds VWAP on any kind of a dip, I'm looking for that long off the $6 level and just a hard stop if it breaks 6 even. I don't think I want to fight that one too much. AMD, like John already said, is gone.
Yeah.
So, it's at 116. That's August double bottom support, so I don't want to punch a short at that price. I think we just got to wait for it to maybe pop and short into VWAP. But QBTS looks like it could be the next one. FUBO's halfway to that $6 level, but not there just yet. And SMCI, some people in the chat mentioning that one. I wanted to go to Apple first. We'll get to SMCI in a second, but Apple is really bleeding here. Way past that 240. 238 where we're sitting right now, this is the 50 SMA on the daily for Apple. If it can hold here and then hold through 10 o'clock, I think there's a bit of a long for Apple, but I'm not going to go over and catch a falling knife. This is not the day to do that.
Oh, boy. Again, we wrote down China. We wrote down China, and China was right again. Right there into VWAP, bang to the downside again. So we have AMD short, FXI short, Rigetti short, and Palantir short. So we were just a little maybe too focused there on our GTI at the open, which is fine for us. We're good that we were there. All right, let's check out on NVIDIA quickly to see if there's anything going on there. We don't want to get too anxious into this play. Still down that 3% and trying to loop up here at 135 and change. Maybe that market is bouncing off that 21,050 again, where we've been in the pre-market. And again, I don't honestly... it's going to sound ridiculous because, all I ever do is, props myself up all the time, because I don't even take the trade. But I said in the chat, someone asked me about what did I think about the dump. I said, we could retest the bottoms again. So it's one thing to say something, and this is why I'm saying, I would rather just show you that I'm short there. But there's the market. We said I could go back into the chat and we could look at it right now if it goes back that far. I said, we'll probably retest those bottoms again. So there it comes in right now. Maybe this is time to now think about going long. NVIDIA trying to bounce off of 135 again. If it does wind up holding, this is going to be a great spot. I think it's going to be worth a little bit of a shot here. So let's try NVIDIA at these levels long. Just to try, see if this is a bottom there, and we can pick it up one time here. That low is 134.75. We don't want to chase this waterfall. If it continues to go down, we get out in and around there. But there goes NVIDIA, Neil. Nice move. Back into the money now, 40 cents. We'll see if we can get something out into the 60s, into the 70s now for NVDA. It is, as the man says, I don't know if this guy's still the man or not, but it is another one right there. So we're starting to cook it up right now on NVIDIA. There's 35 cents right back in there for NVDA.
Yeah, at the same time, AMD was able to make a bounce off support. So a couple of names just went. Apple held 238 for everybody. The next trade I liked was QBTS. If it could hold VWAP, that's where we're eyeballing. It's right there. It's trying to hold the $6 level. There has not been a close above VWAP yet. I stressed it yet because it's still looking relatively strong. I look over at IonQ. I look over at Rigetti. I look over at QUBT. And none of them look as good. But it's got to hold above VWAP or it's not going to be any good. So I'm not taking it on the bid. I want to make sure we're getting it on the upswing. I don't mind hitting the offer if that's what it absolutely takes. FUBO just continues to try to hold that VWAP. There's another bounce off VWAP. Still hasn't broken out 6. I think it's an add and a breakthrough at 610. That's if you can break here. I think I want to add and break out into The high from Tuesday would be at 644. So I want to be playing this to the long side and adding it every single chance we get. AMD, I don't want to give up the chance that we can get that short, but I can probably cancel a VWAP short at this point. The VWAP has been moving downside along with it. So we want to play a pop here. I'm not giving up on the short just yet. Don't want to go for that long reversion. I'd rather try to catch a bounce into 117 or VWAP on advanced micro devices. Just heard news. Tesla didn't actually get to the $400 level, but it looks like it's trying to go now. So if we get a double tap at 400, don't mind taking that one as well on Tesla. Position board is incorrect. Sorry, guys.
Oh, yeah, because I'm long.
I am long in Fubo at 560. I didn't realize that the position board was incorrect.
Yeah, nor did I. Okay, so we're long. We just got some more upside there on. We talked about going long onto NVIDIA, so apologies. Good catch there, Neil, on the position board. Yeah, long NVIDIA, short Rigetti. That's what I have right now. My NVIDIA trade is actually right here. We just punched in too, right? We were just like, give me those shares, man. Give me that dub right there. We'll go 2 for 2 here today. Pretty good ones as well with NVIDIA and RGTI. There goes NVDA. I'll get another piece out right now. We still have a very good piece on for this trade. We have more than 50% on right now. We have 60% left, I believe. Anyways, how many shares did I take? I never know. There it goes. Nice move to the upside for NVDA. Bouncing now. Let's take another piece. We'll take out another piece there at 84.85. Adara, what you got?
I have a couple runners that it's worth being aware of here, including United Health. It's worth noting UNH, not a ton of volume, under 600,000 shares, but I wanted to bring it up because as the market's down about 1%, UNH is up about 2%, no catalyst. So keep an eye on this one in case it gets any volume. We know Jets ETF also really strong this morning as Delta reported stronger than expected earnings. So nice bounce for JETS. The other ticker I wanted to mention here, VMAR. This is a small cap. I was seeing a couple different things for the float, but it's anywhere from under 100,000 shares to about 2.5 million shares. So small float here for VMAR. They do have a little bit of a catalyst as well, making cooling plates here for some of these electric boat batteries. And last but not least, a ticker to be aware of here, Netflix. NFLX, down about 3%. Not a lot of volume on this, about 500,000 shares. But it's worth noting, we actually got the numbers for the WWE Raw, as reported by Hollywood Reporter. They were pretty strong. They more than doubled the 2024 performance on USA Network. Either way, though, shareholders seeming not to care. NFLX actually breaking below support at 855s, currently trading around 849, guys. Back to you.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what the numbers were for the. I assumed
they were double the expectations or something.
Double the expectations sounds pretty darn good to me. Like that's shout out to the WWE there. Good for them. Wow, AMD does not want to pop at all. Are you kidding me? It just broke down underneath 116. So yeah, this short, maybe it's just even a 115. Could it be 10% down to kind of a day for AMD? You just lost the last support level.
I'm not watching it.
On AMD. So it might be I'll take a shot at a 115 break, although I don't like chasing it. Obviously, we're not going to get a pop into VWAP. So relatively tight stop. If I short the low of the day, it better work right away. That's gonna be the case at 115. I don't mind a pop back into 16 because that's a pretty key level, and you've already got resistance in there. But wow, AMD just continues to bleed. They get the downgrade. Sometimes you get a downgrade because they want to accumulate more stock. I guess this time really was one.
Yeah, I mean, no one's actually buying AMD. Everyone's just selling it. So we'll wait to see where that one goes, because why would you buy AMD when you could just buy NVIDIA? All right, so yeah, we nailed that AMD call, but none of us short. So like I said, just judge us by the positions that we have. But you guys, yeah, those are great ideas. Take them for basically what they're worth, right? I mean, I think that as we keep on saying, Neil talking about maybe breaking that bottom of the day, if that's a shot that you want to take there, try to do that. We're right here at 134.50. I'm gonna sit here, average in. We don't have very many shares. Obviously, we talked about having half left. There it is. Now we have more on NVIDIA as it's starting to break lower. We do have our position on board right now, so we'll see where it goes. It's NVIDIA trying to obviously go lower. 134.50 is our out on this one. We're long at 134.80, so it's fine for us, but we'd rather have a winner than a loser. And it looks like right now the pressure pressure is busting these pipes, man. I mean, and we really should have gone short. We talked about the futures retesting these bottoms, and we don't have anything about it right now. So that's too bad, as you can see, but at the end of the day is what it is. NVIDIA right now trying to hold fort down near that bottom area. I am getting some out right now. We did get something right there at 135 as nicely traded into the money now anyways on this trade. It's NVIDIA trying to go back upside. Hopefully we can catch this little bit of a rocket ship to the north side now, and we'll see what happens. The position board still, yeah, I see that, Neil, still not working. I do apologize for that one, but it's a monster trade here on NVIDIA.
Yeah, the position board's still not working. Fubo's still holding at the level. AMD got to 115.01 and bounced off the even dollar level. So I still want to pop into 116 for a bit of a fade. Just a quick, this could happen any second. But one other name in the space, load. Intel is now making some fresh, they're yelling in the back and having a little bit of fun. Now making some fresh lows on Intel. It is now within a couple of percentage points of its 52-week low, and underneath that resistance from a couple of weeks ago, it was like 19.2. So I think if AMD doesn't pop and fade, I don't mind playing that game over on Intel. And then we have completely ignored crypto. Mara is only down 3%. Bitcoin did not get to 92. It's actually holding the 94 level, but there's clear sellers at the 18 here on Mara. Every single time it tries to break the even dollar, there's been some sellers. So I want to see if we can't get a fade off of this pre-market resistance at 18.15 or so. Still no breakdown on AMD. It is bouncing nicely off of 8.15. And Fubo still holding above VWAP, and no breakout just yet there. I'm still long Fubo at 5.60.
All right, it's too bad. Well, it's not too bad. You just can't see our positions updating there. But we are still long right now on NVIDIA, and we're long right here at 75. So we have some outs we have a lot of good outs. I'm trying to get some, okay, there it is. I was going to say, I'm trying to get some more out here as we continue to climb just a little bit more to the north side. So I have a lot of shares on. Like we discussed not talking about like the difference of share sizes and things like that. But for me, comfortable position right now, but it's a good one. So I'm trying to scalp it out as we get into the 90s. And I don't think it's very good risk to reward trying to hold this too much past 1-to-1. Our stop is 134.50, and we've gotten out of now about half. So it's been so far so good because we were able to get something northbound. But other than that, we don't really have the great sort of expansion here on NVIDIA like I was hoping for off that bottom. But the futures are just now, here we go, are just now trying to catch that bid. So far, so good right now on this bid back. Yes, sir. Oh my, Neil. Yes. Yes. And yes, that's what we're talking about right there for the big trade on NVIDIA, rocketing up to P&L number one. Despite Rigetti coming right back up to $10, I did not do anything with this one. We had XXXXX amount of shares on NVIDIA than we do on Rigetti. So more outs there on NVIDIA. As look at this name, man, bouncing around 135. Let's not celebrate too much. Let's just make sure that we get out of these positions and make sure we capture some winners here.
Yeah, to be careful, guys, because the NASDAQ just went 1.5, broke low of the day as we speak. There was just another, I'm still bouncing off VWAP here on Fubo, so this is now the second time it's bounced. If it makes a lower high, gotta respect. Lower highs in a trending down market, take your profit, be willing to reverse it, and just get the you-know-what out of Dodge if that's gonna be the case, because it's looking pretty heavily if the market does not retake that low on the NASDAQ. And here it is, I can talk about it, we can show it to you. If we hold that bottom, I'll like that long a little bit better on Fubo. At some point, even if it's a small cap, don't care. You know, the market's likely to drag some things to the downside with it. AMD is about to retest the 115, so it got there once without breaking. It's now going to test it again. I am taking the break. Lower than a break at this time, it's got to work right away. Or we jump out, wait for VWAP, which is the original plan on advanced micro devices. So you are going to see this one retest this break of the downside at 115. If we get the fill, which we should when it breaks, I'll throw a stop in at the quarter mark and then go from there. 115.25 is as far as I want to give it on AMD when punching these lows. We'll see what happens. At the end of the day, this market's still bleeding to the downside and want to catch something on the short side, which we don't have. I don't have any shorts.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and this is where we talk about it all the time. You see the difference here, like really light trade, obviously for Neil there, just with QBTS and Fubo, and then so far today for me, pretty light as well, Rigetti and Nvidia. So yeah, so far so good. We'll go pretty big time 2 for 2 right now. Of course, as we sit here and watch out for Nvidia, I'm just gonna get some more out. I'm gonna offer again at this high side. We're waiting for some 08s. There's the 08 out again, and we're just sort of scalping this. The futures are going to try to bounce, it looks like. And if that is the case, you know, it's going against sort of the strategy. Sort of the strategy that I have is to try. Okay, there we go. Just took some more out at 20. Okay, just got to slow down a little bit here. Good outs there on Nvidia, as we'll just wait now for a nice move to the upside as it continues to go. So we'll see if we can get VWAP there. Again, as we pull down the NASDAQ here and we try to look for the right trades, we said that we had talked about this earlier on in the day. Not only did we call like a potential retracement back into this level, but I do think that this was something to look at, these bottoms of 21,000. So if it can continue to hold it, then giddy up, man. We could have a nice little rally back as we absorb this hotter number today, right? So yeah, maybe the futures is the right place. We could scalp out and get rid of the rest. I'm going to get rid of some more here, Nvidia if we can. Right now, maybe. There it is at 06s. And then just getting very light on this, maybe flipping over to the futures if that's something that we're really into. But there we go. Neil's into AMD now, so there we go.
Yeah, it just finally broke the low. The other thing that happened, VWAP just went on Fubo. So here you go. There's a black chart. VWAP just went on Fubo. We just jumped out of that trade. It's bleeding like the rest of the market said. If the market keeps going down, at some point, small cap, big cap, you fall like this, you're going to find some things going along with it. I'm going to double check some of the earnings names when we get an opportunity, but the bleed is on. Ideally, we would have been short somewhere else on AMD, and I will still short VWAP. If this comes back up and retakes that quarter mark at 115, I am still going to short this one at VWAP. We still like it. I still like Tesla. If we can get an opportunity at VWAP as well, this is now at the low of the day. If we can crack back into maybe like a 393, look for a rollover on Tesla. So AMD, kind of a new position on the name that we thought we'd have a little bit earlier on. Every quarter, going to be taking shares until we get to the dollar on AMD as a breakout or breakdown trade in this particular case. Yeah, good one there. Going short there. I'm going to try to go. As I said, I'm with that. Like, I think the short in this space is right. This was our number one idea today, was the AMD short. So good job getting into that one. We had just went over, and this is why you never know sort of where that bread is buttered. I mean, we just went over and was like, you know what? Yep, they're right. Nope, they're wrong. Positions are wrong. That's my out on Fubo. Yeah, because right now we are screaming to the north side here of NVDA. But yeah, so we're not short NVIDIA, no, not by any stretch. But we are short Rigetti. What does that show me? Long Rigetti? Oh boy. All right, guys, we apologize dramatically right there. We'll have to reset that, as we are just really smoking right now on this market. Fubo, AMD rate, or Neil's, you're out of Fubo? No, that was my cover. Okay, so Fubo. Still AMD right there. We're short that. We're long NVIDIA. Short Rigetti, which is printing off right there. And I don't know. Now we have Arun's face on there. So yeah, a lot of things happening right now on the position board, getting a little chaotic on that side. Chaos of the mind. All right. There it is, 940. Nice little trade right there, man. Today is going to be a monster day. It's 9:57, and we're already thinking about going to the golf course if we could, because right now maybe we have to get our toboggan out for the golf course. But the day would be done for me. Two big bang trades, man. 10% on Rigetti plus, and then this monster trade, which right now NVIDIA is like the horse that we all thought it would be. It is P&L number one, 10x right now. So there goes NVIDIA, absolutely monstrous. Yes, that is correct. So Neil, I don't know what happened to your AMD, I guess blasted out there, but because NVIDIA is making the move upside, I don't know. Yeah, our best fill, I think if this loads up in a second, there we go. Just hung up a little bit. I said if it has to work right away, go tight stop on a bottom end trade. We scalped it out into the $0.50, and if it breaks 115 back out, we got out prior bar high. Now I want to wait in for VWAP if we're able to catch it. The other thing that's going on right now, same time, QBTS, we had it off VWAP the first time. And what I said, long over VWAP, out if it breaks underneath $6, not $8, $6. So we took one shot at it. It broke under 6. If it puts in a higher low, I want to take the same shot on QBTS, just an SSR bounce type play here for, I almost said Rigetti, but for D-Wave, QBTS. It's a different name from the other quantum ones, just a little bit stronger, so willing to give it a shot at that long trade. We're smart to get out of Fubo because this is what happens when it lost support. It's not going to hold VWAP, obviously, but right now I see a failed breakout. I got to check if we have locates on this. Failed breakout off a lower high. The reversal should be on if it fails VWAP. So I just got to make sure. I actually don't even know if we have free locates on Fubo. We do. So if this one fails VWAP on the way back up, fail break, prior high, reversal, short at VWAP, as long as it fails in a second. AMD, VWAP, we'll see if we get that one back in. That time of day at 10 o'clock, where I think you want to let things settle. If you can get back in at good prices, still favoring the short, looking for that VWAP or trace. I don't mind taking the shot at the breakdown, but the better trade is catching it at a better price here in front of the pre-market low.
Oh boy. As we say, a shout out here to Obi. Oh boy. Big time movements happening today. And yeah, I'm just going to sit on sort of resting on the laurels of what we've been doing there today and talking about it as well. So I think it's been a pretty eventful day, like following our plan. Shorting weak names, in the quantum space, finding bids, being patient with this trade, now holding on to this. So it's a good one, and it's about to get even better because we have a DARA with happening now and some numbers.
Under 5 seconds until we get the University of Michigan consumer sentiment prints. They're going to be the preliminary prints here for the month of January. Coming in here lower than expected. So 73.2 for Michigan consumer sentiment versus 74 expected here. The 5-year inflation, though, and this is a bit concerning, 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations well above estimates. 3.3% here for the 5-year versus 3% expected. For the 1-year, 3.3%. versus 2.8% expected. So basically, these inflation expectations are going to be a lot higher than what we were looking for, likely because of the hawkish tone we've seen the Fed take as of late, especially in this FOMC minutes. Either way, not a great look for the market, which continues to push lower, breaking new lows of days. The Q is down here more than 1.5%. S&P 500 down about 1.25% right now on the day. Lots of catalysts to watch out for. We do have a lot of weakness in these chip names, AMD getting a downgrade, and NVIDIA pushing lower as well amidst reports that the Biden administration is going to do one more chip export ruling ahead of its exit. We do have Constellation Energy, though, holding up very well, even as the market falls up 25% for this $300 plus name, announcing that it's going to be acquiring Calpine for $16.4 billion. And last but not least, we have Delta Airlines. They're one of 3 earnings plays today. Tilray and Walgreens Boots Alliance are the other 2. Delta, though, beating estimates across the board. Really strong projections as well for forward guidance in terms of the next quarter and fiscal 2025. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to like and subscribe and join us every single day the markets are open. Without further ado, back to you.
All right, there it goes down on NVIDIA, and we were celebrating it as the #1 P&L name, and it still will be by far because we were able to get out of most of those trades. We did reload it at 134.70, out there at 134.50 to the downside. Without risk management, there's nothing, so you have to have that, and that's what it was. Man, we talked about 134.50, and the fact that we're able to grab, like I said, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 on NVIDIA, good trade there. But that number did send that through that 21,000 mark. So now we have to be super careful with what we're doing here and looking for those plays. Obviously, the #1 short that we were talking about all day was going to be AMD, and that came into 115.50. Could have been short there, but of course we were long NVIDIA. So tale of 2 names, waiting to see what's happening in this market as NVIDIA looks like it does want to bounce off just a little bit off that bottom. I do want to get back into the long. I feel like as it is my P&L #1, but we don't want to throw it all away right now. Just be patient with what we're trying to do. And as I said, remember, it was like 10 minutes ago I said we were basically done. We had hit all of our targets, so we did do that. So that's why we started to get out of some some NVIDIA. No red stocks today for me. So far so good. Rigetti bouncing, we're trying it again. I'll take out another piece here at 47s. There it is. Good trading here, but not really the mover. So we're gonna have to find something else that's giving us that juice. Maybe we talked about oil being up today. Maybe we could go into the energy patch, have a quick look. And right now, though, it's over to Neil with the ad read.
If you're feeling overwhelmed trying to find the perfect prop firm, with so many options out there, it's easy to get lost. That's where Prop Firm Match comes in. Prop Firm Match is the ultimate platform to help you identify and compare reliable prop firms tailored to your trading style and goals. Whether you're after low fees, higher profit splits, or quick funding evaluations, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to hours of research and confusion. Prop Firm Match makes it simple to find your perfect prop firm. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and take the guesswork out of finding the perfect prop firm. Shout out to them. And take the guesswork out of finding the best trading show in the world, and that is Trader TV Live. And shout out to everyone in the chat. I know there's a lot of names that haven't been covered today. Just want to get back over to the one that I'm kind of focused on. I thought we'd get a pop into VWAP on AMD. Obviously, it was churning. You just saw Sean mention that right-hand turn back into the downside. AMD right back at 114.70. So maybe sometimes a little bit too patient. That might have been the that might have been the curl that we were looking for on AMD. Fubo into VWAP. It was cruising into VWAP, and then just like everything else, it lost a bid. You just dropped a couple of points there on Fubo from 5.5 to like 520 like this. I'm still looking continuation short, play off the 550 level, see if we can grab that one. Where are you? Intel, I think if you're not going to get AMD, Intel has a much more calm stair step down, if that's even possible, down almost 4%.
Intel is? Oh, yeah.
But it's just a better structure right now. Where AMD's bigger bleeds, this is actually bouncing and consolidating. So I think the stair step is pretty decent here on Intel. Next available pop, look for it to continue that pattern and just play the short until it stops. I think that stock's a short till it's not. And I still don't think QBTS is out of the woods just yet. That's D-Wave on the quantum side. It's a bit weird, it's New York, it's a bit weird that when the market's bleeding, that you would have a situation where a quantum name, which are all frothy, would be actually going up, but this one is green and continuing. The last time it made this move, we took the shot to give it back into 6. I'm looking to do exactly the same thing. I think it's kind of just maybe a relief rally squeeze. Like it's nothing fundamental that would suggest that this should be up 2% when we're not getting any, when less probability of cuts after the number we had this morning.
All right. Yeah. Look, I think these quantum plays, I know Neil's flat right now. We only have one more play that we just put on. We just bought back some NVIDIA. We said that, I wanted to see if we could hold that level. So my strategy here was way less shares. And then see if we can hold this level. So we'll take it out. That's about a 50-cent scalp there back, or sorry, we're long at 60s. We got out at O's. So 40 cents, nice 35 cents scalp back in to that to take out of 20%. We're waiting for, 25%. We have another 5% to give us the 30% waiting at 135. And then if we go higher, good for us. And then we're going to try 134. I just think NVIDIA goes. Like I'm thinking this market here bounces. We could trade the futures, which maybe we should do. We're actually now that I look at this, we're well underneath. Yeah, this is starting to now, okay, so now we're really starting to accelerate to the downside. So let's really back off of buying some more here of NVIDIA. We're using such light shares that we'll try some more down at 134, but we got to look for some shorts right now. We talked about that Tesla, that I like the long in Tesla. So if there's going to be a bounce in the market here for TSLA, you are just right now, had that nice little bottom there at 385. And we had mentioned these areas earlier for a possible spot. I just think the longs are setting up on the screen, but the feeling here of being down 2%, not only a feeling about being down 2%, but also this is what we had called. Like we had thought that this was going to happen today. So I don't really necessarily want to be like jumping into some of these longs when we thought this was potentially going to be a play. We probably buy maybe some diamonds as that was a call for us earlier after today down 2%, maybe worth getting something into it. Right now, SMCI was just green.
Well, that's one of the names that doesn't necessarily add up.
Strong one there.
But it just went red, so it's joining the party.
Meta's going to break 6 billion.
I almost feel like the names that are just now joining the party to the downside are probably some good looks. especially if the market continues to bleed. Like SMCI does fall into that cohort. The other thing, and not to ignore Bitcoin, we're headed down 93 even now. So that 92 level on BTC has been a big one. If we bounce off 92, the only long I would consider off 92 is Bitcoin itself. Everything else, well, not everything else, but anything else I look at is usually like reversals in Mara. So if we get a bounce off 92, you just flat bottom broke on Mara. I don't think we're going to get the pop to be able to fade this. We're still going to work over to that short trade. Tesla's looking like it's trying to consolidate underneath support at 388. Well, the price action's starting to look pretty solid here on Tesla. Like if it tries maybe one more bounce and fails that lower high, I would feel like this, like I do about Intel, where it's giving you a pretty solid stair-step pattern, and then if you can join the stair-step. That's what I'd like to do with Intel here is it's now trying to put in that next step. If it doesn't break 1915 here, maybe even a fail, bit of a topping tail candle, look for the short back in, play it to 19 even, because the even dollar levels, it's $19 stock, I think can be respected. But the NASDAQ at 2% down, you gotta be real careful shorting bottoms when you're over 2% down on the NASDAQ. QBTS is still holding VWAP, which is somewhat amazing given what we're seeing in the overall market.
Yeah, same thing with Rigetti here.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Nicely on the high side right there. All right, man, patience in everything right now. There's Meta to the downside, breaking through that 600. We are continuously bleeding down through some of these levels now down 2%, man. It's here. We talked about this day, and you can go back, look at my Twitter, look at this feed, talk about yesterday. I mean, if you guys were here with us yesterday, we had mentioned that, hey man, today is jobs, and this is potentially a monster event here that we have to pay attention to. And we all knew it was going to be an event, but I just was a little nervous about some of these tops here, and you can really see it starting to pay out now. Look at Apple down 3%, breaking through that 240 easy day. Whoop, to the downside, like as if it didn't even exist right there, not even thinking about holding anything. Apple nicely done to the downside. We talked about oil today. Oops, that's an AM name. Let's have a quick
Oil's
look.
Great.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, USO. Let's go. Up 5% right now. All right, we do have a new position. We just got it right here, right now. It's NVIDIA long right now, near the bottom. I mean, if it's the bottom, I don't know. Hopefully it is. But 134, we have it at 134.30s. So we'll get some out here as it breaks back through the 50s here, as we just keep on adding to this monster of a trade today with NVIDIA. It's been a great short. Oops, that's still USO, my bad. It's been a great short all day. We've just been lucky enough to catch the longs and then being able to get out of the longs this time. Most of the time when the market's like this, you don't get these bounces, but here it goes right now. Nice trade for NVIDIA bouncing just a little bit, and we're just scalping it out, man. Like let's get that perfectly corrected right now. We don't think that this is going to necessarily moon from here. We are starting to get more and more out into the 50s of NVIDIA. We just got some out there in the 40s as well, as here it comes back in. Remember, our stop now is 1-to-1 back here again. We're long at the 30 area. We're going to get out if it breaks O's, and we are taking something out here in the 50s. There it is again, 57 and 58. Nice trades here on NVIDIA, taking that 1-to-1 back in. NVIDIA down there at 19. Oh my. Or your name, Intel.
Yeah, Intel just got back to the lows, but Justin Simons, I saw the same wick on Tesla that you just mentioned, and this is. I don't know if that's. I didn't see the level 2. I just saw the chart. I can't really tell you if it actually traded to 377 because I wasn't looking at the level 2 in that moment. I was watching Intel and QBTS, which I'm in. So if that's real, the volume seems like it should have been a little bit bigger. My guess is it didn't really print to 377, but I wasn't watching that particular stock in that moment. Tesla is still bleeding to the downside. It was just a fresh low on Intel, but if I'm playing the consolidation here in the stair step, if it breaks prior high, jumping out. So that's now 1915 because the patient game would be to wait for VWAP pops. If it's going to be shallow, then scalp inside of the range and then see if we can't get more if we continue through 19 even. QBTS. I keep calling it qubits. D-Wave now holding on to VWAP. Last time it didn't hold VWAP. We got out under 6. This time it's consolidating on VWAP. I want the long here into 640, then look for higher lows to add into the prior day high, which is right here at 680. So that's the idea. And then if it breaks out at 680, then we've got a long in the 630 to 640 range. Because I don't want to be taking a break of Wednesday's tops on QBTS. Apple just continues to absolutely bleed. I think you already mentioned how ugly Meta is doing. Alphabet, just for some of the bigger cap names that we hadn't been mentioning. Alphabet, I want to say, is holding up pretty well. It's above 190. It's only 1.6 in a market that's down 2. It's above prior support. It's actually at trendline support right now on the daily. I don't want to quickly automatically jump the long, but this is the one, if it mean reverts out of the big cap tech names, it feels a little bit better than the rest. And I have support drawn down in here. That's the other thing. I've been tracking the support. And it is trying to break the trend as we speak. And this would be the trend line. So there's the trend line on Alphabet. It's about that time of the day, 2% down. If this can revert the trend, that's a long way to VWAP. If you can just get a close above this, and it's also 191, I'd say Google lining up pretty well for a bit of a mean reversion trade. But that's a close above the trend line, take the long, give it to prior bar low, look for the outs into resistance and VWAP on Google.
All right, good talk. Just thinking there as well on the same sort of point here, I'm going to get out of Rigetti. Oh no, we actually got some out there at 80s, and then now if it breaks above where we're in right now, we're going to get out because we don't have anything left to prove here on RGTI. I have 2% left of this position. You haven't heard me mention this in a long time. We got most of it out here right off the open. We've really learned a lot over the last little while about, there's my Rigetti, okay, about how to trade these smaller names. You got to play the momentum right there. So that's a nice positive name there for Rigetti. Will still be P&L number 2 here for the show. We do have NVIDIA right now starting to go back up to the upside now. So this is going to be an absolute banger of a trade for me there on that reload. So we came into 134. And again, Neil and I will talk about this. It's just about risk to reward, right? Every single trade. So when we're sitting here, I said our stop is 25 cents. So right now it's 75 cents right now in the money. So we'll take some more out here at O's. Good trade to the upside. We actually talked about possibly bouncing there on the futures. I don't know. Let's now see if we can hold this, man. Get another $1 on this. We have the Dollar Club winner on Rigetti, and now more than that, and now we're out. That was more than 10%. Out of Rigetti now. So Neil's got still QBTS. We're still trying to work some of these positions. My only name is NVIDIA. And man, oh man, Neil, it is a monster of a trade here today for NVDA as this market trying to catch more bids right now. Hopefully we like that Google long as the PA would appreciate that.
Yeah, the personal account may have some opportunities for dip buys, but I didn't put any stink bids in last night. So it's one of those unfortunate, not that we got to any levels that I was in love with, but I always feel like if you should have orders out, especially on days when, if you like dip buys that are adjacent and you get a jobs number or something like that, sometimes those are the days where you want to pick some stocks up. I'll probably look back and be regretting it. So Alphabet just, it hasn't closed above the trend line, which is generally the rule. But the tape was really good back in through this prior high break. So I did take some in there, but cannot add to the position, or at least I won't, unless it closes above the bar, which it's almost guaranteed to at this point because you had such a big turn in Google. So I think we're going to hold that 191. Obviously, VWAP sits there at 193. If we get to 192.5, again, I think we got to take some out. But a little bit of a mean reversion as the market is trying to get back into that upside. QBTS did just tag the first resistance spot where you've seen it hold at 630, one more at 640, and then we're holding for it to get to Wednesday's high at 680. So this going Alphabet, which we just got into, that just tagged the 191.5. So there, we got the mean revert trade we're looking for. It broke the trend. Let's see if we can get all the way into VWAP, which sits at 193. Because I'm bearish, this is a cover it all at VWAP because I'll be looking for shorts on stocks at VWAP.
All right, so I guess he's going to go short Intel. I'm going to go long NVIDIA. NVIDIA right now is $1 in the money, so we're going to watch out for that one here. Okay, let's go. Get some more out, man. 135.10. Again, in a trade that we pretty much really laid out, right? I mean, we had talked about waiting for this. When we had first gotten some NVIDIA, we're like, we're pretty light. We got to wait for this move to come back down in. So that's what we wind up doing right now. All right, Marissa wants to know any dinner thoughts. I'm going to tell her tacos. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry,
You can have taco any day,
You know what day it is, Joe. I mean, that's what I'm going to say right there. I can't remember what we had yesterday. She makes this cabbage and pork bowl, which is really nice.
Homemade salsa or store-bought salsa?
Well, homemade everything, but I mean, sometimes in our household, it's it's a busy time. But yeah, homemade everything. Guacamole would be my number one choice for anything like that right now. But yeah, so I just told her tacos. We'll see what the answer to that one is. In a couple minutes, I will inform everybody of that. It's a big, big weekend in our house, man. We got some scouts coming, which is unbelievable that actually happens to a 10-year-old, but they're coming to check her out. She's got 2 games, and then my son starts his snowboarding journey this weekend as well, and that's an exciting one. So we got to make a little bit of this today. And Neil, today we are doing just that. I know the opportunities have been limited for some, but right now, there we go, man. We trade 2 names today, and oh boy, is it a special day P&L wise here today. So good day so far. When you're going 2 for 2 and you're using a bit more on the share side, it's going to be a good day. You know you can slip up though when you use big shares, which is why you have to have the risk to reward tolerance out there and make sure that you are taking profits when you see fit. So far, big day over on this side.
Yeah, I'm not going to complain at all. We just got, and again, I like this mean reversion play. And I think from now on, whenever going against the grain, I only want to have entries like this because it's just a clean entry. We're going to give our stop underneath. It was underneath prior bar low. Now we're going to move it right underneath this prior, like the current bar. So it's now 190.70-ish, or just slightly underneath that on Google. We're able to get some out in that 70-cent range. QBTS you kind of just missed us. Whoops, what is QBTS plus? Probably some kind of a warrant.
Probably a warrant, yeah.
So it's probably a warrant. It just missed us up there. Maybe we'll take something in the 30s on the way to that high. It's holding on to VWAP. We're now getting higher lows. Just to quickly throw you over to a 15-minute. So the idea being, it's an SSR name. If it holds this consolidation or the flag from Wednesday, want to be long into that high and then holding through a breakout. Still hasn't given me a retest off VWAP for us to be able to add some more. And then Intel, which we are still, that kind of bounced back to flat for us. We're in here at 11. We're able to get some down into 19 even. But if this breaks 19.15, I'm taking the 5-cent hit and waiting for VWAP. That's simple. You know, we've got to make sure that we're ready if this gets up to VWAP and not just sitting in the short all the way into VWAP when VWAP sits 1% away here on Intel. There are a couple of names that have been going on the whole scanner. That stock, remember XTIA?
Yes. 5 cents.
XTIA.
What is that now?
XTIA is halted to the downside here for the 4th time, I want to say. So they reverse split it and have halted. You know what happens when stocks reverse split, everybody, but halted for the 4th time to the downside. I see a tap of 416 for anyone that's looking at it, halted at 429. Yuck, and more yuck for that XTIA.
Whoopsies. We meant to do this for you, Ozan, right there, as we now have a dollar club winner on our friend NVIDIA, as that name just keeps on. Can't get the smile off my face with NVIDIA. New IPO opens right now, Mint. Opening up right now. So here it is right here, MIMI opening up right now for the first time. So I didn't even realize we had an IPO today, but we do have one. Mint Incorporated right now, upside 4.5%. What's up, Adara?
I'll tell you what's not up right now. It's the IWM, down about 2%. And this is after we bounced about $1.50 off the lows. Lows here just above that 216 level here for the Russell 2000. This is a pretty ugly 15-minute chart. Slower highs, lower lows, and a lot of these bearish-looking patterns for this stock. Starting here for the small caps, we have verified me, VRME. This is quite a rounded bottom here in the 3-minute chart. We had a move here on Wednesday, of course, pushing lower, then trying to push up again here today. So it looks like this is a day to play for VRME. No catalyst that I could see on this one, but about a 7.5% float. Then we have VMAR, this one pushing lower, still up about 80% on the day, reporting that they're partnering with Callup Group to work on these advanced cooling plates for electric boat batteries. So Vision Marine, there's a thing to note here. The float is very small. I was seeing a couple different numbers, anything from 73,000 shares to 2.5 million shares. Either way, be aware of the small size of this float. In terms of short float, I'm seeing anything from 13% to 26%. So regardless, there could be some intense movement here in VMAR. Last but not least, DATS. This was making new day's highs. Great move on Tuesday. Then we dropped on Wednesday on this $5.1 million direct offering. Now trying to reclaim here that initial move we had. Float of about 2.7 million shares. 10% of that is going to be sold short. So DATS, be careful, guys. Back to you.
Be careful indeed on DATS. We saw that offering. It was pretty nasty. Watch out for any of the small caps in those offerings. So we're almost at VWAP. We just got to the buck level on Google, or Alphabet, I should say. So we got our trend reversal. I'll cancel the bid. If it comes back in at this point, it's already put in a higher low. There's our entry. There's our stop. There's our target. Pretty simple there. QBTS just tagged 650. So it's about to make a break of the high of the day. We tried it off VWAP once. There's our out. It holds the same level, higher low. We go again, same stop. Now I'm going to observe the trend line going into the high of the day. So it looks something like this. If we break trend down, cover more, look to enter on 615 at VWAP, and Fubo must have just gotten to VWAP as well. So if we break trend, going to cover a little bit more and then wait for a bounce off VWAP one more time there on QBTS. Fubo just tagged into VWAP and trying to hold above. It's a failed break. So just look, it's a failed break out of the high, which is resistance. So into the prior support, going to look for the short back into the low of the day on Fubo.
All right. I hope everybody's having a good day. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. NVIDIA is now, so it was 25 cents worth of risk, or a little bit more than that, I'd say 30 cents worth of risk, now $1.60 in the money. So we'll go 7 to 1 or so, 5 to 1 or so on this trade. If you're still in it, I mean, great. It's just hitting VWAP right now for NVDA. Let's have a look at something else. All right, JP Morgan, maybe worth a quick little look here as well. So underneath VWAP starting to fade out just a little bit as we looking at a lot of tech names, obviously here today, but JP Morgan with that move to the downside here as financial, again, off a little bit. I don't know, with the strong US dollar, we talked about that a little bit there. Oil not really gonna affect, this sector, so to speak. But yeah, yields and rates. I don't know. We've sort of left the banks alone a little bit. I mean, if you're seeing here in the daily chart, it's just back and forth. Like, I don't know. I haven't really seen too much news about anything in this space. So that's what's happening right now for JP Morgan. That MIMI is a new issue. So those of you that are maybe like wondering what's going on with this stock, seems like it wants to move around just a little bit here. MIMI, I don't know if it's halted, or it looks like it's halted right now. So, oh no, it's still moving. Okay, so I'm wrong. I thought it was halted. So it's not moving that much at all. It went up to 445 and then right back into its IPO price. So those of you that are in this name might be onto something right there as well. Looks like a great trade over there on Google as that's trying to get to 192. As the market's making that move back, we looked at Apple at 236. That's coming back into the 50-period moving average. Watch out now as these futures are starting to tick into this area of the 50-period moving average. So you could get a little bit of a retracement to the downside. We've been getting out NVIDIA. Let's get out of one more piece right now. Okay, in the 60s. All right, now you're really starting to go on NVDA again. But yeah, watch out for the futures. Could be a turning spot here at exactly our 21,000 mark. So we made it all the way back into that area. So watch out here. Could be a fade opportunity on some of these names.
Yeah, and I saw some people in the chat, and I saw it too, and we heard it in our ear. DJT just broke out. Don't know, there wasn't a news story along with it. It just broke high of the day. It's only 1% up, but that is a hefty, not a ton of volume, but that's a hefty trend for the last couple of minutes on DJT. We'll keep our ear to the ground. It's not as if this stock hasn't spiked before without there being too much of anything going on with it. So for now, just a bit of a volume spike and a break of the high of the day on DJT. The drop down, it's hilarious. My drop down, like for some reason I type in Google, it's like, yeah, it's not the first menu on the NASDAQ. It's not the first thing on my drop down. But now that you're trending, it's either going to get to VWAP or it's going to break trend. So a mean revert in, mean revert out. once you set up a trend and now it's set up, there's higher low, there's another higher low, close underneath, jump out of the trade, gets to VWAP, jump out of the trade as well. I also mentioned if QBTS broke trend, I would cover some and look for the VWAP add. So it broke trend, although the trend line, you guys can see it. I'm not going to redraw it. That's where it would be. Got some out. We're still going to hold on. I still want to add at VWAP and hold into that high of the day break on Google. And then back, all roads leading back to AMD. It's taken a while, but AMD is now within $1 or so, or actually less than that, of VWAP. So it took until 10:30 for it to make a rounded bottom. Now all of a sudden it's getting into this 116 again. This is when we wanted short. Did take a breakdown short, made a little bit on it, but the follow through wasn't there. Like it went 50 cents, right? So it's not like it gave you that big of a move on AMD, but it's still underneath that 116. This is a double bottom from the August low on AMD. So if it cannot break 116, want to look for that reentry on the short. Meta, wow. And WBA, I know we haven't really talked too much about the earnings names, and shout out to the entire chat. Appreciate you guys going over all of these and noticing, of course, that Walgreens, market bleeding, maybe it's found a temporary bottom, 25% to the upside. You always have to keep one thing in mind. The percent gains on stocks that have done this, they can really go, because 25% is nothing for one day when the stock has been bleeding for the last couple of years, I should say. The 200 period is here at 12.25 and big resistance in the next 5% or so on Walgreens. So not bad if you take some profit if you happen to be long.
Yeah, exactly. Good little bump up there. And again, not everything is so tech related, right? You can trade other names, of course, and that would be a great one there, a great example of the Walgreens. Also, Delta, today we saw was on one early.
No charge?
So that would be another name there, DAL, starting to really print up for everybody as well. All right, we don't have too much to talk about other than the names that we've been on, and we're on one right now, 136.16. It is now $2 now in the money on this NVIDIA trade as it just continues to climb higher and higher and higher. Like, I don't know, man, what really got underneath this name, who knows, but it was a nice move to the backside now for crypto, I was going to say, for NVIDIA back in now. So, all right, yeah, we're getting ready for Adara. It's 10:30. It's a crypto minute, 93 and change. We've ignored Bitcoin, but it is starting to head downside. Again, not holding that 94 area. Let's go find out more with Adara.
Before we get to that, two things super quickly. One, the DJT move seems to be a bit of a delayed reaction to his sentencing hearing for Donald Trump. This actually came out here around 10 a.m. I didn't mention it at the time because the stock hadn't moved on it, but basically unconditionally discharged, which means there's not going to be any punishment for that. So DJT, again, seems like a bit of a delayed reaction to that sentencing. Then my second thing I want to mention quickly is comments from Feds Goolsbee. Feds Goolsbee has recently pivoted from being one of the most hawkish Feds to being one of the most dovish Feds, and that pivot continues. Basically, he's saying that he doesn't think there's any reason to not have, or basically saying that there's not really that overheating in the inflation that people are claiming. He's not seeing that overheating. He said this jobs report that we just got, that NFP, is actually what the Fed wants. So pretty dovish comments coming there from Feds Goolsbee. Now, if you take a look here at Bitcoin, still a pretty rough look on the daily chart. We have lower highs. Yes, we did have a brief break back above that 100,000 level, but we could not hold it. The other thing here of note is, as of right now, we're still holding on to that support just above 90,000. Yesterday's low was around 91,000. Currently, though, excuse me, as Sean mentioned, trading around 93,000. Ethereum down about 2%, faring much worse than Bitcoin today. Trying to hold on to that 3,200 level. XRP down about 2%. Solana down about 3%. Tron down about 2.5%. So it's a really mixed performance right now in the crypto space, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
I'm just going back and forth. Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, so, and appreciate the news. Obviously, DJT, that makes a little more sense why it would be running. So there was a little bit of something there for DJT. So we're out of Google. It got to target. So we got our entry. We got our first target at prior resistance, and then the next one at VWAP. It just wicked VWAP. I'm not really looking for a short in Alphabet here. I'd rather favor the longs in it if we can. And so the next thing, which is at VWAP as well, is going to be AMD. As we check into this 116, it just did an over-under at 116, or it just very slightly broke 116 and faded back in here. So might actually weasel in to steal one from Sharif in the 90s if I can, and then give that one into VWAP on advanced micro devices. Down 5%. They caught a downgrade this morning, although the stock has been, it's been downgrading itself for a while. So 116 was this prior support low. So it's got VWAP, it's got the 116, it's support on the daily that's broken. Going to look for that re-entry short here into advanced micro devices. We've only traded at 115 and 116 now, so those even dollars have been sort of the jam on AMD. We're at high of the day now on QBTS, but I want to hold through that into 680, which is Wednesday's highs. Let's go to Adair.
Just be aware here of some of these social media stocks. Pinterest, we know we talked about Meta having that big push to the upside from 600 to about 610. Snapchat as well, pretty strong. All of them getting a bit of an increase in volume. I am not seeing any news on this, but it's worth noting. We did have the Supreme Court set to hear arguments on the TikTok ban today, so it could be pushing higher as a result of that. Keep an eye on these social media stocks as we have the Supreme Court hearing TikTok ban related arguments. If I see any news on this, I will let you know. Back to you.
All right, thank you for that. Yeah, always make sure that you do watch out for some of those ongoing news pieces. If you have anything we do have it in our ear as well. If we see something, we'll let you guys know about anything about affecting the ban. We did see Meta slip up just a little bit today through that $6 billion level and continuously going a little bit lower. Oh, there, okay, bounce back. Yeah, obviously, as the whole market bounces back. Meta now green. So, okay, so good little look there for META, Meta, off that $6 billion. Like, we were literally looking at it right here. Someone in the chat was like, Meta's breaking 600. I was like, oh my God. But that was a nice move and a nice hold down there at 600. So you got to be pretty happy with that one, if you took it. Obviously, I think that's a nice bounce right back into the day's high again. So Meta, as if this market doesn't matter, upside right now. The other name that we thought had a good chance to go up, and Meta's kind of a newer story there. Obviously, if you catch that bottom, great. Hard to do. Tesla still does have that chance, of course, to go. Breaking through VWAP right now, that bottom at 385, probably worth waiting one more time for that. We talked about the market trying to break through 2100, 21,000. It does that. And now we can use that maybe and that 50 period as the base now, right? And so trying to see if there's any expected move off of that back inside now. We just cleared out some more NVIDIA. So that would be another one. Again, good trade on that. Starbucks really having itself a day now. I saw on that, I didn't get too much of a chance to talk about that upgrades or downgrade section there that we had earlier today, but Starbucks and Nike, I know Nike was on the list. I do not believe Starbucks was, but again, another name that sort of bounced off some of those lows. And it does remind me, if we look at the Nike chart, you'll see what I'm saying. Starbucks obviously down there on new CEO, Brian Nickel, and came back in, hits the 200, and now beautiful hold there in and around $88. I think that's a buy.
It was like a Starbucks Disney thing.
Oh, Starbucks and Disney? Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't trade it off of that. That's strange. Okay, we'll find out for that. And then right here, Nike as well, down to $70, $71. I always thought that was an interesting level there, of course, for NKE. You're coming right into it. Yep, I got it. Real nice level down there, $70 to $71. All right, here we go, man. It's eSignal. Make sure you do scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now to level up your trading game. eSignal has been a great tool for myself. It's very, very reliable. We talk about this, man. Trade smarter, not harder, which I'm trying to show you on the show. And upgrade your trading experience to an elite one with eSignalize. Analyze, strategize, capitalize on all the opportunities with infinite data. And what they mean by that is you can go all the way back, man. You can go back 20 years to grab data if you're entitled to do so with eSignal. So if you do have any, if you're trying to run an algo or need some back testing done, this is the best system that I've ever seen. The best amount of scanners as well. You can scan anything. It's very similar to all programs, but this gives you the ability to, as you can see right here, get these hot lists going, build them yourselves. And many of you use scanners every single day. If you're a little bit uncertain on the reliability of them, I would say go over to eSignal. We've had nothing but great success with that. Everything you need all in one place. It is eSignal. So thank you to them for their affiliation with us. And again, scan that QR code if you are excited or interested in their product. But right now, man, we'll just go props up to everybody on that NVIDIA train because choo-choo, we ain't giving up on this one. No, we are not. We are now $2.12 in the money on NVIDIA, and it is just a monster stock today. If we can go over to the thing there, Fabian. That would be great. There it is right now. Bottom of the day, back to the 200 period. We'll take it, man. It is a hot dog cannon kind of a day for us right now. As, oh boy, we are really doing something here today on these two names. So Rigetti's been a good one, and there goes NVIDIA, really taking back off, man. Another $2 winner for NVDA.
Yeah, great look on NVIDIA as it breaks to the 200 period moving average. The market is right back to VWAP on the NASDAQ. I'll get the QBTS in a second. Right back to VWAP on the market. I just got Mara at VWAP, AMD at VWAP. QBTS is not, it hasn't broken Wednesday's high yet, but it will. I mean, it looks like any second now. I've got a new trend on it. If it fails the high of the day break and breaks back down underneath the current trend line, then I'll jump out of the trade. We grabbed it off VWAP at 618, and this is about 680, which is Friday or Wednesday's high. When I get it right, I still revert back to thinking that today is Monday. Fubo, that just came in off of VWAP as well, so we've got it under for a higher low short. I was long above VWAP before, but it failed to break out at the high of the day, so now we're short. AMD, just to recap, this is also at VWAP in that 116 level. Here, I'll use the black chart while we wait for that one to load. If we break out above this prior high, that's 116.30. Then we give up on AMD and wait for it to make another one of the downward trends. The Fubo looking okay, QBTS to the long side. I did get out of Alphabet. I still feel relatively bullish on Google compared to the other Mag 7 names. Obviously, Meta's doing its own thing because of the TikTok news. But Google was already relatively strong, did the mean revert. If it can hold VWAP, I don't mind taking this one long as well. So I do like, or again, I should say, but I didn't want to hold it through VWAP as the market approaches VWAP on its own.
All right. Yeah. Again, thanks everybody for all the love here in the chat there once again for today. Can NVIDIA get to $3 in the money? Is the question that we have right now. I mean, it has 138 all over it. I think that's the high in that pre-market. Good little level there for NVDA. We'll see if we can get up to that level. I'm gonna wait now. We have a small piece left. We keep on getting out, but again, like I keep saying, it is all about just the presence of risk management. If you can't manage the positions, then you either have too many shares or I don't know. That's pretty much it, I guess. Share size. The most important part about trading is honestly finding out your strategy, but then it's share size. Because you could have all the winners in the world, but if you're not, actively trading in and out of them or making actual profits, then it's kind of like, maybe I should go back. And we have traders that do that all the time. And we talk about Obi goes, I never go back into sim mode, but we do talk about traders getting shut down, going into sim mode and getting those reps in, right? And if you have to do that, then I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with doing that until you're comfortable, Neil, using more shares and trading, a little bit because many people here are trying to trade for a living, and I think that in order to do that, it can be very, very stressful, and you need to make sure that you have a plan of action and just ready to rock and roll when the opportunity comes. Yeah,
on that point, before we go, I know we have Sector Watch coming up in just a second with Adara. You got to keep in mind, I've said this, I've seen this over the years with traders. The number one reason why most traders that have come through these doors have failed is simply scaling up the strategies that don't work for them.
Right, yeah,
it's like you make profit on A and you scale up A, B, C, D, E, and F. You know what I mean? So just you find what works the best for you and you scale that first and foremost because you have an entry, you have a strategy, make that work. Once it works, then you scale it up. But let's see what else is working in maybe some sectors that we haven't talked about with Adara at Sector Watch. We know oil's up.
There's really only two sectors that are a little bit green here. Energy minerals would be one of them. There's a lot of strength in the sector. Health services, surprisingly enough, would be the other one. We know this sector's been trying to bounce from their pretty rough fall in December 2024 with the shooting of Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, bringing a lot of negative sentiment into the space. That being said, transportation is not a bad look either. Pretty mixed here. Delta bringing up some of these names, but FedEx and UPS a little bit weaker as well. Keep an eye on these shipping names too, because we do have that dock worker strike potentially being in talks again. Apparently they're set to go have another talk here on January 15th. So ZIM here, Zim shipping service is pretty weak there as well. Keep an eye on shipping names. In terms of other strength, there's not very much. Retail trade has a couple names that are brought to the upside, specifically these retailers with pharmacies, including Target and CVS, likely a sympathy play with Walgreens earnings. But other than that, it's pretty red. Electronic technology, red. Finance, bright red. Producer manufacturing, very weak. Commercial services, consumer services, health technology, consumer non-durables, consumer durables. Communications really red here as well. So long story short, a lot of weakness, but keep an eye on Meta up today in a sector that is bright red and also on watch as we do have these comments coming through here, arguments being heard by the Supreme Court with that TikTok ban, Snap and Pinterest up as well. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. And sort of on plan here, or hopefully going to be on plan. You saw AMD break VWAP. So if we come to the chart for a quick little second, because it's happening right now. We had a consolidation short. It broke VWAP out. Got to keep your rules like before, prior bar high. We're going to get out. If it continues, great. If it doesn't, you want to make sure that, the way I look at it, if I have two trades that don't work and I can have one that does and it's 4x, then that's what matters to me. So obviously Google could have been a little bit better, but we waited all morning to try to get one entry clean. And I think now that we've got AMD, I want to give it a chance now to break the trend like Google did, difference being to the downside. So if we break this trend line, close underneath, I'll look for the reshort with a similar prior bar strategy there at AMD. It hasn't happened yet, but I'm still looking obviously bearish on it as the market does not break VWAP. It's trying to break out that trend. QBTS, it gets right into Wednesday's high and continues to hold. It doesn't want to break it. So just like we said before, if it loses its trend, then I jump out of this trade and try to reload it at VWAP. So a lot of resistance at the prior day high. Let's just call it the prior day high. That way I don't have to mess up what day of the week it is there. So if we break this trend line down, I cover it, and we'll go the second one. The first one broke, and we covered some out. We'll get the rest out if it breaks this trend. It's going to move my stop to 6, just underneath 660 here on QBTS. As much as the market's weak, it's a quantum name that is up 9%. Believe it or not, because they had revenue of $23 million in 2024. $23 million with a market cap of $1.6 billion, and that's the reason why this quantum name is green today. It is what it is. I don't have to think it makes sense. I frankly don't think it makes sense, but it's a relief rally on this one.
All right. I don't know. I went to go get a coffee. I got to reconnect this. So who's over there? Fabian, I don't have my earpiece, and if you need anything, go to Neil. Okay, so look, at the 200 periods where we want to get it out, let's try to find some more names. I mean, I'm seeing SMR right now in the nuclear space try to do something right now. Flat on the day, but hitting again off the scanners, hitting that 200 period, moving average right now. So SMR right here right now. Nice battle back for the market. I mean, I think we picked the right name there with NVIDIA, but at the end of the day, Bitcoin and crypto still trying to go. I mean, IBIT right here, 53.50 in change right now. Nice bottom take there, 52.40. I mean, look at it bouncing right off the 50-period moving average again. IBIT, $52. Great trade there if you're able to grab that long. I still think there's a heck of a lot of opportunity in that one. In this death spiral downside, I'm wondering, darn it, I was hoping that DraftKings would be somewhere in a tradable zone for me, but it appears it is not. As DraftKings right now, we missed that bottom at 36.37. I thought over the last couple of days with this market being on the downside that DraftKings might be the other way around there. Looks like we pegged that one absolutely perfect. All right, back up to the 200 period moving average. Here we go, man, 136.75. We'll get another piece out. This will be our best out right there on NVIDIA so far on the day, 250. What's up, Elon in the chat? Any chance of Qs retesting? Yeah, the Qs are testing VWAP right now. So if you're looking at that play, yeah, I think that that's a good one there. What's up, Elon? And going higher. Look, we've already identified that buy zone for you. You're in it right now. It's why we went long NVIDIA. You know, I mean, this is what the trading's about. You know, you take a risk. Now, this one broke. Like, if you got stopped out, you would have got stopped out probably in and around that bottom. So even 21,000, 20,990, something like that. It does go down about 100 handles. So that's a stop worth taking. But then I wonder how many bought this back upside. And now, where would they stop out now? Like, where is a good level? What about right here, 21,190s? So I would say, can it break through VWAP and get a little bit higher? Yes, I would say it can. But are we in for that right now? That part, I'm not sure. The market, as I say all the time, is just going to trade. It's sort of as ebbs and flows. Like, look what NVIDIA just did. Obviously, it didn't go to 140, but you are starting to get going here on NVDA. If the big dog is going to lead the market, then we're here barking, baby, because there goes NVIDIA. It's a nice move back there to the upside. Now, Neil, not $1, not $2. This is now $3 in the money. We always talk about risk to reward. Have a good R&R on this one. We described this as we had it. This name for us today was a stop breaking through 134. So it's about a 30-cent worth of a risk for 300 cents. So right there, a 10-to-1 trade happening on NVIDIA.
Yeah, that candle obviously not real, everybody.
No.
Like, there's been a few of those as well on Tesla. If it had gone to 140, you'd hear a little bit more excitement for sure. But it might actually get to that level, the 140 level. Oh, you just want. Anyways, that 140 where you see that wick, that corresponds with big resistance from the prior.
Let me check that
prior
out.
day. So a lot of times you'll have those old dark pool prints will be at key prices from prior session or.
So that did hit on e-signal though. But yeah, but it did. It definitely didn't.
No, I don't. Yeah, there's one on. Look, Google has a kind of a couple of weird ones as well. Tesla has a couple of weird ones. So it does happen.
There's some sort of a dark pool. Yeah, like you said. Yeah.
But the Nasdaq just got through VWAP here, and it's starting to churn more to the upside. I still want to come back over and get long now that you're green. Well, I mean, Google is green, and then it's much ahead. It's far ahead of the Nasdaq, which is still 1% down. I do want to rejoin this at VWAP.
Oh my God.
We'll see if it does any kind of a pullback. QBTS is still on trend, but it might lose it here. All right, so just there's your trend. QBTS might not make it through the top at this point, which is okay. If it breaks back down underneath Wednesday's highs, I don't mind trying to reload this if it can bounce off VWAP. It'll also set up a break of Friday's or Wednesday's top here at 680. So I don't mind jumping out of this one to try and get back into it somewhere else. But Daryl Flinch saying, there we go on Square. Where's Bitcoin at? 94.5.
Yeah, ripping now. Was Daryl liking Square? I thought Square was a good bid.
Yeah, I like, whoa, down 4% on block.
Yeah. I saw that earlier. I don't know. I don't know what the story was.
Is there something on technical? It could just be technical break here through some lows.
PayPal's down pretty good too. Down
Affirm's down 5 points, so it could be like some fintech getting a little bit of a bleed. Obviously, I mean, we're not getting any rate cuts, so there's that. Well, I shouldn't say we're not getting any rate cuts. Obviously, with the strong number, increased probability that the Fed would have a longer pause is the proper way that I should frame that. But yeah, Square trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Oh, if Square gets to the 200 period moving average, shoot, that's a buy.
Yeah, it could be a little spicy down there.
It's still got another 10% to go, but I did mention that QBTS would come out if it broke the trend. So there it is. We'll zoom it back in. We'll wait for VWAP. We took it once. Underneath that $6 level, it couldn't hold. We took it a second time. It did hold the second time. I'll take it a third time if we show a bottoming pattern another time here on QBTS. But it is, I think, Google that I want a little bit more presently. I think it's a little bit closer to retesting VWAP than QBTS is. Let's go to Adara for Money Talks.
We're going to take a look here at the US dollar for a moment. We had this nice push into 110, then pulling back. This was motivated here as the market pushed down, the dollar pushed up with that much stronger than expected non-farm payrolls number for December. 256,000 jobs versus 164,000 expected. However, the number that moved the market down even further that I think is really worth noting are these one-year inflation expectations. Prior pinch, 2.8%. Expectation, 2.8%. Actual, 3.3%. So lots more people now expecting higher inflation a year from now than we had previously. The other thing that's worth noting here is Neil just mentioned maybe we'll see a little bit of a pause in the rate cycle. We actually have Bank of America coming out saying specifically after this jobs number, they don't think that there's any more cuts coming. They think that cycle's over, and they said at this point, the conversation should actually switch to rate hikes. That's really interesting. Very hawkish tone coming here from Bank of America. But we also have Fed Goolsbee saying that he's not really seeing much evidence of overheating, but if he does see any evidence of overheating, that'll be of note. So kind of mixed comments there from Fed Goolsbee. He actually, though, had positive things to say about this jobs number. He had no problem with the non-farm payrolls. So interesting notes there. But I think what we really have to look at here is the CME Fed Watch tool. Last time we took a look at this, it was about 93.6% here, thinking that there was no cut. Now 97.3% of participants saying no cut. This 2.7% are people thinking that there could be a 25 basis point cut. But basically, by and large, analysts and market participants are pricing in no cut, at least this month, and maybe none going forward, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, so it looks like right now, if you go out to March, it's 27%. At least that's what I'm seeing with the rate tool right now. So yeah, it's a little. I think it's a little bit lower. Kind of thought we'd see maybe more of a reaction than that, but for now, there is still, despite all that doom and gloom, you won't get any cuts, which isn't surprising me. You're going to get some shifting after that strong jobs number, but obviously 27%. We'll keep an eye on that. Maybe it'll shift a little bit more going into the afternoon. So we'll see there. Okay, Fubo, which we're in. I got to get over to AMD for a second because AMD just broke trend. It's going to talk Fubo, but we just lost VWAP on the NASDAQ. AMD did, and I didn't draw this trend line very well, but it is breaking underneath the trend line and back underneath the 116 level. So we're going to try to jump back into this one to the south side. Jaspreet Singh in the chat saying DKNG, but what is it doing? That's your bad boy. You like
we just talked about it.
Oh, we did? Okay. Yeah, we covered that one. It's at DraftKings at VWAP right now, so relatively strong name in DraftKings, but I want to try to get back over to AMD to the south side, as that's now underneath VWAP, breaking trend, and going to close underneath VWAP and underneath the trend line as well. I think it wouldn't shock anybody if the market retests the lows, AMD, I think, retests the lows. I think that's pretty simple. Oh, there was one chip name with only 5 minutes to go here. I was forgetting something.
Always.
ARM somehow, magically, still holding on to the 50-period moving average. The stock doesn't seem to want to break it. If this does not ever if the market retakes the low and this holds 138, I'm going to like some longs in ARM this afternoon. It somehow manages to always seem to catch a bid much earlier than the other chip names.
We just did it again right there on NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA falls right into it. And good call there. Who asked me about VWAP on the NASDAQ? Boom, huge trade. And again, that's what it's all about for our community. It's learning off of each other. And just you guys knew, the minute we sat down here and Adara first turned on her PC, I was like, just look at VWAP, nothing else. And that right there gave you the futures trade twice. There and there again, congratulations. We'll play VWAP long side on this name. Look what happens to NVIDIA, man. We got long at 136.04, taking it out now 30s, taking it out now 35s for a nice little win again on the back end of this NVIDIA pull back through. So we want to stay long on NVIDIA in case it wants to go one more time. We were just in the money $3, remember, right there, and took it out. So what's been a great trade here today, NVDA continues to work. Stop zone 135.50. We break through the 50-period moving average, and we are gone on that one. So 135.75 in case you don't hear back from us on this trade. That's where my stop is, 135 and change. Rigetti will be, again, another big, huge name today. I don't have any losing trades on, obviously, not obviously, but because we've only traded twice. And we've talked about all of the trades that we've had. So there's the Rigetti trade, was a monster. Here's the NVIDIA trade. The NVIDIA trade right now is starting to get a little bit spicy. So we'll say the bears are coming back in, down into the 50-period moving average on the futures. So we do take that advantage and get a little bit longer in the tooth right there. Spin it again, Neil, as the rich get richer with NVIDIA right now. I mean, that's just a big stock here. I don't know if people are long this name or not, but there's another dip buy opportunity, and we can go bang, bang, bang on that one as Moneybag Yo on NVIDIA just comes back in. We just went long 80s there, right up into the teens again. Another 35-cent winner there on NVDA. So there we go, man. And look, I trade NVIDIA with the same shares as these Fubos and all these kind of things. So sometimes when moves happen, I'm getting out ASAP. So again, trade the same size for the strategy, as Neil said, that works for you. You guys can ask us any day how these strategies are working out for us, and we will tell you. Right? That's what I'm telling you. So far today, 2 for 2 on these plays, and it's a good day. So let's just continue to do this, continue to scalp, stay in our lane. As we say, there's no more important thing to do than that, as has been highlighted by us here today. So, all right, there he goes, 136 and change. Just starting to get some out here as the market needs to hold the 50-period moving average. So far, so good. People like SPY calls? I don't know.
I see SPY calls, Jan 17,585. John Womack just said.
Womack.
Joe Motts, we'll get there in a quick little second. Joe Motts, Snapchat. I know we've talked about the TikTok and Meta thing, but obviously Snapchat is also blasting as well. I did add to Fubo underneath VWAP. It's kind of a head and shoulders. We were long early off of VWAP, but once it's a failed breakout, we jump into the short side of the trade. We'll see if it gets back into the low. I know Fubo's been a great runner, but now it's successive higher lows. Or lower highs, I should say. Lower high, lower high, lower high, and then again, lower high. So got to be willing at times to reverse it. I'd rather be long Fubo, but I mean, it's making lower highs, and the market is relatively weak.
Yeah.
Snapchat is an absolute, like Meta, Snapchat is a rocket ship. It's up 6.5%. Let's go to the daily charts quickly for you guys. This $13 thing on Snapchat is a problem, and it again failed $13. And then again, reversed off at $13. I shouldn't say the word fail because it's still early enough in the day. If it can hold and break out a fresh high, this is a huge breakout opportunity on Snapchat. It just tends to sell off and not hold a 13. I think if it makes a fresh high, it's probably a breakout trade today, du jour. So worth keeping an eye on. I actually wouldn't mind joining it now that Fubo doesn't look like as much of a long to me. I don't have any small cap names that I really like this afternoon yet, and I think Snapchat could do that if it breaks 13.30. AMD first bid at 115.65. I love the way that Sharif always loves to say AMD, which I'm sure he'll do a couple of times for you guys there. So still just in Fubo short and AMD. Apple just made a low of the day without market just turned off of VWAP, and Apple just turned off of its low of the day. Yeah, it's definitely taking it on the chin. Apple's going to present some good buy opportunities if it keeps up this kind of weakness. Not yet for me yet. I'm not buying the dip on Apple personally yet, but it's starting to get close.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm waiting as well to pick up some more shares, hopefully a little bit lower. The only name that I think is getting close to a buy zone, I mean, I think, like we had said before a couple times about NVIDIA into this 130 area, I think that would be something, again, just to nibble on in case you get another good story, and then NVIDIA just rips up. I mean, we were just at 130, then it went to 150, it made the high, its all-time highs in like 6 days right there again. So, all right, so NVIDIA's about to break lower, which is perfectly fine by us. Our stop is right here, right now. We said that this is where we're gonna stop out as the market. Great trade there off VWAP. We're back at 2 o'clock. So far so good here today. Good trades. I only traded 2 names. We'll go 2 for 2 there today.
Cubit's just
QBTS, yeah. Some names are starting to flush right now.
Oh wow,
including Rigetti off of that $10.80 $11 mark. So that was a name that's coming back in as well. I still want to pick up some NVIDIA at some point as well. So Meta, yeah. I mean, there's lots of huge names. Look, guys, for me today, big day, right? P&L is right where we need it to be. It's a big one for us. And people are saying, like, so many missed opportunities. Of course there is. But for me, though...
Meta wasn't on...
Right, like, you have to have goals, and we hit them. We hit our goals pretty early today, and we just sort of started to relax on some of the trading that we had done heading into the weekend. So, again, good day today. All right, congratulations. I guess. Congratulations to the Buffalo Bills. Early congratulations.
Well, let's not. Actually, no. I'm not. Yeah. I am counting my chickens before they're hatched.
I think
I am counting my chickens. No, the Buffalo Bills are going to run ramshot on Sunday, so I feel pretty good about it. But before we get to that, I am a Big Ten. I'm a Big Ten fan, so I'm going to say go Ohio State. So that's the one that comes here tonight. Hopefully we can agree on that, Sharif, because that's where Zeke went to school. So you have to like. I'm sure you're going to like the Buckeyes tonight, as it should be a good game between them and Texas. Nothing against Texas.
Ezekiel Elliott.
I just like the Big Ten. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
But he signed with a better team. He signed with the Chargers.
Yeah, but Zeke is not going to get much run.
Not going to get any run at all, but...
He's just emergency
Maybe he can feel like what a win feels like, maybe. Well, the Chargers will win that game.
I think that might be closer than people are... Cause
it's only a 3-point spread. Chargers, Houston.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Houston's pretty fraudulent.
Well, I mean, they got a good QB.
Yeah,
they got a good coach.
No, they don't have Tank Dell. They don't have
That's the
Stefan
problem.
Diggs.
They don't have
their running
receivers.
game is not. They don't have John Harbaugh there.
Yeah. Okay, I know we're supposed to go over. Let's see if
We don't have to go over.
that's what's up.
They
with
probably would
Sharif.
rather go to a higher quality show. So, so there we go. So,
Those comments.
yeah, man. I mean, I'm trying to be. Hey, here's the quad box.
There it
again,
is.
You know, a man named
I like the
Brady
quad
brought
box.
this joke up yesterday as well. So,
like
all right, we should do more of this. We actually talked about. We're probably going to.
saying that.
We're going to change more of the format of the show that is coming. So hopefully we'll be able to figure that out and do more of this. But yeah, great day trading so far today. Let's throw it back over to the midday guys. It's
get 'em, boys.
11:03.
Appreciate you, Katina, man.
I got you. Ciao.
Give me the fill, give me the fill, give me the fill. Now, what is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known, or actually during the midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. I'm Sharif, and let's see how many people we got. Okay, we got a couple people. We got Darwin, we got Ezekiel Lapera, and Darth Buddha. Shout out to them as well. Greg Moore, Racer X9, and Paul Goodson. Don't get trader. We got Daniel Vargas in Pillsbury, Jimmy Jane, the Piper, 605, I guess, V maybe, Jonathan Mancella, Phil Rich, Rock Doc, as well as Vicky Novak, one of the OGs there, BGZ, Max. We got Matthew Cabral as well, Joseph, with Random Oddities, Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo. Who else we got here? Roving One, Bright Awakening as opposed to Dark Awakening, you know. Sam Al, we got Bob the Builder. Oh,
Haley in the house.
Bob? Is that you from Home Improvement? Shout out to Fox. Yeah, I know. Who else we got? We got Diggity Risk, Ralph Woodward, KZ. Hola. Hola to you too, my man. We got Ella and Idris, Northwest Sasquatch, as opposed to the Northwest Yeti. Being kind of both the same. Bigfoot.
Are they cousins? Or?
I think so. One is like Asian, one's North American. I'm assuming. I don't know, Joseph. He's too hard. We got Trader. We got Dante. Shout out to Mr. Thumbs Up. Everything good on my side. Good morning, my man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. You know, I was just thinking in my head, looking at myself in the camera here. I think your boy needs a haircut. So, yeah, let me get this.
I don't know, man. I kind of like the longer look a little bit.
Yeah,
What
get
do you?
this mop dealed with.
Mop?
Yeah.
I don't know about that, bro.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's dwindling up there, so it's...
Yeah, you keep saying that, but it really isn't.
Bro, I don't know, man. I would say otherwise, but I mean, guys, we got a little bit of a mixed day. Yeah, we got a mixed day here, Sharif. I know you got a lesson, so let's just talk about what's going on this far. I mean, from a top-performing sector standpoint, we got energy at the top of its class, XLE, only up about 0.3% here, and then we got utilities sitting in second. About 0.1%, and then XLV Healthcare up about 0.3 as well, or down about 0.3. So we only got two green sectors so far. We know that the employment rate came out as well this morning too. So as well as non-farm payrolls. Sending the market down, and I heard Brando say we're back kind of in that sentiment where good news is bad news, and we talked about this before. So just hovering around that, the market rejecting the volume-weighted average price, the SPY and the Qs that is, and now heading back south of VWAP. So yeah, let's see what we got going on for this session. The volatility stepping in, the VIX stepped up as well too today.
Yeah, it did.
Guys, so that's what we need here in the world of day trading is more.
That's the only thing, and we're gonna have 4 years of Twitter-induced or X-induced volatility. Thanks to your boy.
We like the retruths, man.
Yeah, retruths. I had to re-download that because I downloaded it originally, then removed it because nobody was using it. Now he's on it all the time. He's making it a point. I'm talking about Donald Trump to post on True Social, not on X, and then everybody takes his posts on True Social and then throws it back on X. There's in fact an account called Donald Trump's posts on Truth, and then it's like an entirely verified account. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's get to this trade right here before we start on the lesson du jour. DAPL TS, small cap gapper extraordinaire here, up 73%. We've had a symphony of prints on this one. Initially in at 485, best print I have right now, 570, but I'm waiting at 588 because I want to hit that dollar banger. Here we go, 575 again. I'm lamenting not having added at 5 1/3. There was a clear area of previous resistance, should have acted as support this time. So this one's really going, guys. It's the best looker right now in small cap gapper world. And there isn't too much today to trade in small cap gapper world, in my humble submission, because we don't even have a triple digit winner. This number one, a DATS, excuse me, is the number one gapper right now, up 72% since 4 a.m., 51% since that dang bell rung. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I've got one more out. So either I get stopped out at 485 because I've moved my stop into my entry, or I get the print at 588. Let's see which one comes first, because I'm not taking it out anywhere south of that. So let's continue to watch these ones. I'll get to the lesson in a second, but I just want to show you, these are the small cap gappers. I'm watching top left-hand corner, obviously the one I'm involved in right now, DATS. But AMPX is a looker right now as well. I mean, it comes into that 390 area of previous support, holds up there. We weasel back into 4. It's not a big mover like DATS is, giving you dollars. This one's more like giving you 20 pennies or so. Let's see how that one ends up panning out. I've got Hoth. We traded Hoth well earlier in the week, so keep an eye on that. And then QBTS, the big boys there on the morning show, we're letting you know that this one was retracing off the high 6 3/4 on a QBTS. But let me tell you, it's an inside day in a technical sense on QBTS, with 680 the high from the previous day and 465 the low. So we're kind of in no man's land right now on this quantum name. It is up 2.87%, nothing really to write home about, but we're going to keep an eye on that. It's definitely on the side chart and will be traded if it warrants a trade. So let's get right now to the lesson du jour, baby. We're talking about these triple tops. We're talking about these triple bottoms. They don't occur all that often. So, you know, the lesson here, you may not be using it all that often, but it behooves us to know about it. So let's get right to it. In this lesson, which again is based on John J. Murphy's book, Technical Analysis of These Dang Financial Markets, we will discuss triple tops and bottoms, which is a key reversal pattern. Like we've been talking, all these patterns we've been talking about the last week and a half, they're all reversal patterns, okay? In technical analysis, that signal significant market shifts. So similar to the double tops and the double bottoms, the counterparts of these these patterns occur after a trend has already been established. We'll get to that in a second, but it behooves us always to look at the trend that precedes the pattern formation, okay? And then we will also expand on the content as provided by your boy John Jay in his book, and complement it with insights from the CMT materials, which nicely I have access to thanks to your boy Nosboss over there. The Charter Market Technician exam materials will add a little bit of color into this lesson. So let's get right to it as we always do. Oh, I got stopped out, or did I get the print? Oh, I got the print, boy! There we go. We're going to hit that dollar club. Okay, there we go. I thought I got stopped out, but there is. DATS is going, guys. It's going to take out 6. It's about to take out 6. There's a seller of note at 6 over here. It's up 86%. There goes 6. So we'll, you know, obviously trade this with caution because it is getting a little extended. If it's still tradable after we're done the lesson, you can bet your bottom dollar I will be getting back into it. So the structure and the characteristics of these triple tops. Let's start with that. The triple top, you get 3 distinct peaks all around or near the same price level. They don't have to be exact, okay? It occurs after a bullish uptrend. So we have to look at the trend preceding the triple top. Was it higher highs and higher lows? It has to be. Otherwise, the triple top may just be negligible. It might be just any, you know, just random pattern showing up on the chart. The breakdown of the triple top occurs when the price falls below the support level established by the lowest point between the peaks. So this is going to have 2 troughs. So unlike your double top, which has 1 trough, or your triple bottoms, which has 1 crest, this one's going to have 2. So you're looking at the break of the lower of the 2, the lower crest or the lower trough of the 2. This is kind of what it looks like. Top 1, top 2, and you can see here top 3 doesn't quite make it up to the level of top 1 or 2. What are you laughing at? What's going on?
Bro, one of the comments in the chat.
What?
I'm not even gonna read it, man. It's wild. I'll
Just read it.
Bro, it says, Sharif, you drop it hot. Joe, you feel nice enough? I'd let you date my sister. Kill it. Print it. I
don't know what to say to that. What do you say to that? I don't know.
I don't know.
What you say to that.
I don't know, man.
I love the chat. Undefeated.
I don't even
Undefeated.
know what that means, but I appreciate that.
All right, let's get back to the list. Thank you for letting us know. That was a good chuckle, bro. All right, so the triple bottoms, kind of the same thing. Here, the structure of the triple bottoms, you get 3 distinct troughs all at or around the same price. And they occur again after a bearish downtrend. So we need to look at the trend that preceded the triple bottom. Did we have lower lows and lower highs? We need to for the trend, for the pattern to be accurate, okay? And then the breakout on the triple bottom occurs when the price rises above the resistance set by the highest points in between the troughs. This is what we're looking at. Bottom 1, bottom 2, bottom 3. I would submit to you the first area trough is higher than the second area trough, so you're weaseling in as a long on the break, a closing print above this break over here. I don't care if it wicks, bro. It's got to close above there. I want to see that money committed after 4 p.m. That's when I get interested. So keep your eye on the closing print as opposed to a wick. Don't be hasty into the trade. The psychology behind the pattern is also really important, right? So similar to other reversal patterns, like those, head and shoulders, rounded bottoms, triple tops and bottoms, or double tops and bottoms, the triple tops and the triple bottoms reflect the psychological battle between bulls and bears. So in the triple top, buyers have attempted multiple times to push the price beyond resistance, but the sellers continue to hold firm, leading to price stagnation. When the third attempt fails on the triple top, it often signals that buyers are starting to lose strength and a bearish reversal is likely imminent. The converse, or the opposite, is true for the triple bottoms. Sellers try to push the price lower 3 times, but fail to break it through support. When buyers successfully push the price above the resistance, so above that key area crest, it reflects a shift in the market control towards the bulls, okay? Which is kind of what I like. All right, so how do you confirm or validate the trend? Let's talk a little bit about the methodology here. So both patterns require confirmation through a decisive break of either support or resistance, okay? Often accompanied by, as Joe would love to hear, increased volume, okay? This is the key in distinguishing valid breakouts and breakdowns from false ones. So let's talk a little bit about that. Volume confirmation, super important. The CMT materials here really stress the importance of volume as a confirming factor. A breakout that occurs with significant volume, I'll submit to you, is more likely to indicate a true reversal, whereas a breakout or breakdown, again on low volume, may indicate a false signal. And there's also a time frame consideration here we need to take into account. So for longer term triple tops and triple bottoms, these are considered more reliable. And we've talked about this with respect to other patterns. There is 2 aspects to measuring the pattern. There is the length, the height, which measures price, and there is the width, which measures time. The longer a pattern has formed, over the longer period, I should say, the pattern has formed on, the more reliable the pattern becomes. So just to basically kind of surmise that, longer term triple tops and triple bottoms are considered more reliable. For instance, patterns forming over several months are typically stronger than those that appear over a shorter time period, such as just a few weeks, okay? And this is kind of what we're talking about over here. You're weaseling along your merry way, you get your triple bottom, and then you get the big boy break. And it's submitting to you to take profits here. I would disagree with that. I would basically use, a trailing stop. Percentage-based trailing stop, or one based on ATR to account for that. I wouldn't necessarily just take profits at a random area. And let's talk about the measuring implications. Just kind of got to that I briefly glossed over that. So once a breakout occurs, you've broken above the area crest, the highest area crest on a triple bottom, or you've broken down below the lowest area trough on the triple top. Once that breakout or breakdown occurs, traders often use the height of the pattern, measured from the highest peak to the lowest trough. Super easy there to kind of measure, to estimate the expected move. This height is then projected from the breakout area or the breakdown area to the point to establish a price target. So for example, in a triple top, you subtract the height from the breakout, which is a support level, to calculate the potential downside target. The opposite is true in the triple bottom, where you add the height to the breakout point, which is the resistance level, to estimate the upside target. There it is. You measure from over here. Basically, they're all equidistant in terms of these area crests. You measure from here to there, and then you just project that up from the breakout area, and then you're wetting your beak over here. But I would just take initial profits here. I wouldn't take everything out. Hey, let's talk about some of the, actually, we're going to pause a little bit here, and then we're going to talk soon about the practical applications to trading this pattern. We'll talk about the trade entry, your stop loss placement, volume analysis, price targets, and the much maligned false breakouts, who I hate very much. Joseph.
Yeah, false breakouts. Those are absolutely frustrating because they just turn into liquidity grabs at the end of the day. And we had that scenario kind of happen to us, I think, a couple of days ago. I forget on the ticker, but it looked like, it was the Qs. So it looked like we were going to broke through some key resistance levels. That volume did step in, but sure enough, it was just a liquidity grab so that we can continue to the southeast there. But as of right now, guys, punched in and out of some IBIT. Let's see if we can continue to move higher. Kyle Burdett and I were talking earlier in the chat just about some puts. And I said, you know what, dude, your thesis may not be wrong, but when you start selling, or when you start buying puts with only a week or two until expiration, I don't think that gives enough time for your thesis to play out. And Kyle's like, yeah, I think I agree with that. So it's just always worth it to buy more time, even though, yeah, you're paying less money, but you need that thesis to play out extremely rapidly and quick, because within the last week, until the expiration, until that cycle ends, theta just picks up steam and it'll just diminish and chew up the value of those contracts. So just through experience and time, it was always better for me. I realized that to just pay for more time, right? Because then you can still have the ability to use that leverage aspect of the options, but the time decay isn't going to diminish your thesis. Like you could be correct, and we all know that timing is one of the hardest things to acquire. Like having consistent timing and being accurate is one of the hardest things to do in the market. But again, if you don't give yourself enough time for those theses to play out, then it doesn't mean anything essentially. So always more time, pay for more time. I was looking at some IBIT leaps, Kyle, and again, for something that is expiring 2 years out, it costs half the amount still. So again, you're still getting that value, but you're also giving yourself, you're still getting that ability to leverage your positions, but you're also giving yourself enough time for that trade to work out, right? Because that's the killer of options is time decay, all right? So yeah, just LIB just sell options is great. In times of this market, which is going to lead to my next part, you don't want to be selling options with the increase in volatility. You want to wait until volatility is essentially peaked and then back on the way down, because you can get squeezed when you're writing options, right? So this is going to lead on to my next point here, Sharif, is this inverse correlation in between the VIX and the overall market here, such as the Qs. So just look at this from a daily perspective. So this is what we refer to as the volatility index or the fear index. And when we start to sell and have bearish sentiment in the market, the VIX will start to pick up. And you can see what day this is without even having to look it up. This is the FOMC day right here, guys. And what happens as we sell? The VIX picks up steam and goes up over 80% in the session, all right? So yeah, at that point, when it's peaked, because that's an anomaly, that doesn't happen too often, there is when you want to start writing and selling options. I like that thesis, all right? So now let's take a look at the Qs here, okay? So as you guys can see, let's just just mark this here, take a mental note from FOMC, that rate decision, that hawkish cut, take a look at the VIX, and now let's take a look at the Qs here from a daily perspective. So now you guys see that inverse correlation between the two. Market sells off, VIX goes up, all right? Market goes up, VIX goes down. Same thing, market goes down, VIX up, and etc. So here we are at the base of some support level here on the overall markets, and let's see what happens here. I think that we do break down, Kyle and I were talking to go back onto that Bitcoin point. I do think that we break that $92,000 mark. Sharif and I were talking about it. So I do think we're just kind of prolonging that to some aspect. A little bit of a liquidity grab, but again, just be patient and give yourself some time on those contracts, and make sure if you're an options writer that you're keeping an eye on the VIX. I'm going to hold on to this IBIT. If we break 53, let's see what the price is here. If we break 53.09, I'm at a dodge, and then we're going to reassess the situation. So yeah, other than that, what do you got going on there?
I just weaseled into AMPX. I got awfully close to the volume weighted average price. So I've gotten into it here. I'm only giving it 10 pennies worth of risk. And the reason is, number one, the small cap gappers are a little anemic today. Relatively speaking, of course, we're comparing to previous days, this past month, these past 2-3 months. They're not as aggressive today. They're not as strong. There's not as many, full stop. So what we need to do is we need to account for that variation and trade it accordingly. So I'm going to have to give these ones much tighter amount of room, because I feel like that they may have the propensity to retrace and to give back today. So AMPX up 28%. Here are the details. That was very anticlimactic. I'm sorry. All right, $428 million market cap, so it's technically not a small cap gapper. It's traded about 5.7 million shares today with a float of 22.1 million shares. And let's bring down trade ideas and find out what the short float is. About 5%, could be as old as 2 weeks, that data point. So decent. Nothing really to write home about whether with respect to float or the short float. I'm in it because VWAP is at 377. I weaseled in at 88, so I'm going to give that one to a skosh below VWAP. AMPX, we're in it right now. Adara is at the green screen.
Green screen here is looking pretty red on this sector board. Lots of sectors to the downside, but one sector with a lot of sharply red names is going to be the technology services sector. So we're going to take a look at 3 tickers in that sector that are weak on the day with news catalysts, starting with Oracle. ORSL down almost 5% right now on Wednesday night here. So again, we had the market off on Thursday. Wednesday night, we do have a report from Bloomberg suggesting that ARM is looking to acquire Ampere Computing. Ampere Computing is actually a chip designer that has been backed by Oracle. So ARM, I guess, looking to step on Oracle's territory here. Oracle to the downside. Next up here we have Netflix. NFLX. I was mentioning here I couldn't find a catalyst on this name with that sharp drop off the open. They did actually have, double the WWE Raw numbers that we're seeing on USA Today. But Netflix actually had a massive insider sell. So one of its directors, Richard N. Barton, selling 96.3% of his Netflix shares, selling $5.6 million worth of NFLX. So looks like this director is not looking super bullish on NFLX. Last but not least here, CRM here, Salesforce. This looks like a bit of a case of buy the rumor, sell the news. We know there's a massive spike here when CRM initially kind of announced that they were going to be having this agent force, which is basically their AI sales assistants. Once this is actually launched, it looks like CRM is falling to the downside. So again, buy the rumor, sell the news for Salesforce here, guys. Make sure to like, subscribe, and participate in our various midday polls, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara.
What am I in?
And here is the poll. We almost have 1,000 votes. We've barely been live for half an hour. We have 999. There it is. We got 1,000. So let's see what we're voting on here. Oh, baby. We got some big hitters here, guys. And NVIDIA seems to get the love no matter who's on the board. NVIDIA, 57%. Calm down, chat. AMD. I thought you guys would be voting for AMD because it's getting shellacked. I thought you guys would be voting for Apple because it's getting shellacked. They're only barely in double digits here, 17%, 12%. And then your boy Netflix. Netflix is down 4% of the day, only getting 14% here. Hey, I'm not complaining about it. I'm just questioning it. That's all. But yeah, great contribution from you guys. Get your votes in. I'm seeing it.
Sorry, would you say Netflix was down?
4%. 3.91.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, it was 4% when I said it. Yeah. SILO being yelled about here in the chat. Small cap gapper finding its way onto the scene. it doesn't impress me that much. It's a $1 a name. It's done 2.2 million shares. That ain't going to cut it. So that doesn't mean that it's going to continue to do a low amount of shares. Once, if the volume picks up, then we can get involved. It's a great looking chart pattern though, but I'm not impressed with said volume. Closed out at $1.71 yesterday, which also happens to be that volume weighted average price. Let me throw the ticker on there so everyone can follow along. No, it is not a nuclear silo. Calm down. This company, what does this company do? A pharma. They're a developmental stage biopharma company focused on developing novel therapeutics. Shocking. Wow. They're trying to develop novel therapeutics as opposed to older ones, Joe. You know, because that seems to be a lot of business. No, I'm being funny. You don't have to concentrate. Don't worry about it. SILO breaking through to 207. The 10 exponential has been very well respected here on the way up. On a closing basis, it did initially wick below and hit the 20. I like it possibly at this $1.85 over here to $1.80 because there's price action resistance in and around there. If that area doesn't hold, I'm looking for VWAP, but I won't be punching in at these highs. We're doing well here on AMPX. There we go again. So we're going to move up into, we're going to put another beak wetter here at 98 to front run any size at 4. And quite frankly, we know there's size at 4. There's resistance at 4. I don't know if there's size. What happened over here was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1-minute candle rejection at that $4 area, and then we made a newer low. So that is a problem, obviously. So we're going to wet our beak right here. There it is. And now we're going to set up north of 4. So if this bad boy does want to break out 4, we'll have a resting order ready here on AMPX. So keep your eye out on this one. It does have resistance at 4, but it is up 30%, and there are not too many small cap gappers trading today or trading all that well. And there you go, rejects right off 4. Kind of shocked. Zion Lala, shout out to you, my man. Zion was asking me, he's like, bro, you know, why did you, how'd you control your emotions taking DATS? So a couple of reasons. I don't take big size on the show. That's just my modus operandi. Number 2, I have a very clear understanding of what we're doing with these small cap gappers. And I've mentioned this before. There is this informal method that I use, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, specifically for small cap gappers. When you get too far extended away from the 10 exponential on the 5 with these small cap gappers, almost always you have a pullback near, doesn't have to touch, near the 10 exponential, okay? So that's kind of what I was gauging there when I was involved in this. It was well above the 10 exponential, so I said it was time to take profits in and around this area. Doesn't mean that the trade is done. I do like this at around 5 2/3 to 5.5, given that we whiffled and waffled at that level. That's also the 10 exponential there, so it could find a bit of a bounce. It's up 82%. We'll keep an eye on this one. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, sorry, I was just working on some technical difficulties here, but we have a super chat here. And a great question as well too.
I can take over while you fix all this.
I think we're okay here. Yeah, just give me one more. We'll send it off to Adara, and then we'll send it back to me because we got a super chat. So, we'll.
AAPL. You might remember Ming-Chi Kuo. He is that Apple analyst here, supply chain analyst who mostly talks about Apple, saying as of right now that Apple may face, quote, more severe challenges in 2025. So a bit of a bearish note on Apple. Earlier today, he actually had a bit of a bearish note in Tesla as well, saying that their Q1 2025 production is likely to drop by around 5 to 10%. So Ming-Chi Kuo breaking in on Apple. Bit of a volume increase here to the downside for AAPL. New day's lows down about 4%, guys.
Oh, no. Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, we got a $2 super chat, much appreciated from Stevenson. I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name there, but much appreciated. As always, Joe, is 110 a better level to buy AMD August options? Well, this is what I'm going to say about AMD right now. There is absolutely nothing, I wouldn't say positive going for this, but the overall sentiment for this stock is extremely weak, okay? We don't want to be trying to fight trends. We don't want to be trying to milk a stone or trying to anticipate any position that may work out. Let's wait until we get a couple positive catalysts under this stock's name and under this company's name in order for us to decide that, hey, we are now bullish on AMD. As of right now, there is no case to necessarily be bullish on that stock other than you get some value within the pricing. The PE is starting to come down, and I understand that as the price starts to depreciate. But if you really want that trade to work out for you using an options contract, wait for those catalysts to come in, wait for earnings. Let's see if we get any big reports or anything like that. And we know with I guess the best thing for the market or for this stock when you have those earnings report is surprise. So if we get any form of surprise with the upcoming earnings report or even before that, we will be able to identify that within the technicals of this stock. So again, I'm not looking to trade AMD. If you're looking to sell cash secured at 110, then by all means, but right now, just sit and wait. There's nothing to say, yeah, AMD's ready to turn around from a technical standpoint or even from a fundamental standpoint. I think waiting for that earnings report to come out is going to be extremely important. So being patient, waiting for those opportunities to arise are significantly better than just buying the contracts and then say in a couple of months it starts working. Totally fine. I mean, August gives you plenty of time, but then you're just going to throw away 2 months of time value waiting for this stock or anticipating for the stock to get some good news under it when it may not come when you're expecting it. So that's usually how the market works. You have a plan. You think something's going to happen, but it just outweighs you. It can wait longer than what you can wait for, especially using options contracts. So that's just my 2 cents. If you want to buy those 110 calls, by all means, go for it, but just make sure you put all those factors into play and I wouldn't say reconsider, but just consider what those ideas may affect that trade or that thesis. So yeah, that's my thought on AMD. Tried a couple stabs here on IBIT, folks. Going to continue to the south side. I know Kyle Burdett's in that one, so hopefully that's working out really well. Trading around $53 and heading south on IBIT. I do think that Bitcoin is going to break this $92,000 mark, as I mentioned before, just kind of prolonging that idea as we just hold on onto these levels of support, Sharif. I don't know how many more times we can bang into this level. I don't know how many times we can test these levels without punching through. So who knows what's going to happen there. I think if we do break and continue to prolong that, then that selling to the downside might be slightly years.
All right, here we go. MSW, new small cap gapper, halted at 1058. Down it goes. 945. It will halt here if we have a few more seconds at this price. It could be a false halt. We've seen that in spades with these small cap gappers. And there it is, halted to the downside. Theoretical auction price, $9, halted $9.45. You will always see the tap on my screen with these small cap gappers right where I'm showing you there. See where it says TAP? Now you may need to zoom in, but that's the beautiful thing about having YouTube, baby. You can zoom in using your fingers. 850 now. Oh, baby. This is going to break down big boy here. MSW, it was, these ones are around for a good time, guys. They're not around for a long time, so trade them and trade them carefully. I'm very interested here on SILO to weasel in. This is price action resistance, and this is where we held up. Coincidence? No. Not that I believe. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in. And we're going to get in. We got in at 88s. What did I do on AMPX? Why am I short? I'm not short AMPX. Guys, the position board is wrong. Yeah, it said, sorry, thank you. It said I was short AMPX. I'm certainly not. So anyway, we're long here. SILO. I'm long at 88s. Here we go. We're going to set up at 93 for the first beak wetter and then set up at 98. So we're going to look for the bounce. So again, the only reason I'm into this is price action resistance right at that 945 candle. We end up, obviously rejecting it, work our way right back up. So we hold up at this level, generally this $1.84, $1.85. There we go. First print. Let's see if we can get 98s. 97s now on the dang ask. We need to cross over 98s for me to get printed. Likely to have some resistance with that $2 area with SILO. So pack your patience there with this one. 1 penny spread for now. I've seen it wider. Up 14%. Not the biggest mover, guys, but definitely behooves us to trade whatever is available to trade on the day. Again, 98s now showing up on the ask. And there we go. Am I going to get filled, bro? No, wow. 5 penny spread now. That's why. It was a 1 penny spread. No, Adara, not with these small cap gappers. I love when she gets excited when she hears spread, but not in this case. Yeah, that is fair. 98s now on the ask. 94s on the bid. It was 1 penny. Now it's full. There we go. Now we get the print. Good, good, good. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Now, AMPX, a bit of a problem. So we talked about that $4 being an area of resistance given what it did over here at around 11 o'clock. And that's why I took the print at 4. We haven't gotten anything above 4 for a hot minute. I'm waiting at 403s or whatever. Shout out to the highway. No, seriously though. So we'll see. We'll see if we get printed on this one. I've already moved up my stop to this area trough. So if it doesn't hold this 380 area, we're Gonzino. We're in at 88, so we'll have to risk a little bit there. Joseph, what do you got?
Okay, yes, sir. I mean, just sitting here in some of this I-bit long, we don't got too much size on it, next to nothing really. To see if we can start to recover. From a daily standpoint, not looking the best, but that's okay. Let's take a look at MSTR. A lot of people in the chat want to talk about MicroStrategy. So let's talk a little Michael Saylor here. Yeah, let's see what's going on from a daily perspective. I mean, we're quite off those all-time highs. That was tight, squeezy type price action, right? So about just under 40% off those all-time highs on Michael Saylor, and continuing to move south side with the overall market. Again, I don't have too much to say about this. Everybody knows his game plan. Everybody knows that it's in his thesis and business venture, our business plan to just acquire as much Bitcoin as possible. As we just hover around in this $90,000 area on Bitcoin, I expect to see the same type of price action within MicroStrategy. So as we go and test those lows and the overall market is continuing to sell, I don't think it's any time to buy. I mean, you can buy the dips on it, but just if you're looking to allocate a position and start a position on this, don't just go full throttle here. Look to break that up a little bit, okay? So you get 10% here, 20% here, 30% there. So you're kind of averaging into that if you have a long-term plan on MicroStrategy, but just don't go all in at once, because if there is more downside, then your average isn't going to be that good, and there's not much you can do about it other than just realize the loss and then look to restart that position. So yeah, that's the look on MicroStrategy. I think as Bitcoin starts to appreciate, MSTR will start to recover anyways, but we broke through some key levels, and you can see that volatility really start to kick in. But it was just this massive engulfing candle that did MicroStrategy really dirty. Like, what a volume session this was, and just engulfed an extended period of time here on the daily. So yeah, that's MSTR. I do think it will start to recover. It's going to be a little bit more of a tougher one, I think, because of how volatile it was, and it was gamma squeezy. So yeah, a lot of shorts getting squeezed out there, but now heading back to the south side is MSTR. But yeah, there is some IBIT there, guys. Let's take a look at the Qs as well, too. Somewhat short. I'm looking for it to break some support levels here and see if we can continue to the south side, because the market is relatively weak. Tesla punched through the volume-weighted average price, but then had the inability to hold it for an extended period of time. Now trading below it, as the rest of the market is as well too. Other than the airlines are one of the hotter, I guess, sectors, transportation being that, in the market right now, Sharif, because we know Delta had a pretty good earnings report, raising 25 guidance as well too. So the outlook is positive on there. We're looking to have record years for Delta. So just look for the strength, look for the continuation in strength with the strong names, and look for the continuation of weakness within the weak names. So yeah, don't fight the trend. Don't try to milk any stones. Let's see what Adara has over at the big desk.
To do our earnings segment here, this was on hold a bit because we didn't really have many earnings, but now that earnings season is starting to come back, this segment will return as well. Starting here with Delta, we just heard airlines there from Joe. Delta beating on earnings per share and for sales. They also did here guide pretty well for Q1 2025, expecting 7 to 9% revenue growth. So that is actually above the consensus estimate of around 5%. Their operating margin here and EPS guidance also decent. They're the lower end of their EPS guidance for Q1 2025. Actually missed estimates. For the fiscal year, though, their CEO, Ed Bastian, basically saying that he thinks it's going to be one of the best years for them financially. So keep an eye on DAL. WPA, this is quite the rounded top here at Walgreens Boots Alliance, but they're still up here about 21%. Basically posting an EPS beat and a sales beat, and they also maintain their guidance for EPS for fiscal 2025. They have not, though, provided guidance for the fiscal year for sales. So keep an eye on that sales guidance. the lower end of their guidance for EPS actually did miss estimates as well. We're going to take a look here because we have actually some pretty big earnings coming up next week. On Monday after the bell, we're going to get KB Homes as well as frequent small cap runner Air Test Systems, so AEHR. Then on Tuesday night here, we're going to have some, I'm just waiting for my platform to load. Tuesday night, we have Applied Digital Corporation, which has had investment from NVIDIA. But then Wednesday morning is when we get bank earnings. This is, as we know, the real start of a new earnings season. JPM, Citigroup, BlackRock, Wells Fargo, and Bank of New York Mellon all reporting before the bell. And then on Thursday morning, we're going to get another list of really exciting names. TSM here, Taiwan Semi, United Health Group, which we know will be on watch after the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Goldman Sachs also, their Bank of America, Morgan Stanley. So it should be a really exciting earnings week next week. Just be aware, usually bank earnings are on Friday, but this year, they're on a Wednesday. Back to you.
Thank you, as always, Adara. Much appreciated. Yeah, guys, continue to let us know what you want to look at in the chat. We're going to try to stick to these strong names, as I mentioned not too long ago. American Airlines trading significantly well today. Let's see what we're up on that. AAPL, come on, you know. So yeah, 4.25% here on American Airlines, and Delta was pushing in around that double-digit gain on the session. So let's take a look at DAL as well too, because it's starting to encroach an area that I like. So let's take a look. Why you always gotta do that to me? So yeah, okay. So yeah. Oh my days.
Right?
Yeah, there we go. So here we are. Let's see if we can break some of these key resistance levels as we are. That volume on the lower time frame isn't quite picking up yet, but I think we can go and test the high of day, especially with the market starting to recover here as well too. So that can be positive for the airlines. Yeah, and here we go. As we go and test this, if we get a solid test of this resistance here, then I'm going to look to participate on that front, 67.60. But right now we're just kind of consolidating in this leg here. So I think I'm going to get a little bit in here just to get our toes wet here, Sharif, and see if we can continue and go and test the high a day. Extremely strong, up over 10% on the session. What is your look there on the airlines, my guy?
All right, I'm just Easy Media, the short float, according to Trade Ideas on SBEV, is 0.25% with a 47.7 million share float. Thank you for the 199 super chat. Appreciate that, my friend. It should always be prefaced that the short float information could be up to 2 weeks old. So it's updated every 14 days. Sometimes it's accurate enough to be able to use it as an actionable metric. Sometimes not so much. So yeah, trade that with caution. Keep your eye on that. Now, here's the deal. MSW. We were taught it's going to halt again at 741. This one was a 10-minute halt. And now it's halted to the downside again. It is off that 1060 double top. It was a double top and drop, baby, because now we're halted at 741. We are technically now below the volume weighted average price on this halt. We're below the, why is the tap showing me? Oh, the tap's going crazy, so we're not going to look at that. It's below the 10, the 20, and VWAP. So to me, not interested at all. MSW 43.33%, Katina man, and this one can't seem to stay open. Yeah, the Katina man said finally we got a halter, and more accurate he could not be, because there's been very little in the way of movement today with these small cap gappers, at least to the high side, that is. I don't even look at percentage losers on the day. I just look at percentage gainers. Maybe that's a mistake by me, but in any event, here's the deal. We're still involved in Silo. I know the positions board's been acted a fool today, so hopefully it'll get fixed in a minute. We're still long Silo at 88. It's printed 98. It's having trouble with $2. That's kind of normal with these small cap gappers having issues with the whole dollar level. So we'll keep an eye there. The other trade we're involved in, AMPX. At this one, at 88s as well. I don't know what's going on with me in 88s today, but we're in at 388 on AMPX. Best fill I've had is 4. Still waiting for this one to break 4. It's a bit of a compression pattern right now with higher lows, but also lower highs on AMPX. But it's literally DATS. Finally, we get a triple-digit winner. We were involved in this one for $1, more than $1 banger, but it's gone. It's gone. It hasn't gone $1 since we got out, but it's going. It just wicked $6.79, and now the book is going crazy. Look at the way that the book is moving, that you can tell the umpteen amount of volume that's coming in here. Big boy volume, $6.90 now HOD on DATS, moving into that $7 area, up 112%. I don't know if I gave you guys the deets on DATS. You like that, Aaron? It's not bad. The deets on DATS. Yeah, it's not too bad. I aspire to do better. $28 million market cap. Whoa, almost 87 million shares traded today with a float of 2.7 million shares, so small. And what's the situation right now with the short float? Let's check that out. DATS. Decent, 10% of the 2.75 million shares is borrowed short. So that's a sizable amount there relative to the percentage of the float. So there goes DATS. I'm not touching this right now. Again, it's going to come back closer to the 10 exponential. It did. I was involved in another trade. It did wick the 10 exponential at around 615, 612, in and out that area, and then it rocketed right up off that area again. Not unsurprising there. It's having trouble with 7, which is fine, because it is a whole dollar level, a psychological area of resistance. So keep your eye out on that. Back into AMPX we go. Another attempt at 4. Do we have an ascending wedge here? What the hell is the deal with AMPX? How many touches are we going to get at 4 before it breaks through? Yeah, Katina, man. I need you to hit the long button there, my man. Neil's like, what stock? AMPX, Neil. It's whiffling and waffling with $4. Yeah, there you go. Come on, do something, buddy. Silo, though, sadly, is coming down. It's a $2 rejection. We don't have too much shares on this one. Let me tell you, though, anything south of 184, the stop is already in place. The only reason we were involved in this one, again, was this area, previous area resistance got in on that area. So we're keeping an eye on that. Is there anything else moving here in terms of small cap gappers? Not that I'm seeing. I'm checking the scanner super quick. Okay, there's a new entrant, GLXG. This doesn't seem like a new entrant. Do I have this up on the side chart? I do not. Okay, so we're going to take off QBTS, or we can take off Fubo. Fubo's doing bupkis. So GLXG. Here we go. Decent move up. It's up, what is it up? 87, 86% and change. Here's the 5-minute look. Is this slightly traded? No, it's 35 million shares traded on a dollar name. Yeah, kind of lightly traded. We'll see. $1.66 is where VWAP is at, but I'm hesitant to use anything with VWAP because, as you can see, it really hasn't respected the volume weighted average price on the day. I'm talking about GLXG. Let's throw in the ticker there super quick. Yeah, this one's definitely going to have to... I'm going to have to pack my patience with this one because I don't have a read on where support and resistance is. I mean, maybe that 165 area because there's price action resistance at 1030. Look, this one had no pre-market levels. It really started moving at 1015, which is sometimes good, sometimes not, right? You guys know one of my rules is a definable pre-market high, and to take the long once that definable pre-market high is breached after the bell. This doesn't have that, so it makes it a bit trickier there. Oh, baby. I'm pretty sure the Katina man hit the buy button on AMPX because bang. Or Neil, because Neil was asking which one it was. There it is. And we're going to take out more there, Katina man. AM dang PX finally taking out $4. I had that resting order north of 4. Let's see if this one can take out the high of the day at 414. I'm packing my patience, Joseph.
Hey, good stuff there, my guy. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the top volume stocks here on the session. NVDA, again, as usual, at the top of its class.
Hey.
SOXL sitting in second place. And then IONQ putting in about 47 million shares traded on the session. IONQ, Let's take a look at this. So, yeah, I mean, this thing's been on an absolute tear for the past little while. Zoom out. Yeah, I mean, look at this monster. But what a crazy gap down. That is insane. If you're trapped at the top, we sold off over half of this run here on IONQ. I want to actually go a little bit here. Sorry, excuse me, IONQ. Let's see what we got sitting at a market cap. So, quantum computing play here on IONQ. $7 billion market cap here, but giving up over half of those gains on yesterday's session or the day before, sorry. So a really, really tough look. But what we can do here, folks, to stay positive is start to mark out these gaps and see if eventually that we start to go and head towards them. AAL is starting to break out. I was speaking about staying with our relative strength, and now breaking some key resistance zones is AAL. But let's get back to IO and Q here real quick. The volatility is in on this, so those premiums are extremely high on IO and Q. But yeah, let's see if we can go and eventually. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. We know what Jensen had to say about quantum, so we're a couple steps away, a couple years away at least, at getting the full effect of quantum. So that's why you see all these stocks taking hits, which is extremely unfortunate, but it is what it is. Let's see if that volatility sticks, and then we can go and head into that gap range and then maybe base a play off of that as well too. So that is IO and Q there, folks. A lot of people talking about it in the chat as well. So what else are you guys looking at in the chat? Please to let me know. Someone says they're short Adobe. Yeah, let's take a look at Adobe. I mean, being short some tech isn't the worst thing right now, not the worst play, because we are really weak, and it's one of the weaker sectors within the market. But look at Adobe. Wow. Yeah, we're taking a beating here, Sharif. Is Adobe. Wow.
That's a daily, Joseph?
Yeah, that's the daily here. Gap down and then essentially doesn't even look back. Breaking through some monstrous support zones here and continuing that southeast trajectory is Adobe. Where is our next stop? Maybe here, 404 in the 400s on Adobe, but that is not a pretty chart at all.
Yes.
Unless you're a bear. Right?
All right, let's look at Kit. Shout out to my man Amir Barak, one of the OG small cap gapper traders. He's always in the chat. Shout out to Amir. Let's look at Kit. He wants me to look at Kit. That's exactly what we're going to do. So look, Amir, it's whiffling, it's waffling with that volume weighted average price. I don't necessarily like it because I don't have a discernible trend. I have a big boy move up on this candle at 940, but since that time, we've been locked in a very tight range, if I might say, 335 to the downside, essentially 370 at its best point. That ain't going to cut it for me. It does have areas that you can say, look, you know, I'm going to place a buy order, a resting buy order at the low end of the range, or a resting sell order at the top. You can do that with these ones. I'm not saying that is not feasible. It's just not my style. KITT, it's up 22%, respectable, but right now caught in a bit of a range, no discernible trend. Let's zoom out a little bit on this one. Let's see what the half an hour. Okay, so this one is one that we were trading, obviously, because it's had a couple of good days under its belt. It's holding a key area of technical support too, Amir. I mean, look at this day over here on the 26th of December and the 27th. We topped out at $3. Look how many times we got into $3 and we topping tailed and we rejected that area. Let me just throw in the ticker super quick for everybody. And then, Amir, today we're defending very well, might I add, that $3 area. And we did yesterday as well. But we're also rejecting that $4 area, which was a key area of previous resistance. I don't want to say yesterday. Obviously, yesterday the market was closed. The day prior to that and the day prior to that, on the 7th, we defended for. Today, we're rejecting for. Likewise with the day what the hell day was it? 8th, yeah, the 8th. So it's up a nice 19%, but it's going to have to be a little bit more directional to the high side for me to get involved. Okay, so AMPX, let's call a spade, baby. It rejected 4. This, to me, is not enough to say, look, we claimed 4. So we tried to claim it initially, we rejected. Then we rejected off it strictly. Then we breach it. That's where I got the print. I got the print at 406, and then right down below 4 we go. Now we're working our way into that 391s. This displeases me greatly because you've had now 2 failed rejections, 2 failed break and takes of that $4 area. I'm long at 88s. I've already put my stop below this area trough over here. So for breaches 381 or 382, I'm gonzino. MSW is open again. Here we go with this monster. It's south of VWAP. Can't trade it until it reclaims VWAP. It had 2 big boy down halts, essentially coming from that 1058 HOD, and it dropped to $6.62. Hard to manage risk on a trade like this. Number one, because it doesn't stay open for that long. Number two, it's moving dollars at a time, and it's only about $7. So that's kind of a bit of a scary look there. Here it comes, though, into that $8 area, and by extension of that, it's going to take VWAP. So let's see if it can continue moving up here. It looks like 797. We may halt to the upside here at 97s on MSW. It's doing movements, guys. I mean, like, look, it's right at VWAP. Looks like we will halt here unless this is a false halt, Joseph. We are halted
the
again.
Thing is, I guess the halt's there. Yeah,
It's like been halted a bunch. It's impossible to trade.
Yeah, that's it.
I shouldn't say that. It's not impossible to trade. Some people make their money on trading these halts, right? Yeah. So
well,
I shouldn't say that, but
yeah, I think that's a quick recipe to go gray real quick. It was just being stuck in those halts.
I'm like, what does that mean? That's the thing about that.
Just the stress levels. Yeah, guys, let's continue to see what we got going on. I know we had some earnings reports today too, and I heard Neil say the banks start reporting next week too, so that's how you know you're gonna kick off earnings season. But we had Tilray, Dallas, and WBA. But let's see what we got next week as well too, because that is interesting. So nothing Monday, or maybe in a couple weeks, or is this not updated? So yeah, nothing that I see as of right now. Okay, so yeah, JPM midweek, the 15th. We got JPM in the morning, guys, and then we have Citigroup, and then we got BlackRock as well too. So let's see how that one is. I mean, with the ETF coming in and everything along those lines, looking forward to see BlackRock and the banks start rolling, and then usually the week after or a couple weeks after is when we start getting those big tech names that everybody looks forward to. So yeah, exciting times rolling into earnings season. Usually fun along those lines. So yeah, looking forward to that, guys. Continue to let me know what you're looking at in the chat. We're in some TSLL starting to break down. So this primary trend to the downside might be intact to the fullest. So don't want to fight the longs too much. I did mention the VIX not too long ago as well too, as that's spiking. Usually the volatility to the downside and in the market starts to pick up. So finding those longs might be slightly harder. And as of right now, if you're not in at the right positioning or catching these bottoms, those breakout trades might be slightly tougher. All right. So views on Uber long September calls. Let's take a look at UBER. We're going. What do you guys? Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Cowboys are going to sign Mike McCarthy again. I just don't understand, Joseph. What has he shown to deserve a contract extension?
Wasn't he? Oh, really? I thought they fired. Did they fire him?
No.
Okay, Mike McCarthy. He was the old Green Bay.
He was the old Green Bay. Then he got fired. Then he locked himself in the basement for a year, learned this new age metrics that the coaches are trying to use now, and then thinks that, he's ready to go with America's team.
So he pulled Aaron Rodgers there, went on the old ayahuasca trip. He had the old ayahuasca trips there looking for...
I don't know what the hell the Cowboys are thinking. Man, Jerry Jones is just too stubborn, bro. Yeah. Unreal, this guy. You see that cameo that he made on Landman?
No.
Oh, yeah, and he can act, bro. Jerry can act. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, he made a cameo on Landman. So he talks about like his oil days. That's how he made his money, obviously. And then he bought the Cowboys with money that he made from like 5 wells, Joseph.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in California. And then Dats is absolutely breaking out. Wow, but yeah, okay, I want to mention that. Yeah, Jerry Jones.
That's interesting.
In any event, here we go. DATS is a dang rocket ship. I'm lamenting, obviously, not having gotten back into this. We had a really good trade on it earlier, but there it goes, taking out that 740 HOD on DATS, guys. We have 127% winner, and it looks like it's continuing to go. Again, I don't want to touch this unless it comes back into that 10 exponential. Right now, the 10 exponential on my 5-minute chart is sitting around 640, 650. So, that's about 75 pennies away from where we're trading right now, man. Anyway, really, man, he is trash. I can't watch another year of him or Dak. I don't like either. All right? Nephew with a capital P, I'm with you on that one. I don't think Dak's the man to take you to the Super Bowl. I felt that way for many years, but there's nothing I can do. I don't like Mike McCarthy either, but there's nothing you can do. You can just keep going on with whatever the big boys decide. Big smile. He's been trying to act like a successful GM for a few decades now.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one.
He's quite a stubborn guy. Obviously, he works with his kids, but you know that he's got the final say literally on everything. So
Jerry Jones is like the modern-day Jackie Moon, if you know who.
Tell me, I don't even know who Jackie Moon is.
Jackie Moon, the player, owner,
uncultured
coach,
animal.
Yeah, Jackie Moon. From Semi-Pro, Will Ferrell from Semi-Pro.
I didn't watch
that. He essentially owns this team called the Flint Tropics, and he's like the player, he's the owner, and he's the coach. So, and then he tries to get in a merger into the NBA. So, classic. You've never seen Semi-Pro, dude?
No.
My.
But look, Joseph, Rohit dropped a super chat earlier than that. Yeah, so shout out to Rohit first and foremost.
Thank you.
Rohit wants to know about Uber. And he wants to know specifically about September calls. So that's right up your alley. But I've already made my point very clear about Uber and the $60 level, which held for 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we're in the 5th week of holding $60. $60 is an important level on Uber. Area defend. Don't look over here. This is Black Monday, and that was the yen unwind or a yen carry, the unwinding of the yen carry trade, excuse me, and it obviously reclaimed $60 right away. So we've been using $60 as both support and resistance. I'll submit to you that over here we defended it, and just like in the same way, we rejected it back in January of 2021. We couldn't break through that level, so $60 is an important level to me, but he wants to know specifically about the September calls, my man.
Yeah. So I know you were just talking about it as well, too. September calls, give you enough time. Let's see what Uber is going on. We've been kind of trading in this range for an extended period here, Sharif. So let's see if we can break out. As Neil would like to draw some trend lines here, we are breaking that trend line to the downside. It is slightly steep, but we need to sit on top of this as well too, folks. So, I mean, Uber for the long run, I like Uber as a play. I think it's a good company, starting to turn profits as well too. Kind of got out of the dumps that it was in for a long time. So, again, just give yourself enough time on those contracts. I think you'll be all right. Getting it around these support levels is good for you. So yeah, I think you'll be sitting pretty in the coming months. Once the market decides that it wants to turn around, you're sitting in Uber. I think it's a good company. Rideshare is the way to go now. So yeah, I like the Uber calls there for September. It gives you plenty of time, and that's what I was emphasizing on earlier with Kyle. Is just give yourself enough time on these contracts. Otherwise, Theta will just chew up the value, and then you'll be scratching your head once those contracts start to trade in the money, and you're like, well, why am I still down on these contracts, right? Well, it's because time diminished the value of those contracts. So that's one thing to really keep an eye out when you guys are trading. If you're new to trading options and you've been trading them for a while and you get curious to why, it's like, okay, well, my theses are playing out, my trades are working, but I'm not turning as much of a profit as I should be using this leverage derivative. Well, just always be aware of the extrinsic value of those contracts, okay? Really, really extremely important. To get a grasp of options, I think you need to understand the intrinsic and extrinsic value that they hold before you acquire them. So if you're buying in the money, then you have a bit of both. But if you're buying at the money or out the money calls, then you only have time value, and you need those trades to work out relatively quick, especially according to your expiry.
Just before we go to Darrow, guys, energy is up big today. Obviously, oil's up 3%, and somebody was asking in the chat, great question by you guys. Here's the deal. Energy firms and the barrel in general are rising on the back of new Biden administration sanctions on Russia. So Biden administration imposes its broadest package of sanctions yet, targeting Russia's oil and gas revenues in an attempt to give Kyiv and the incoming administration of Donald Trump leverage to reach a deal for peace in Ukraine. It's so nice that Biden is worried about Donald Trump and making, setting up everything for success. What a great guy. Yeah. U.S. Treasuries has slapped sanctions on Russian companies Gazprom and on one I can't pronounce, nor will I try, which explore, produce, and sell oil, as well as 183 vessels that have shipped Russian oil. So oil, up on the day today as a result of new sanctions by Biden. Looks like he woke up from his nap to be able to throw in some new sanctions there. Adara's at the big desk.
We're going to start here by thanking Prop Firm Match here, one of our new sponsors. Are you feeling overwhelmed trying to find the perfect prop firm? There's so many options out there, so it's easy to get lost, but that's where Prop Firm Match comes in. Prop Firm Match is the ultimate platform to help you identify and compare reliable prop firms tailored to your trading style and your goals. Whether you're after low fees, high profit splits, or quick funding evaluations, we've got you covered. So say goodbye to hours of research and confusion, because Prop Firm Match makes it simple to find your perfect prop firm. Scan the QR code and visit propfirmmatch.com today and take the guesswork out of finding the perfect prop firm. In the meantime here, we're also going to take a look at this market, which is, to put it lightly, very weak. S&P 500 down almost 2%. The NASDAQ down more than 2%. Both are at their day's lows. We also hear, it is worth noting, we had some comments from Fed's Goolsbee, which kind of contradicted everything else the rest of the market had to say, We had stronger than expected NFP numbers, quite significantly so. We also I guess a little bit more worrisome is the fact that our University of Michigan inflation print was 0.5% higher than expected. So that was pretty significant here. We wanted lower inflation. Now the one-year inflation expectation up quite significantly. So we had the market drop even further on that number. But basically, Fed schools be saying these numbers are actually good. And he doesn't think, as of right now, that the market is inflation is too overheated. So we'll have to see what happens there. But either way, Bank of America said that they don't see any more rate cuts at all this cycle. They think we're actually about to enter a hiking cycle. So that's really interesting there. And in a day where the market's really weak, not everything is weak. CEG here, Constellation Energy Group, this is a name that certainly knows how to rally, up 23% today and yet another deal. They did have this $16.4 billion deal here to acquire Capline. Last but not least, Calpine. Last but not least, Meta. META, initially great look on the day here, now pulling back. Basically what happened here was we have all these social media stocks on watch, a lot of them spiking higher, including Snapchat and Pinterest, as we do have the Supreme Court set to hear arguments on the TikTok ban. Make sure you join our polls. We have a new poll starting around now. It's called the Playmaker poll. So vote if you think we should go long or short the SPY. Usually people vote long, but based on what the SPY is doing right now, we might actually have a different contender. And so make sure you participate in these polls, like and subscribe to the stream, and join Neil for his always exciting lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Very much, Adair. We got another lesson of the day here, and I'm just going to boldly predict that the Playmaker poll, everyone's going to vote long again, because we always vote long, don't we, even when it's a down day. But there's a saying in news media: if it bleeds, it leads. But I want to posit one. On a day like today, if it doesn't bleed, then it should lead. And what I mean by that is today is the kind of day where if you can find pillars of strength, specifically with one kind of setup, I think it gives you opportunities for the next couple of sessions. So when you look at what's going on with the ES here on a 60-minute chart, I mean, look, I don't care what time frame you put up, it's not going to look good. But on a 60-minute, you don't actually have any positive hours for today, and a couple of percents to the downside. Same thing with the NASDAQ. Both have broken recent support levels. But there is a particular setup to maybe be bullish on some stocks, possibly for the afternoon, certainly for next week, assuming that things close without abject disaster. And the specific setup is, if we go all red all morning, and you can find some stocks that have major support, whether trend support or in the daily, that it washed, regained, and then trended up, then I think you've got some good ones. Now, caveat, obviously, when I came with the stocks to look at, it was like 20, 30 minutes ago. So you have to close strong. But what I like about Meta, and I'm going to talk about Meta and Google, Alphabet, and Boeing, all three of these names have something in common. You had a good prior support level, or a big one at least, where you had resistance, closes, support for a few days. For Meta, it was in and around the 600 change. It even broke 600. You wicked that bottom, and as the market was making continuous lows, it's making higher lows. Now, obviously, I'm going to want something like this to hold on to the prior high so that you're still stair-stepping up. But this is what I want to see on a day where the market's bleeding. Like, we know what's going down. We know what we're going to continue to be bearish on going into next week. But where can we find things with relative strength? If Meta can close holding this, green, which would be 610.72, I think it's a positive sign to be able to favor some longs, because it's held that wick bottom, it's held a 50 period, it's held a prior high, and a lot of this has to close above this level. Then you get a march back into the highs. The other name that is of this ilk, or one of the two other names that's of this ilk, is going to be Alphabet. And this is more trend support for Alphabet. It's been making higher lows since bouncing off the 50 period on the daily. It's failed 200 a couple times, but each time it's put in a higher low. And like Meta, it broke a support level. Now, obviously, like I said, you're now starting to retest it. You need it to close above 191.60 here, but it wicked underneath support, came right back. If it can manage to close above 191.6, that trend line, then I'm bullish on Google. The one that seems like it has a better chance in this bleeding market to continue to show that relative strength is actually Boeing, believe it or not. So, whether or not we get the second half of the day that can support those false bottoms and then reclaims on both Meta and Google remains to be seen, but you want to look for these opportunities going into next week. Boeing's done it already. And it just feels like it hasn't even had a red print on this 15-minute. So obviously Boeing recently has been holding on to 170 and the 200 period moving average. On a day where the market is bleed, lower lows, lower highs all the way through, Boeing right now has liquidity grabbed underneath the 200 period moving average. It is now trended back up. It's retaken 168, 169. Now it's retaken support at 170. This, to me, all it's got to do, just close above that 200 period moving average, close above that 170, and you have trapped some shorts, you've gotten some weak hand longs out, and then a continuation of this trend looks pretty good into 180 for next week. So sometimes on a day like today, well, you're probably holding on to some shorts or looking for reentries if you've gotten out of everything like I have, or you're setting up some ideas for next week. And one of those things you can do is on a day where it's bleeding, find out what is trying to lead. Obviously, you have some earnings names that are going, but there is a couple or three that liquidity grabbed underneath major support, whether it's the 200 period on Boeing, whether it's Meta, triple day bottom, whether it's Alphabet, a trend on the daily chart, trend bottom. They've all managed to break early, regain later. Now it's just a matter of closing above that support. If they do, then to me, that's a bullish sign for next week. And a lot of times in Friday afternoon, you don't necessarily want to overtrade, but the market's still going to give you plenty of information for which you can plan trades for next week. So you have a little bit less work to do, and you can watch some more football on the weekend. Go Bills. Well, of course I do, Sharif. You know I got to drop my Bills in here. That's how we got to do up. And look, Sharif, you would do the same thing. Sharif would do the same thing if the Cowboys were going to be in the playoffs. The unfortunately thing for the Cowboys is, and here's another lesson of the day for you. Traders need to learn from their mistakes. And if this is my issue with this McCarthy thing. Like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it is broke, then maybe you should look to fix it. You know, if my car has trouble starting in the spring, and then my car has a little bit of trouble starting in the fall, you think I'm not gonna do anything about it when it's minus 17 out and I haven't gotten that checked out? Of course you would, because I don't want to get stranded. And it's the same thing that the Cowboys need to do by just acknowledging the fact that, hey, while there has been some success, clearly something needs to change in Dallas. I hope they make some kind of a change in case GT, the number 2 in the Heisman, goes there as a running back. I hope he doesn't get wasted if they end up picking him. But you got to be able to make a change. Just like in trading, sometimes you got to flip it up. If you go from long to short or short to long, the Cowboys got to do something. I'm just saying, Sharif. It's at the point now where I might have to stop hating on them for a little bit just because I feel bad. I feel bad for you guys. Sorry. Back to the desk.
Savagery. Roll on. Oh, okay. All right.
I had a whole bit. No, I'm not doing it.
No, you're not doing it. Who was calling you? Who was it? Jerry on the phone there?
Not gonna do
No,
it.
you're not gonna do it. That's all right, bud. I know you're whistling some Dua
Always,
Lipo
baby.
not too long. Yeah, I messaged her for you, and I've got no response just yet. So we're still waiting. We're still waiting on that one. So yeah, I mean, hey, let's see what's going on with the overall market here, guys. Hovering around the lows. SPY a little weak on the session. Are we gonna break these support levels? Maybe, possibly. Let's take a look at the Qs and see what's going on here. Yeah, so the Qs holding these levels. I think we break them at some point, forming lower highs here on the session. So, yeah, matter of time. If tech continues to be weak, then yeah, I think it's gonna break. So, okay, so Elon messaged me in the chat saying, Joe, take a look at BA. Moving fairly well here, Sharif, on the session.
Nice.
As you can see that we're pumping through the volume weighted average price, and now above that on BA. Let's zoom out here and see what's going on from a daily standpoint. And I mentioned this, so we're over 30% off the lows here on BA. Adara was talking about this. I think this is one of her picks as well, too. So we got to figure out what we're going to do with that. I don't know what we're going to call it, but just a performance thing we're working on, because we went over our top 3 picks for 2025 yesterday, and we're going to kind of just do a performance-based analysis. So we're working on that, seeing what's going on. BA holding around these levels. Let's see here. So yeah, up above 25% off of those lows, continuing to recover. I like BA, and especially as it's bouncing off of those intraday levels, continuing to move higher. Going to go and test that opening drive high. But yeah, good luck there on BA. Elon, really like that one. And yeah, here's the Playmaker poll. I know what I'm voting on this one because I like to play off the bounce. When I use options, when I have profit, hold on, I got a good question in here before I send it to you, Sharif. When I use options, when I have profit, I sell my calls or puts. Time will get you. Agreed. Yeah, exactly. So time value is really important. Don't start trading them until you kind of get an understanding of the Greeks. But let's see what Adara has to say at the big desk.
With Boeing, just be cognizant of that 171.80 level. This is a stock I've seen a lot lately, and it really loves interacting with this level. As you can see here, it's become support, resistance. This is just a 15-minute chart. Resistance, support, resistance. This morning it was resistance. Now we actually reject a little bit below that level, so be aware of 171.80. 172.80 is another level of resistance, and it's worth noting we haven't been able to really hold above that 174 for a while either. So just some potential areas to be aware of for BA as it makes its flight to the upside. Back to you.
All right, keeping my eye on DATS over here because it's got the biggest retracement, 2-candle pullback, and it defends 7, and it defends this 10 exponential moving average on the 5 at around 686. It's not as directional, obviously, haven't been locked in a range since about, maybe 5 to 12, give or take. Since we took out that 7 level, we've been kind of locked in between 740 and 7. So a bit of a range established right now on DATS, up 120%, very strong, very directional, but really not clearing through 7 in the way that it certainly cleared 6 and 5 and all the other levels that it had on the day. It's up over triple digits now. So let's see if it wants to defend that 10 exponential on the 5 or whether it wants to come in for a deeper retracement, possibly into around 6 1/4, 6 1/3. That's where I'm gauging this area. Price action, previously resistance, looking for it to be support, as well as the 20 exponential on the 5. It's around 6 1/4 right now. Back into 7 we go, and it's getting some prints south of 7 now on DATS. So let's keep our eye out on that one and hopefully execute well on it. I'm in a new trade, GLXG. It's up 75%. Decent one. We already took a couple of prints over here. There's a seller at 80, and there has been for some time. We weren't able to take out that $1.80 level on the last attempt, and down we go now into the mid-60s. I like this one into about mid-50s. Reason is it's been awfully respectful of the 10 exponential, or sorry, the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. That is the yellow line there. And basically every pullback has defended off the 20 on the day. Whether it's the initial breakthrough that at 10:15, when we retrace back at 10:45, yet again at 11:20, yet again at 12 o'clock. And here we go, coming close to it now, printing that $1.65. I do have a dip trade set up though at 55. So I might have to move that up to 57s or 58s to account for the 20 exponential. I'm talking about GLXG. It's up nicely, again, 75% on the day, but well off the highs at that 216. Still involved in AMPX. This one holding above VWAP, and that's what's kept me in the trade. It did double bottom there at around 3 low 80s. It's putting in lower highs, but by the same token, marginally higher lows, okay? So I'll have to see whether this one can actually break and take 4 on a decisive basis, because every breach of 4 so far has been anemic and has retraced to the south side. So keep my eye on that. AMPX and GLXG, obviously very interested in DATS, but it's got to set up the right way. Right now, it's kind of 3-candle now pullback right now into that 7, but respecting 7. It hasn't even touched the 10 exponential. So let's see what this one does. If this one runs and breaks out 750, we could certainly have a big boy mover on our hands today. And by that, I mean we can get into 200-300%, something that we've been seeing a lot more lately with these small cap gappers. I got pushed out of Silo on the move back down. I'm a little disappointed with my stop placement on here because I based it on the wicks rather than on the closing prints of these 2 candles. I'm talking about the 940 and 945 candles that initially had the high into 185. So this one comes all the way down, and for whatever reason, I have my stop north of 80. That should have not been the case. It should have been at 178, 177, and I missed a couple of prints there on the north side as a result of that. So Silo, profitable on it, but got pushed out for the remaining amount there. We'll keep an eye on that one, see if it wants to set up a little bit better. What are you guys looking at? Throw in some tickers in the chat there. Let me know. They got to be small cap gappers because I'm not going to be trading the MAG. Let me know what you guys are looking at. Maybe there's something that has not made it on to my scanner. Sometimes, you know, these sub $1 names, you guys have more advanced notice than I do because I filter everything out south of 85 pennies. And so let me know if you guys are looking at anything interesting. CGBS, yeah, I've got that on here, Pretty Panda, shout out to you. But this one is trading south of the volume weighted average price. And you know my rule about that. It's got to get above 97, 98 pennies for me to get interested. Ideally, given the proximity of VWAP to the dollar, I'd like it above and to stay above $1. And it already failed the dollar. Pretty Panda, look what it did. It weaseled up to 115. And as quickly as it got above the dollar, as quickly as it dropped back down, it did, though, find support at 87 pennies. And it has on a number of occasions. So 87 pennies, an important level here for CGBS because it's been defending that level at least intraday. Keep an eye out on that one. Joseph, what do you got?
Yes, sir. I'm actually looking at Boeing. I'm about to pull it up here, guys, real quick because I like one of the signals that are on the 5-minute print here. So let's see, we got an inverted hammer kind of as we were extended. So I'm going to look to play this here, folks. Maybe we get involved in some BA. Tab NY, love that it does that. Okay, so yeah, let's see what's going on here. We're gonna touch base on some Boeing. If we break the high of this candle, then we're gonna get out. So 175.50, we like that a lot. We're gonna look for a pullback here on Boeing. Not too much size here, but I think we can get maybe somewhat around the volume weighted average price, or 170 being one of the primary targets. Pulling back is the market. We are going to go and test those lows of days here, Sharif, as we head into that flat bottom or key support levels in on the Qs and the SPY as well. So relatively weak in the tech sector, dragging everything down. Let's take a look at XLF because we have yet to do so today. XLF, one of my favorite sectors here, because we know that we got JPM and company mid next week starting to report their earnings. So yeah, really weak session here for XLF. And the SPY is holding up relatively well, considering that we are selling aggressively here on XLF. So yeah, a little bit tougher look in the financial sector. Let's see what else we got here, guys. Continue to let us know what you're looking at. Yeah, someone in the chat mentioned DKNG, so DraftKings. You're breaking through some key resistance levels from an intraday perspective and continuing to move higher. Slight pullback here, but that volume on the 5-minute time frame is stepping in quite well, confirming that breakout. Let's see if we can go and test the high day on DKNG, but I like this play. If you were involved earlier, then congratulations to you. A beautiful VWAP hold on DKNG, continuing to move northeast on that front. I know someone else in the chat said Zcar as well. Sorry, let me pull up Zcar for you guys and see what we got going on from an intraday standpoint. Yeah, not very liquid, not something that I would be looking to be trading from an intraday perspective. Zoom Holdings, Zoomcar Holdings, sorry, trading around $2. I think this is more around your wheelhouse, Sharif, with that price target of, or this price that it's trading at right now, around $2.
Zcar?
Yeah, Zcar, but nothing crazy on it. I don't think it's something that is outstandish on that one. So RVPH, yeah, let's take a look at RVPH for you guys. RVPH. Maybe pharmaceuticals, wow, trading really well. Definitely your wheelhouse, Sharif, but again, from a liquidity standpoint, not really there. Not something that I would necessarily be looking to play, but let's see if we got anything going on with it. We'll take a look at the market cap on RVPH and what they actually do. So $71 million market cap. Riva Pharmaceuticals Holdings, Inc., clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. The company discovers, develops, and seeks commercialized therapeutics for diseases representing unmet medical needs. The company's pipeline focuses on the central nervous system. Okay, next. Okay, truth and giggles. I see it. You don't got it. Please don't.
My man, I told you not to spam the chat. I told you Bayer was a good call out, but do not spam the chat. Yeah, I told him once.
All right. Did you put him on timeout or
no?
All right. Okay. So there you go.
You might have to go on it now.
Yeah. But yeah, you were looking at this thing, Sharif. I don't know what's going on. It doesn't look pretty. Oh, I have the wrong ticker up.
BAE. Yeah, it's not a bad one.
Anyways, yeah, but yeah. Not look. Please don't spam the chat, guys. Truth and giggles. I mean, come on, guys, why is everybody spamming it now? Hey, it'll put you on timeout, so please don't do that. If we see it, just repost it once or twice. We'll try to go through as many as we possibly can, but you know that a lot of people in the chat are putting out their names as well, too, so if we see it, eventually we will, so.
Yes, absolutely. That's just broke 7, broke the 10 exponential, and so now I'm gauging possible support at 640 to 650. Now it's above that right now. It's a green candle on the 1, currently a green candle on the 5, but it's an inside candle above the low of the previous candle, but well below the high. So I've layered my orders at 6 1/4. Now I may miss this, okay? 6 1/4 and 6. I've put my dip trades in and around there for DATs. Those are the levels that I like. I may miss them. If I do, then my plan is to take the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. So currently, the first 5-minute candle to make a new high would have to be above 707, because that's where the high of the previous 5-minute candle was. This one looks like it's back close to 6 3/4. It did. It took 6 3/4, still below 7 though. So I want to see what this one does. I'm packing my patience. I'd like to have an advantageous price on this one, but you know, sometimes you don't get it. We shall see. So keeping my eye on DATS, definitely a looker on the day. Oh, there we go. Hate when that happens. All right, I'm also in AMPX still, also in GLXG. AMPX finally catching another bid back into the mid-90s there. But Joseph, you know that the Model Y is out, right?
It's out. Oh, the new one?
Well, it's out in China.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Why did they get it before us?
I don't know, bro. They just do.
Right.
So here's the deal. No, can we? Because it's blocking the price. Yeah. So here's the deal. Okay, let's build this. We had a segment before you were on.
We're gonna build this.
Yeah, we had a segment called Build Your EV, and what new way, what a way to kind of rekindle that whole segment with one of the best-selling cars in the world. Model Y, I think it did hold that crown for a little bit. And so this is in Hong Kong dollars, obviously, because it's not available in North America. I don't know what the conversion is right now, but that is a look. So here we go. Let's build this. Let's find out what the deal is. So the long range, I'm really surprised because I thought the long range was over 700 kilometers. This one's saying 551 with the real world. Okay, so I think the North American version might be a little bit different because there's 2 versions that I saw. One had around 500 kilometers of range, one had 7. So this one is showing me 551 for the long range and 466 for the rear-wheel drive. Now, we don't even have rear-wheel drive anymore in Canada for these Model Ys. It's either performance or long range. That's not obviously the case in Hong Kong, but let's go with long range, whatever. It's got a Is it actually faster? Yeah, it is. So the long range is 4.3 seconds, 0 to 100, where the rear-wheel drive is 5.9. So let's go with the long range. And you know, I got an affinity for blue, but what the hell is this blue? That's not the blue that they had before. What? Oh, you did. Thank you, Ram. Okay, that's so nice of you, Ram. I know, right?
Yeah, I just
so proud of herself, eh? All right, hold on. Let me see exactly here.
It's about 56K.
Midday. 56K, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay.
I just typed that in, yeah.
So let's go with blue, because that's just my affinity to go with blue there. And that's going to cost us 14,000 Hong Kong dollars just for that blue, Joseph.
For that blue?
And
What's
then
the black, though? What's the black?
The black, I think, is free. Yeah, it's included.
I
yeah.
Free.
Yeah, I know, so do I, right? And then these wheels.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
so these are 19s.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I'm going to need 20s, Joseph.
But I don't like the gray on them. I don't like the gray.
I don't like them either.
Black. All right,
but we can wrap them, or we can spray them. We can spray them black. I definitely agree with you. I definitely like the black wheels a lot better, but I like the larger wheel size too. So we're going to go with that. And then I got to go white interior.
White interior?
Yeah, I got to go white interior. That's going to cost us 9,600 Hong Kong dollars, my man. And look how it's right-hand drive, by the way, because Hong Kong, they drive on the right hand, baby.
Scenario seems all too familiar. But,
right? Okay, so there we go. We got the 5-seat layout. We got the white leather or leatherette or vegan leather, as your boy Elon likes to call it. And then I don't know, Joseph, I'm going to have to get that FSD. Yeah. But that's going to run me 54,000
sign us up, baby.
Hong Kong dollars. We're going to hit ad.
All right, sign us up.
I'm not paying the bill.
What's that next one? We may as well do this ad as well, too.
Why would we need enhanced autopilot, my man? We're going to get it FSD.
Okay, all right.
Right?
All right.
So it's like kind of a little bit of an overlap there. Now, order your new Model Y. How much is this thing going to cost me? Well, I got to pay 2,000 Hong Kong dollars right now, but it's going to cost me 741,833 HK dollars. Again, don't know what the conversion is. I can do that in a minute, but this is the new Model Y, guys, and we don't have any indication as to when it may be available in North America or Europe for that matter, but we do know that the Shanghai Gigafactory does export the Model Y to Europe. So Europe could get it first if the Shanghai factory is the one that's pumping them out. And pumping them out, at least, set up to pump them out, because there's a whole thing that has to go in with that. So there it is. There's your inaugural version of Build Your EV with your boy Joseph. Since Joseph's been on the show, we've never done it before.
A cool 137K.
That's a lot, bro.
Yeah,
for a Model Y?
For a Model Y.
That's insane.
Hey, man, we loaded it, though.
We did load it, but Joseph, it's not going to cost that much at all if we do that up here. So there it is. Now I'm involved in DATS. So we just entered DATS as it got into the 20 exponential on the 5. I do have a planned dollar cost average resting order to defend 6. And the reason I have it there is because that's where VWAP is. So this might be a deeper retracement than the 20. 20 sometimes holds, sometimes it doesn't. We're in at 34s. We're printing essentially 30s right now. I will DCA into 6, but let me tell you, anything south of 590, and I'm Gonzino on this one. I don't want to give back the profits that we made earlier on it. Smaller size here, guys, than the original entries over here, so I won't have as many beak wetters. We're going to have to wait and see, number one, whether this holds 6 1/4. And number two, whether it holds 6. If it doesn't hold 6 1/4, obviously. So I'm involved in this one right now. Come what may. What do you got?
Good stuff there. Looking for the short on BA. As of right now, everything is starting to squeeze and moving to the top side. So if we break this 170, 150 as we do right now, I'm going to get out of this trade. Sorry, folks, nothing really going for the kid this morning. Happens from time to time. So yeah, that's just how it be sometimes. So let's see what NVDA is up to. I know Shreve doesn't even want to pay any mind to these big caps today. Rightfully so, because just chopping around. The overall market is chopping around as well too. BA just breached the high. AAL still showing some relative strength. Bitcoin hovering off those lows, recovering off them as well too, off that 92K price range. NVDA breaking through the volume weighted average price, but we do have the SPY and the Qs still trading below the VWAP too, so that can indicate some weaker sentiment in the overall market. I think we're going to need some volume to step in order for us to break through those key levels. But if we do, I would look for a break and hold. But let's see what Adara is up to, and then we'll get back and talk some more stocks.
So look here at the IWM, this one making lower highs and lower lows, but finding a little bit of a base here just above 215. Either way, though, much like the rest of the market, bouncing but pretty weak here for the Russell 2000. We're going to take a look here at some of these tickers that are running. This first one is actually not a small cap, but a $6.5 billion market cap. A great pop here for a Legend Biotech with volume. There's some rumors apparently circulating here on M&A blogs suggesting that the company might be receiving some activist attention. So no evidence as of yet, but some rumors here for LEGN. Probably doesn't help that Legend Biotech has a 14% short float, so keep an eye on this ticker. Next up here, we also have to keep an eye on, of course, Sharif mentioned this one earlier, but DATS, just to get some info on this one. Shout out to Sharif, who I believe is a Dollar Club winner on this ticker. 10% short float, 2.73 million share float. So this one, very volatile. They did actually announce that offering, which brought them to the downside on Wednesday, so beware of DATS. Last but not least, another one that is known for being deeply volatile, case in point here with this pop to the downside, is Direct Digital. No catalyst for Direct Digital. 3.17 million share float, 6.5% short float. So these are some movers to be aware of. Also, here's the newest graphic here from Trader TV Research, not yet posted on X, but here is, I guess, its premiere appearance. This is basically looking at the weighting of the S&P 500. So, of course, you have a lot of these Mag 7 names within the top 10. Then I was unable to fit all 500 logos, of course. So this is basically going to be the top 10%, logos of the top 10%. So your company is basically 16 to 50 in the weighting. So you can see here Eli Lilly, Visa, XOM, and United Health all weighted pretty highly here. Then the rest of these are still within that top 50 of weighting. Let me know if you guys find any surprises in here. IBM being in the top 50 surprised me a little bit, as did Philip Morris. So definitely take a look here. This will be on X within the next half hour, guys. Back to you.
That's a sick infographic, Adara. That's excellent, by the way. Shout out to Adara. Nice. All right. Did you have anything?
Let's talk about IBIT here real quick, Sharif, and then I'll send it back to you.
Yeah.
I'm starting to recover. Mentioned this time and time again, holding those levels, that 92K on spot. But here we are breaking through, running into key resistance levels on IBIT. Kyle Burdett has a put on this. So yeah, let's see if that plans out. Just to go over Sharif's lesson here. We're forming somewhat of a triple top. I don't know if you can see, if you're seeing what I'm seeing here, Sharif, but 1, 2, 3, now rejecting on that third test. Let's see if we decide that we want to go lower. I don't know what's going on. This 92K level is holding extremely strong. I thought it was going to break multiple times. That hasn't been the case. So is that just revealing how strong Bitcoin is and that it just wants to chop around in this range? We know Saylor grabbed some more Bitcoin in that mid-90s as well too. So does he want the price to go lower? I don't know actually, because if he's like, yeah, if it goes lower, I'll just buy more at a cheaper price, which it seems to be make a lot of sense. But I mean, the guy has almost 500,000 or over 500,000 Bitcoin. So I would want that price to start appreciating on that front. I don't know what you think about that, Sharif.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the one that is involved.
I thought we would be at 1.25, I think, at this point, just considering I mentioned this before, how long we consolidated it. Like for about 8 months or so, we traded in within that range, that 10, 15K range. And then that move was only about a month long, and it went up to 108 at the highs, and then has since pulled back and cooled off. So.
Yeah, we'll have to pack. I'm still a fan. I think that, you know, if we do get that Bitcoin reserve and other countries see the U.S. do it, it'll become kind of just, you know, that, hey, I don't want to be last to the party kind of thing. You'll see other countries doing it. Maybe more risk, pro-risk countries. Obviously, we've seen El Salvador do stuff like that. But I would like to see some bigger countries do it as well. So here's the deal. We're in DATS right now, and I didn't get a fill at 602. There does seem to be a buyer, though, at 608. Every time we dip down into that 608 level, it's not crossing it on the bid. It keeps getting bought up at around 08. I'm packing my patience with this one because it's a big move down, but you know, I don't want to say a needed move down, but completely understandable that it drops off that 750 because it was a dang rocket ship. Here we go. I just saw it print below 8s. It did print 7s, but it did quickly reclaim 8s. So I want to see, number one, does that 8 level still hold? And number two, if we do break that 608 level, I'd like to see what we do at around 590 because that's the actual volume weighted average price. So it looks like we're getting a bit of a bid right now at that 650, zigging and zagging, 6.25 we go, but yeah, I don't know if I need to add here. I don't mind adding at a higher price, especially with how this one has shown you its propensity to kind of rocket up. Both rocket up and down. So keep an eye out on that one. I'm still involved in AMPX. AMPX rejected 4 again. We only got a couple of prints north of that 4 until 405. I'll submit to you that $4 is a key area of resistance on AMPX. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Adair at the big desk.
Breaking news for these social media stocks. Snap here, which had quite the descent from its highs, now up about 5.5%, trying to push higher. Meta also getting a bit of a bounce here too. Basically seeing reports that the Supreme Court has signaled that it's very likely to uphold the TikTok ban in the US. So in case you missed it, these stocks were on watch as we did have the Supreme Court hearing arguments on the ban. Seems like they're very likely to uphold the TikTok ban, which would be a great look for some of these other social media companies like META and SNAP. Keep an eye on Pinterest as well, PINS. Make sure to like and subscribe and vote in the poll, guys. Back to you.
Messy News Network saying, I'm waiting on 470. I was just about to write you a message. I personally wouldn't trade it at 470. I have a rule that I don't trade these small cap gappers long south of the volume weighted average price. So it's going to have to hold VWAP. Otherwise, I stop out and I let that one go and we'll look to do something else. So I'm going to set up some orders, possibly if this catches a bid. I'd like to be able to take advantage of that. So we're going to wait. Possibly we're at 34, so we definitely have to give something a little bit higher than that. So we'll wait like mid 40s or something for the first beak wetter there. Let's hang out there. I still like to get a print at 6, but for the moment, it's not printing me on that level. GLXG. So I want to talk about this one because I got stopped out for the remaining amount, and I'm kind of happy that I followed my rules with this one. So I gave back. Let me just call a spade a spade. I gave back my profits on this one, so I am technically negative on it, but here's the deal. This one, I tried to DCA into 55s because that was the 20 exponential moving average. I wanted to have the most advantageous price, but clearly it wasn't having me. So as soon as it broke down and closed below that 20 exponential, I got out of there. And the reason I used the 20 exponential this time around was because it was showing you its respect. for the 20 exponential. And I made this point earlier on the way up. All the retracements came into that yellow line, which is a 20 on my chart, and held up. And they didn't do it this time, so I'm out of there. Now, I just saw that DAX went nuts over here. It popped up into that 640, like we didn't get printed. It went to 647s. I was waiting at 648 and quickly retraced. That concerns me over here because you clearly have someone shorting or taking profits at that 640, 650 level in a way that I didn't see before. So a little concerning right now, especially with the 5-minute candle that's forming on DAX. It's an inverse hammer candle, and that ain't good. Okay, but I don't want to put too much stock into one candle. I'd like to see what it does in and around 6, and then I will give it to around 590 because that's where the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about DATS, the best trade may be behind it here. We're gonna have to find out shortly as it's getting awfully volatile here around 6, Joseph.
Finally, let's go, man. Get something working in our favor, my brother. Some TSLA as the market starts to climb a little bit higher and recover some of those losses from earlier in the session. Someone in the chat mentioned WBA starting to go and test those highs of day. Really good look, but I know the boys to the right of us mentioned like, okay, yeah, this is a nice move off the bottoms, but you've been selling essentially for 2 years. I mean, we'll take it by all means. 27% off of those lows. Is WBA starting to I don't know, impede in on those highs of days there? I don't know what I was trying to say, but yeah, starting to encroach on those highs of days. Is WBA now kind of hovering around those areas? Let's see if we can continue as the market starts to recover. This is extremely positive for it. So yeah, TSLA using the 2x leverage is starting to cover as well too, as the tech stocks are trading higher and higher. IBIT starting to trade higher as well too, now around 53 and 8s there on IBIT. Liking the looks here. Market really, really strong, starting to recover. As I said multiple times, so let's see how high we can go because it's starting to become a little bit greener of a session here, Sharif, for me.
All right, good, man. Oh, so DATS came into 6, so now we got the DCA at 6. It's going to have to hold up above 590 or we're going to get stopped out. Using smaller shares this time around over here because don't want to give back the profits. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to execute well on this trade. So for the moment, underline that, for the moment, we're defending VWAP, but who knows how long that lasts for. I put my stop below VWAP to give it a bit of a buffer, but, well, you know, when something's trading around 125 million shares, the chances of it wicking below and then retracing above are pretty good. So we'll wait and see whether that is the case here with DATS in and around that $6 area. Volume weighted average price is where we're trading right now. AMPX, another rejection at $4. But if I look at it a little bit more closely, what we're doing is we're incrementally putting in higher lows. I don't want to say it's a flat top because clearly we've broken through 4 on occasions, but we haven't been able to decidedly stay above $4. So I have good hopes for, I have good, expectations for this one because of the higher lows and the clear $4 resistance area. Just waiting for this one to either decide whether it's going to get the volume it requires to break and hold above 4 or whether we're going to whiffle and waffle sideways for the remainder of the day. Keeping an eye on any new small cap gappers. I'm seeing one here, DRCT. Oh, baby, this one's headed to the high side. So let's look at this one. I didn't have eyes on that until you guys started mentioning it there in the chat. DRCT. Let's load up this bad boy. So this is the weekly on it. Obviously, we're not looking for the weekly. This is the 5-minute chart. So 252 HOD on DRCT, and I just got stopped out of DATS as it did break below the volume weighted average price. So for reclaims, I'll get back in. Otherwise, we're going to let that one go. So DRCT, let's load up this bad boy here because this is a trade de novo. So the volume just started coming in at 1225 right now on DRCT. So it's a new trade. What is the headline? Nothing that I see from today. No, nothing from today. So what is it? $38 million market cap, 16.5 million shares traded with a float of 3 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is, DRCT. 6.5% says trade idea. So good data there on this one. So let's load it up over here. Get rid of DRCT, get rid of MSW. Keeping an eye on this one. How do we do this here? So wait for the breakout, or I'm going to wait for the dip trade at 2 1/3. That could be the move here. but it doesn't look like it's going to dip trade. This one looks awfully aggressive and looks like it wants to take out that $0.50. And here goes the $0.50, breaking above it into that 50s area, but not decisively, Joseph. A little bit. Let's keep an eye out on this one. We could DCA into this one because we're not that far away from that 10 exponential. This has been about live for about, I don't want to say the big volume has come in at around 12:30. I mean, it was moving before that. I'm going to get in here just so that I can participate with small share size. Here we go. Breaking into the 60s we go. We're going to set up some orders over here to see if anyone wants to zig and zag. Here we go. It's breaking down now. Great. Let's set up some orders here as well. Let's see if we can get that fill at 33s or what the situation is. Big topping tail candle coming in right now on the 1. The 10 exponential is at 233, which is exactly where I have my order. Printing low 40s right now. Let's see if this one wants to have that has continuity or what the situation is. Anything below 220 and I'm gone. That is where we kind of rejected a few times. So if that level doesn't hold, can't really give it much more than that until the volume weighted average price is at 215. So decisions here to be made. Do I give it to 215 or the price action resistance, which I see at 220? So let's see exactly what the situation is with this one. Probably won't have to wait that long given how it's trading right now. Very aggressive movement up above the $0.50. And there we go, dipping down. I'm going to have to give this one. Let's go like that. Send it to you so I can put my stops.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff there. I just want to zoom out and take a look at the NVDA daily here, guys. And we mentioned this multiple times throughout these sessions, is that the engulfing candle on NVDA was massive, engulfing a massive range, a fairly large range, I should say, on the daily prints. So again, heading south of that engulfing pattern and now going to lowers and run into some key support levels is NVDA. We're bouncing off them as well too here, guys. So as we can take a look at that 134 price level, then we have touched that multiple times and are now bouncing off of it. Let's see if we're going to break through this. The market is starting to recover, and we are running into some key resistance levels as well too, guys. So let's take a look. If this were to be reversed, we could call this a flat bottom, but this is more of a flat top, and the same thing is going on with IBIT, AAPL, and some of the other tech stocks as well. So I think with this momentum, could it be just somewhat of a cover rally from the earlier selling in the sessions? Yeah, sure. But if it does decide that it wants to get squeezy, we're going to see that volume step in, and then we're going to break through. We're going to break through VWAP with momentum. But
just
give him a second. Yeah, no problem. Let me know when it is time to do so. But guys, come on, we got 800 votes on the Playmaker poll. Hosan is back. What do you got going on there, my guy? On Meta. Who Meta $10 winner. I wonder who had Meta in their picks for top performing. But yeah, nice look there, Sean. $10 winner. It looks like he's grabbing the bottom off there. What are you in at? 609-ish?
Yeah, 609.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, beautiful stuff, guys. But we got an ad read. Let's see what Shreve's got for us.
All right, Hive Digital Technologies on the NASDAQ, HIVE, is pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining, a global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more about following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Shout out to the good folks there at Hive Digital. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, well, Zero Gravity says, go me. Yeah, there you go. There are my 4 picks. I like that. I think that was funny. Got a chuckle out of that one. But yeah, let's take a look at IBIT here, guys, as we continue to move. And we're breaking through those resistance levels that I mentioned earlier, Sharif, with momentum. IBIT, and here we go. Is that volume really stepping in? I don't think so, but that's not necessarily anything to worry about right now because it is average. So I want to pull it up on these charts here. Maybe we'll get a better real-time look on this. So yeah, as we zoom in and go on those lower time frames, we are breaking through those resistance levels with momentum and the volume supporting that. So that is a really good look there on IBIT. I don't know how many times, again, we talk a lot about this, but I don't know how many times we're going to test those support levels without breaking through. Eventually, one party's going to lose and someone's going to overtake and win, whether it be the Bulls or the Bears. But eventually, just because we keep testing those levels so many times, I'm like, okay, we'll usually get 2-3 tests, but if there's been 4 or 5 tests, it's like, okay, what's got to give now? Are we just going to consolidate within this range, somewhat of an accumulation phase before we start to go higher? And I think if we fail to break and go into those those mid to low 80s, then I do think that we're going to head into that 1.25 price target, which, I mean, the demand and the inflows going into that BlackRock ETF have been absolutely outstanding. We know that a couple of weeks ago that they had record outflows, but other than that, over 300 million of outflows in a session. But other than that, the inflows have been absolutely amazing. And you know, people don't want to sell their Bitcoin. They hodl. And you know what I'm going to do actually after I send it to you, Sharif? I'm going to just type in. I'm not going to calculate myself, but I'm going to see what one IBIT share is equal to in actual Bitcoin, because I'm curious to see that. So I'm going to do that right after I send it to Sharif. But guys, continue to let me know what you're looking at in the chat, and we'll go over it. DRCT. A lot of people are talking about DRCT. Let's take a look. Direct Digital Holdings. Okay, who are these guys? It's digital. It sounds like something of a crypto miner. So DRCT, Direct Digital. Okay, so sitting at a $33 million market cap, is a holding company that provides end-to-end programmatic advertising platform, primarily focused on providing advertising technology, data-driven campaign optimization, and other solutions intended for undiverse. Okay, I have no idea what half of that means, but here we are, Sharif, trading higher. Have you seen this? Have you been trading this thing? Oh, you're in? Okay, there you go. Take it over, my guy.
All right, so we're in at the $0.25. It's going to have to hold $2. So it's wicked below $2, reclaimed it super quick, very volatile. Almost got printed there at 230. It wicked into my level, but again, it's got a cross, right? So it's the spread here, which is not bad. Right now is 1 penny, but when it went up there, the spread opened up a little bit on DRCT. I gave you guys the details on this already. 3 million share float. Let's see if it continues. A bit of a higher low currently on the 5-minute candle, but at VWAP. So nor bullish nor bearish, kind of indifferent at the moment with the price action. DATS, I'm back into this one. We're long at 94s. Just took some profits there at 10s, waiting or looking for this one to hold the volume weighted average price. It's got 3 candles at VWAP, but it is looking a little bit weaker here. So I put my stop right below that 580 area. So we're going to risk 8 pennies on this bad boy. Or excuse me, we're going to risk 12 pennies on this bad boy as we're in at 94. So let's see exactly what DATS brings. Back to DRCT here, because we got not bad size on this one. But the thing is, again, it looks awfully indecisive at the moment. It's got a higher low, which is good, but we also are south of VWAP. And this one is moving like it definitely wants to kind of choose a direction, baby. I really don't know where this one is going at the moment. I feel a little bit more high risk of a trade, based on how this is trading at the moment. Just you kind of get a feel for these small cap gappers. DATS is breaking down, so I got to break out. I got to take that one out. So that's a bit of a loser there. Focusing now on DRCT. Looks like as if the seller initially that was at 20 has now moved down into the mid-teens. So it looks like we're rejecting 16, 15. Well, okay, well that doesn't hold water because we just broke above that again. So getting higher lows on these 1-minute candles, also getting higher lows on the 5, but you're not getting any directional break one way or another. You could tell it's a tug of war right now between buyers and sellers, bulls and bears at this price level. We'll have to see which way it resolves. I'm a market observer, not a market mover, as most of you are. So we're going to have to watch and basically see exactly how the big money moves this. AMPX still involved in that. It's making another attempt at $4. Been packing my patience on this one. Don't want to move down my resting orders. We're waiting at 408 there. Joseph, what do you got?
Hey, good stuff there, my guys. Still holding on to some of this TSLA. Starting to recover here. Let's pull this up. As Bitcoin starts to appreciate, it's really starting to squeeze now. Really nice stuff on Bitcoin. But let's see what Tesla's up to, guys. Now trading way above the volume-weighted average price. We're about to run into some of these key support or resistance levels. But Hosan is back. Would he $12 now? $11.50. All right, we'll keep it simple. $11.50. Sean is in some Meta, guys. We'll pull up Meta real quick as well, too, because we know what Zuck did not too long ago. I wonder how that's going to affect the platform. Some people in the chat were saying some funny things about Marketplace and what is now going to be on there. But again, really nice look here. Sean grabs the bottom right below the volume-weighted average price around that 609 level, continuing to move higher. I think at this pace, it's going to go and test the high a day. That volume on the 5-minute time frame is supporting this breakout and that test. And we haven't put in a red candle on the 5-minute chart since 12:15. So just under an hour of trading, and Meta is continuing to appreciate, dragging the overall market with it. Again, mentioned for the umpteenth time, Bitcoin continuing to trade higher as well too. But Meta, one of my picks after I switched up my top 3 picks, I went to Meta, and here we are trading extremely well. How do you think that this non-censorship in Meta is going to affect the platform? Do you think it can be positive, Sharif, or more of a negative thing? And we know what's going on with TikTok as well too, but apparently that is not going to be banned, so we'll be patient on that front. But the price action in Meta is being reflected of that, so good look there. But Bitcoin moving extremely well, continuing to squeeze higher and higher here, folks. Trading around that 54 and 35 cent range is IBIT, now breaking through those resistance levels, going to test those pre-market highs, moving really well. That volume is really, really stepping in here on those lower time frames, now reflecting in the higher time frames as well too, guys. On the 5-minute, we are starting to stair step higher in that volume. That is an absolute positive signal. Let's see what we got going on here. Are we going to go and test that 96K level on the encrypted one, Sharif?
All right, got stopped out at DRCT. This one broke down. Just had to get out of it. Broken down below $2. It's now below VWAP. It's below the 10 exponential. So leaving this one alone. It's not. It looks like it's going to be a V-shaped retracement or an upside down V, where it basically just moves off that $1.20, which is basically where the low was, where we hung out most of the morning, and then all the way up into that 261. And as quickly as we got there, as quickly as we give it back. So we'll take an L on this one. So we tried. It didn't work. So keep an eye on some new ones. I see a new one over here. SPI halted to the upside. I'm going to be a little bit hesitant to chase the ones that are making the new moves midday, the ones that haven't traded in the pre-market, because these ones look like they're really algo-driven, being moved up to attract people in and then push everybody out of it. And that's kind of what I feel DRCT was, as well as some others. So keep an eye on this one. It's currently halted to the upside. It's halted at 105. And the details on this one are as follows. SPI. So, according to Trade Ideas, it's got a 24.25 million share float with a short float of 2.75%. What is the market cap? It's done about 7.5 million shares today. The RVOL on it about 8 times RVOL, halted at 105 right now. I think we're 3 minutes deep into what could be a 5-minute halt. We'll keep an eye out on this one. SPI, are we going to Dara?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to take a look here at, before we get to crypto, we're going to talk about the market. So for one, I want to clarify that TikTok story. Actually, what happened is here, as reported by Forbes and spreading around here, the Supreme Court is likely to actually uphold the ban on TikTok. So to correct what was said earlier, it's not that TikTok will not be banned. In fact, it is very likely that TikTok will, in fact, be banned. I did bring this story a while ago, but just to clarify, that basically the reason it's a positive for Meta and Snapchat is because it's less competitors, right? So Forbes reporting that TikTok will likely to be banned. Supreme Court going to uphold this ban unless the company, or ByteDance, decides to divest ownership. So basically they do not want ByteDance, which is a Chinese company, owning TikTok. If ByteDance chooses not to divest ownership, which does seem unlikely, then TikTok will in fact be banned, which is why it's a good look there for Meta and Snapchat. Another thing here too, keep an eye on SFIX. This is Stitch Fix. Amazon apparently is ending, as reported by the information, Amazon is ending a service that allowed Prime members to order clothing, try it on, and decide if they wanted to keep it before being charged for the goods. So keep an eye on SFIX. Looks like that's basically bullish here for Stitch Fix because it gives them less competition. So Stitch Fix and all these social media stocks on watch. But so is Bitcoin. Because it's the end of the week, I wanted to look at the weekly chart on some of these crypto names. Bitcoin looks a lot more bullish in the weekly than it does in the daily, I have to tell you. This is a nice, really nice, rounded bottom, wider term here starting November 2021, kind of ending here March 2024. Then we make a bit of a cup and handle and we push higher. As of right now, kind of consolidating here, finding repeated support around that 91,000 level. So BTC in the weekly, I would say it looks infinitely better than BTC in the daily. Ethereum on the weekly is a bit more of a struggle. We have some continuous resistance around that 4,000 level, and we're a little less defined in terms of a trend than what we have with Bitcoin. Take a look at XRP as well, because that one certainly has been making moves. XRP, on the other hand, is just pure bullishness on this weekly chart. Great push off that 51 cent level, which was some previous support. Make a bit of a bull flag, come back here to that $2 level as of right now, hanging out around that 2.30. So interesting look there for XRP, which looks very bull flaggish, definitely more bullish than Ethereum there. Also make sure to check out TTV Research. Mentioned it earlier and previewed it, but we actually just posted our new graphic on the S&P 500 weighting, so make sure to give that a look. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adira. Excuse me. Guys, it's around, we're encroaching on that 1 p.m. hour. You know what time that usually means, guys. Time for the Playmaker poll. Let's get a couple more votes in. Then we're going to shut that down and then get the second half of the afternoon rundown going up there so you guys can vote for the tickers that you guys want to hear Sean and Neil talk about, also presented by my good friend there, Sharif. So yeah, Sharif, my guy, I know you just sat down, but I want to try to get this entry in as early as possible, and just because, yeah, of where we're sitting as well too. So let's document this trade, guys. We had a peak of $460, and now we've gave a lot of that back. So let's see if we can recuperate that with today's trade. Sharif, entry price.
581.36.
581.36.
We're gonna stop 581. We're gonna stop out at 580.36.
580.36.
And we're gonna take profits at 583.
583.36. Good stuff there, my guy. Much appreciated. 102 is our time of entry. We don't have that. Today is the 10th of January 2024 I wrote there, and 100 shares, guys. And then next week, as promised, we are going to start to look at the options chain and options contract and mark it down from that point to see how using 0 DTE, that is, I think, to see how Theta can affect those contracts just in a mere hour, either positive or negative. But what do you got going on, guy? You see Bitcoin starting to rip a little bit here?
I didn't know. I haven't been looking at the MEG. I haven't been looking at these larger caps. Just been keeping an eye on the small caps. I'm keeping an eye on DATS. It's been having a 3-candle hold up south of VWAP. So what I'm looking for here is for higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, but it's got to reclaim the volume weighted average price. Now, the deal is with this one is VWAP is about 12 pennies currently, lower than $6. So just because you get above VWAP doesn't mean you're in the clear. You still have that whole dollar with which to contend, obviously an area of psychological resistance. And having a look at it previously, we did actually use it as price action, both support and resistance. So $6, still an operative level here, but the trend is still to the downside on DATS. It's been putting in lower highs and lower lows ever since that 740 bump and drop. Kind of a double top separated by that crest into $7. Here we go. It just made a new 5-minute candle. Is it a new high? Not quite. So the previous was 88. This one is 88. So they're both equal, the same price right now. 588 on both candles is the high. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Is it still rejecting the volume weighted average price? CGBS, shout out to you, Pretty Panda. You called this one earlier, and I told you I had no interest in it because it was south of VWAP. It just reclaimed VWAP, and by extension of that, it has now above $1. VWAP, 98 pennies. It's going into 102. It's got a high of the day of 115. It's not above VWAP by all that much. So I don't really want to use VWAP as an area support off which to get in, say get in $1 or whatever, and then put your stop at 98 pennies. It's not that far away from it yet. So keep your eye on CGBS here as it's reclaimed that VWAP level, and it could be playable right now. AMPX does another rejection at $4. And now what I'm seeing is lower highs. And now you're kind of seeing, I want to say higher lows as well, but the higher lows look a lot weaker than the lower highs. So Now, that's the bad side of the things. The good side is it hasn't even touched VWAP yet. The last time AMPX touched VWAP was 10.05. It's gotten awfully close. Every time it's been a little bit higher than the previous attempt. So getting a little bit distant from it right now. 388, exactly where we got in here on AMPX, looking to go. Okay, DATS just wicked above $6 and then dropped right back down. So this is a specialist breakout where they get you in, kind of like a bull trap. Sometimes they get you in and then push the price right back down. So I want to see exactly what the situation is here by watching this a little bit more. The trend still hasn't changed. If you look at the area crests and troughs, we're still lower highs and lower lows, despite the fact that we've had 3 green candles now on DATS, but they've been anemic, especially when you compare them to the red candles that pushed us down. So not much in the way of for me right now in terms of any trades. I don't like anything, whether small caps or whatever. I'm keeping my eye on the scanner that I have on my top screen to see if anything's making moves, but not really anything at the moment. Shout out to Mohammed, STI. I kind of was looking at STI earlier. Let me have a look at it for you right now, see what this one is up to. All right. Oh, it's a good looker. Thank you for letting me know about this one because I wouldn't have known about it because it's 62 pennies and I filter everything south of 85. So let's throw in the ticker there. I likely won't trade it until it does get to that buck, but I can definitely comment on it for you. The first area that I like it for a pullback is this 58.5, 58 penny area. You have a long resistance area there. This is the 5-minute chart. So you essentially rejected that 58, 59 penny area from 10.15 all the way till 11.10. So almost an hour worth of rejections. You drop back down. You do breach VWAP, but you're able to reclaim it real quick. And this is the big boy breakout supported by volume above that 58, 59 penny area. Have a look at the amount of volume that we got there. So 63 pennies technically right now, the HOD. But yeah, it's going to either have to come into a key area of support for me to kind of advise you, or otherwise I wouldn't punch long at these highs right now. I don't even know what the headline is. There's no headline. And I'm concerned about these ones with no headline, right? Because you feel like the algos are pushing them up to drag people in because then they show up on your scanner only to have them V-shape retrace. Case in point, DRCT. You get big boy volume and a big move up, and then you have a V-shaped or an upside down, a Christmas tree retracement, as my man Randy likes to call it, all the way back down. And I got caught in that one. I won't get caught in it again. So DRC, I thought Randy might have been here. I want to bring him on.
Bring him, because
of the new Model Y.
Yeah, he could have built it with us there.
Yeah, well, I want to see what he thought, right?
I like it. I like the light bar that you mentioned before.
Can I say something to you though?
Yeah.
I like the light bar.
Yeah.
Everything is, but I don't know how you feel about this. Doesn't it feel like a 1990, 1980s Buick?
Well,
with that light bar at the back? Well, bro, you don't have to be bored to know what I mean.
Like,
but there are no pictures of the 80s.
Yeah, but I don't think so.
No,
I mean, I think it looks pretty cool. I like how they're switching that up.
Oh,
I like the vehicle. We can zoom in there. All right, cool.
Okay.
So, I mean, that light bar is really nice in my opinion. So on the back as well too. So I mean, but doesn't that work? Isn't that how things work sometime? We kind of, as we move forward in time, the things from the past start trending.
100%.
You know what I mean? So
cyclical.
It's like exactly. This cyclical aspect of fashion. So I mean, I was looking at some of Michael Jackson's like attire. You know, when he has like the black dress pants with the hiked up white socks under it, and I'm like, well, I like that. You know what I mean? So I'm like, maybe we bring that back, but I highly doubt that. But Katina, man, see there you go. Meta is starting to break higher there.
Was that you that hit the cash cow?
Yeah,
what's going on over there?
I hit the $15. I hit the money club 15, the dollar club 15 times. But hey, man, I'm curious on what we're gonna do for tracking these picks that we have for 2025, because I have Meta here, and sure enough, we're starting to move significantly higher. Let's zoom out here, guys, on Meta. PLTR. Hold on, we're gonna wait on Meta here, because we do know we have that catalyst on it, but PLTR is starting to move higher as well too, folks. Kind of dragging the overall market up as well with it. Diamond Hands, you're still in, how much percentage, from a percentage metric, how much do you have left in Meta? 10%? All right, but that's still, you passed through the highs of day now, so Katina Man holding on about 10% of his Meta position, so really nice trade through the highs there from our guy to the right. But here's PLTR, still negative on the session, recovering really well with the rest of the tech stocks as Tesla is starting to zoom higher as well too, guys. So the market is starting to break out. These heavy Meg 7, Sharif, are starting to catch a flame up under them. So here we are starting to squeeze in the markets.
I like it. People yelling about GameStop. Let's load up GameStop and see what is afoot there or what's meowing over there. Let's have a look. Let's see over here. What do we got? Okay. We're technically still 1 1/5 negative on the day, but that's a hell of a recovery off that 31 and change. We're breaking through 32.70 right now, about to go positive right now on GameStop, 32 3/4. It's a bit spready. It's about a 9-penny spread right now. 63s on the bid, 72 on the ask. GME headed to the high side. Let's have a look. Any catalyst for this one today? Not much. Not much at all. So let's load up GameStop on the 5-minute chart and have a look. See what it looks like on the day. So it's a nice recovery there. We're still south of that 32.97, 32.96, give or take. That was where we closed out on the previous trading day. We had basically nothing done there on the previous trading day. Very range bound. You had outsized movement on the 7th, but the 8th was pretty much dead. We didn't do anything there. With respect to the first area of resistance on GameStop, I'd say definitely that 32.97, 33 essentially, which was the closing print on the 8th. But a good recovery. I'm just really not sure what my move is to trade it. 32.70 seems to be like a possible earlier market top there in the early morning hours with very light volume, so I'm hesitant to use that as a resistance level. Yeah, but GameStop down 1%, no news catalyst on for it, but we'll keep an eye out for it. CGBS, Pretty Panda, it's got 3 candles now above the volume weighted average price, so not a bad look here. It's using that 98-penny area as a defend. But it's having trouble with a buck. And that's what I don't like sometimes about having VWAP and the whole dollar awfully close to one another. You get kind of caught in a bit of a range as the whole dollar pushes you down and VWAP keeps you up. We'll see which way this resolves, but it hasn't been the greatest day for these small cap gappers in terms of continuity. They've had great initial moves up and then we retrace aggressively to the downside, so you're not getting that continuity. Case in point, DATS whiffled and waffled a little bit here at the volume weighted average price. Now it's breaking down well below 6 on the way to 5 1/4. There is price action support here at the 5 1/4 owing to that area crest that we put in from 1025 all the way to 1055 when we finally took out that level. I'm not going to get into it because it is south of VWAP, so I'll have to let this one retrace back above 6 for me to get involved, but there is possible support in and around this area. Keeping my eye on some of the other small cap gappers we've had an eye on, and really nothing's moving. I'm gonna have to wait to see if this CGBS wants to hold above VWAP and then, continue on its merry way above a buck. If it does that, we'll have an area to say, okay, you know what? If it breaks below this, we'll get out. To me, that's gonna be, for currently right now, about 96 pennies or so. If I was to get in, that would be the area where I put my stop. Shout out to Calmandu.
Dang.
$5 super chat, no comment, but thank you for the super chat. We also have your man ADL, Adam DeLuce, dropping £2 in the chat, dropping cash for my guys. Congrats, Sean, on Meta, says Adam. Good for, shout out to Adam, appreciate that. I'm sure the Katina man sending his love your way. I'm keeping an eye on Hoth as well, as this one's working back into that 215 area. 215 is VWAP. Had a good move up, HOTH, right at the beginning. Then it gave back the entire ghost. We kept Hoth on the side chart because we had a trade on it back on, I believe, it was the 6th or 7th. No, neither day. Which day did I trade? Oh, it was the 8th. Yes, it was this. It was this day. The day that I came back was a Wednesday. So the 8th, yeah, we had a big move up on Hoth, went from red to green, and it's a bit of an inside day today with higher lows and lower highs on Hoth. So not doing much there, Joseph. What do you got?
Thanks, brother. Just holding on to this TSLL position. It was an abomination of a session earlier, but now starting to recover are these tech stocks. So looking good as of now. But yeah, pulling back pretty aggressively. Rightfully so. That volume on the higher time frame, or I guess mid time frames, did start to step in, and now we're kind of pulling back on Tesla and the overall market. I thought that we were close to our price target on the SPY, but not quite yet. Still about $1.15 until we hit that 2-to-1. So hopefully we catch a big recovery on that, much needed. But yeah, I mean, guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. Tesla's starting to pull in as well too, guys. iBit, looking for an ABCD on this after that momentum, but as of right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Starting to pull back as well too, still up about 1.78% on the session. So let's see how deep this pullback is. If we breach 5420s, then I'll get out of the position, then reassess the situation, and see what we can do. If we can continue in this momentum, then we'll be looking to participate on that front. But yeah, you got the super chats. Sharif, good look there, brother. If you guys have anything that you want to look at specifically, please let me know. But PLTR starting to trade significantly well, recovering with the rest of the market. Let's take a look at this thing from a daily perspective. I know a lot of people want to get involved in this name because it was the top performer in the NAS as it was added a little bit late. But again, really, really nice year put in from PLTR with Alex Karp and company, putting in this kind of head and shoulders pattern on the daily, gapping down, and now in some key support levels. Something that was now resistance is now acting as support. So let's see how far from a percentage metric we are off those all-time highs on PLTR, 23%, a little bit of a hefty pullback, but we know in this thing's earlier days that it would get extremely volatile. So showing that as we appreciate in price, that volatility is going to step in and those pullbacks might be a little deeper than anticipated. So just be prepared for that. Slowly starting to recover, trading around 67.25 right now on the session, putting in a pretty good day thus far. Let's see what else we got going on from a tech standpoint. AMD, yeah, we haven't really talked about AMD overly too much. I know a lot of people an individual was talking about buying some August calls on this thing. You know my thesis and where I stand on AMD. I don't think it's time just yet. I don't think it's time just yet to get involved in it. Sorry, what was that?
I love your nickname for it.
Oh, advance money? Yeah, well, it's Sean. Well, it was Sean. We were all chilling in the back, and then he was doing the evening show, and then it was their earnings report, and they absolutely tanked, and then he just read it from the chat, and it stuck. So yeah, everybody caught a laugh from that one. So yeah, it was Sean who had that, but he's like, I don't even remember saying it. So yeah, but we were calling it ever since their previous earnings report, and yeah, living up to its name, and nothing short of it. There is advanced money destroyer. Not time to acquire just yet as the market is pulling back. So that little sign of strength might just be somewhat of a liquidity grab as we are starting to pull back. I need to see that volume step in and that momentum to continue in order to want to participate in the overall markets around the volume weighted average price. Are we going to get that right now? I don't know. Don't forget, it is Friday. So the volume does tend to dwindle off sometimes in the later hours of the session. So we are in the latter half of the day. People just calling it, mailing it in, ready for the weekend because we know we had Jimmy Carter and the week before was New Year's. So people probably just want to get a nice rest and relaxation weekend in.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the future right now because that VWAP area is really interesting on the NQ or March contract. We've gotten into VWAP before only to reject. So this is an interesting area over here. Here's the look at the NQ. You had an initial rejection right at 9:30. We're at the open. You get into VWAP, you reject. We did it again at 10:45. We got above it. Rejected again. This is kind of the most amount of time I'd say we've spent above VWAP, but who knows? Let's see if this one wants to drop back down again. We're printing 21.046 or so back into that 21.060. It's still above VWAP. It's not giving up the ghost. Has this current candle though, the 5-minute chart, it's got a lower high and a lower low, but not really directionally changing all that much despite the chart pattern right now on the future. So keep your eye on that. Joseph's point very well taken there on the future. The reason I'm looking at futures because not much is happening here with these small cap gappers. So I got to look for something. I've been looking to see what else is moving. RBLX, interesting area here on Roblox. Got an upgrade today from the boys over at JP Morgan. It just got back into break even. So hit a low of 60, back into 62.05. This is the closing print from the last trading day. So there could be resistance right here, right where we're looking right now. But it's a good recovery. This is uninterrupted to the high side here on Roblox since 12:20 till now. An hour of just only green candles on the 5-minute on Roblox, despite the fact that it's still negative. Well, because the market's kind of, the market's doing its thing. 62.05 on Roblox, exactly the break-even point from the previous day. No print higher than it. Let's see if it's able to stay above that level or whether it retraces right back down. The market still above VWAP. Keeping my eye on the NQ to see what situation is. It's a 3-candle hold up, 4-candle. We just opened up another candle right now on the 5 above the volume weighted average price on the future. So don't be too quick to short that. Otherwise, you could find yourself in some trouble, baby. Keeping an eye on GameStop as well. Since you guys called that, it's off the high at 32.70. Back into the 50-penny area we go. Keep an eye on that one, despite the fact that it's well negative on the day. DRCT, definitely not trading that one. Still involved in AMPX, as this one hasn't broken down below VWAP. But DRCT, sorry, not DRCT, DATS, not going to trade it at this level because it's at below the, it's below the volume weighted average price. But it just put in a hammer candle there, kind of a bottoming tail candle, showing that buyers were picking this up aggressively off that $5 area, but you still don't have a change in trend. You still have lower highs and lower lows. There's really nothing that's changed since we put in that top at 750. So big move down for DRCT. Don't put too much stock into one candle. Have it prove to you that it's going to move back to the high side, and you haven't seen any sort of change in trend on that one yet. CGBS, though, could be going here, Pretty Panda. This one is moving to the high side and holding the volume-weighted average price finally. This one looking like it might want to stay above $1 and above VWAP. So CGBS up 40%. Kind of a, undecided whether it wants to be a dollar stock or a sub-dollar stock right now. If you were to get in here at, say, 104, you could risk about 97, 96 pennies, so less than 10 pennies worth of risk on CGBS. It's working its way higher, but I've seen this story before where it breaks VWAP only to retrace right back down in short order. So let's load it up since it's the only one that's actually doing anything on at the moment, CGBS. Assuming this is on the NQ, it is, yes. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. I could be persuaded to have some dip orders into that 101 area. Looks like there was a lot of selling at that 101 initially. So let's see if that wants to act as support at that level. Let's throw in the order there. I'm just going to sit at 101 see if we can get filled in and around there. I should probably move that up to 101.5, but because, we might not get printed there unless we cross. So I threw in an order for CGBS. Let's see if it defends that buck area. And holds up above VWAP. So that's the only thing that I've got on at the moment. Nothing else for me doing. Keeping an eye on the mag since really there's nothing a whole lot in small cap gapper world. Looks like as if, let's have a look at the mag. Let's analyze these a little bit. See what's afoot. So again, Fuchs above VWAP right now, so that's a good look. You've also got Nvidia above VWAP. Likewise with Tesla, they're both well off the highs. Apple getting a lot of selling at 237 right now, even though it is above VWAP. Now, I'll submit to you guys that there is a key area of technical support for Apple at 237. That was the area where we kept rejecting umpteen amount of times. Let's throw that on there. Those are pivot points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they completely distort the chart. That's why I throw them off. So this is the initial. This was the initial high that we got into in mid-July. That was a 237 bump. We got there several times as well in the early fall in October, rejecting 237s, always making a higher low. And here we are right back at that 237 level on AAPL. Does it hold? Do we get a retracement above 237 on the day? So far, it's an ugly looking candle, right? And I mean, you could say, great, well, we're definitely off the lows of 233, but this is not a good looking candle. Let's call a spade a spade. It's going to have to retrace a lot higher, maybe into that 241, 242 for it to look like a hammer candle. So AAPL 237 support on the daily. We're at 237 right now. We'll see how we close up the day, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there. Yeah, Wow was right, Sean. How many now? How much you got left? Same 10%. You're still holding diamond hands. Hit the diamond hands one more time, my guy. Hit the diamond hands one more time. There we are. Calm call him the Diamond Man. Yeah, but good luck there. Yeah, get it, Katina, man. Get it. Everybody who's been holding on to those and had faith. But I think what's dragging the market up, we're only a couple cents away now, Sharif, from hitting that 2-to-1 on the Playmaker poll. Here we go. Are we going to hit it just yet? Oh, no, why you got to do us like that? But here goes Microsoft, guys, trading significantly higher, dragging the market up. I wonder if there's any news, and bang, there we go. We just hit the price target on the Playmaker poll, 2-to-1. Nice recovery from on that front, guys. But there's something I want to ask you, and please, don't spam the chat just yet. I'm curious to see what the overall sentiment is and what everybody has. But I want you guys, if you're listening, please put in the chat either which phone you have, iPhone or Samsung, okay? What do you guys have, iPhone or a Samsung? You can put that in the chat. I'm curious to see what the dominant phone is. I think the majority of the people here have iPhones with a couple outliers, but I'm curious to see what you guys have, either an iPhone or a Samsung. So just write in the chat, iPhone or Samsung, and there we go. Samsung is the winner. iPhone, let's see what you guys got here. iPhone, Samsung. iPhone, Samsung, here we go. And let's see, oh, Samsung. Oh, what a wave in the Samsung. Okay, wow, what a domination there, Sharif. There you go. That's how you get the people going to see which phone is better. And I'm glad this is the exact result that I was looking for on this one. So yeah, I'm glad we had a little bit of fun here on this Friday, because that was the objective of the iPhone or Samsung goal. Absolutely, there, my guy.
Sir. Yeah. All right, I like that.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, we're involved now.
Someone said Pixel. Let's go. All right.
Yeah, Brendo's got the Pixel. The Pixel's getting a lot better, bro.
Okay, this is what I was thinking. Shower thought. Google in itself is kind of like a whole tech ETF within that company. Like you got Willow, you got Waymo, you got Gemini, YouTube. Like why would you not want to own this company that has its hands in so many different spaces? Okay, guys, it's over. We see. Yeah, there we go.
No, but we're getting trolled now. The Palm Trio. What was that? Like 2 decades ago?
What?
The Palm.
The Palm.
You know about the Palm Pilot?
I think so. Yeah, I know about the Palm Pilot.
Oh man, the Palm Pilot takes me back.
Oh, okay. Bro. Now we got a poll up here. Even better. Choose your fighter. Ooh. Here we go. iPhone and oh wow, Samsung with pure domination this far.
Really?
Good one. Way to put that poll up there, guys. Really like that one. So yeah, chime in. Oh, okay. iPhone taking the lead there. But guys, hold on. Let's do this here real quick before we send it back to Sharif. We're gonna document this, guys, because we hit that price target. Something that we wanted to do and we haven't done for some time. So there we go. We'll call it 125. We hit that price target of that 2-to-1, and this is going to be a nice recovery for us here, guys. So 583, 36. Moving. We went long once again. Not surprising. W of 200 shares. So guys, yeah, continue to, if you guys are documenting like this as well too, so let us know, because I think that's good. So 231 is now. There we go. Nice bounce off the lows. Like the overall market here, guys, just really reflecting how the SPY is looking, but a nice bounce in the P&L curve, starting to head back to those highs. Brother, what are you cooking up?
Yeah, man, we're involved in CGBS. Let's see how this one wants to run as well. Good look there. Let's let that one cook. I'm also involved in the MNQ right now to the long side. Let's see if this one wants to go. We're at 20 points. How many? We're about 10 points, 12 points in the money now. Let's see. Yeah, because I'm down on the day, so I have to figure out something to get a little bit down on the day, if you know what I mean. So we're moving up on here. Good look. There it is. Bang. Okay. Not too bad. Let's see if that one wants to continue going over here. 50 points incoming. That's where the 200 exponential on the 5 is right now. It's at about 21,167. We're printing 30s. Obviously, we have that 50-point level with which to contend. There is resistance, though, at the 30-point level and the 25 to 30-point level. And the reason I say that is it's over here. This was the area crest that we put in above the volume weighted average price that we didn't spend too much time in front of. And there it is. So we're encountering resistance at this level over here. Unsurprised by that, because it is a negative day, and these areas of resistance looking like they're gonna be in play on the day. We'll see if we can continue moving up here on the MNQ. Let's have a look at CGBS. We're involved in that one as well. Okay, we got the print there at 4s, waiting now at 8s. So the reason I'm involved in CGBS, because it cleared VWAP. It's using the buck, it looks like, as support, as well as the VWAP, or the volume weighted average price, which is awfully close to that dollar level. So kind of sometimes good when they overlap, sometimes not so much. So keeping an eye on this one. Probably should set up some more orders. What's up, Joe? Why are you giggling, bro?
I'm laughing because Katina Man wrote in the chat, and I told him my acronym MEAT, man.
MEAT.
Meta. Yeah, exactly. Meta, Nvidia,
got it. Yeah.
Apple, and Tesla. Let's
day,
go. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did you send it off to me there, or
No,
we
I can keep going.
Continue.
Yeah.
No,
So
continue. That was
CGBS looks like there's a seller at 5 over here. Keeping an eye on this one. This one's making a good move up with higher highs and higher lows, but it's just having a lot of trouble with this 5 penny area. So I'm layering my orders. Let's see if we can get something at 6 here on CGBS. Good breakout. Keep your eye out, though, for that $1.15 if we are to get into that $1.15, because there's a whole bunch of resistance there. So packing my patience. Let's see if we can get something to the high side on this bad boy. Let's see what else the future's up to, because we got out of that one. Let's see what the situation is. It's still moving. It's not giving it up right now. There's a candle of indecision that printed on the 5 minute at 12:25 Central. And here we go. We're about to make a newer low there. So could this be the end of the move here for the future? We'll have to wait and see. We're down below 21.1 again. So I guess maybe 21.1 acting. Well, we know the 100-point levels are areas of support and resistance on the future. Do we get a 21.050 bump, though? That's VWAP. It's a 50-point level. We'll have to wait and see. It's a bit of an ugly 2-candle setup at the moment with this doji candle, obviously a candle of indecision or a reversal candle, depending on where it appears. And then here we go with the new candle on the 5-minute chart to make a newer low and a lower high. So that's not a good look. Let's wait possibly for VWAP, see if VWAP wants to act as support on the way down. Otherwise, we could be headed right back down again. We'll have to wait and see. The future definitely volatile today with NFPs, non-farm payrolls, in case you're just joining us, coming in. It feels like COVID all over again, where, inflation is an issue and good numbers are going to act as bad again, just like we had in 21 and 22. I don't know, though, and I kind of spoke about this on the desk a little bit earlier. I feel it's a little different this time in the sense that the inflation is not going to be supply chain issues related, and it's not going to be because the government's sending out stimmies. Growth will be organic this time around if we do have inflation. It'll be driven by increase in productivity, by economic growth, by a higher GDP, and that GDP that is not supported primarily by government spending, because we're not sending people stimmies anymore. So I don't know. I feel this time around, even if we do get inflation, it's the inflation that should come with economic growth. Because if you get economic growth, by default, you do get inflation. As people have more money, more buying power, they tend to spend it. And when they spend it, it's more money chasing fewer goods, aka, the key definition of inflation. So I don't know. I see it a little bit differently this time. Obviously, the market reacting to the news, like in the way that we saw in 22 when inflation was a big problem. So we'll have to wait and see how this all pans out. But yeah, very, very interesting area.
I agree with you on that front, just kind of that aspect of good news being bad news once again. But how long will the street perceive it as that? Until things start to flip around. I mean, we can't argue that the American economy is robust and strong and healthy. So I don't really know what there is too much to worry about it. But I think one thing, Sharif, just to add, is that we were pricing in a couple more cuts that may be coming in the near future. So maybe that is being priced out of the market right now. Because one thing, too, that I wanted to add is that we know with heightened interest rates, it isn't always the best for the smaller caps. So you can see that reflected in the IWM as well, too. So as the street perceives less cuts and predicts less cuts, we might see a little bit more of I think we will see the smaller caps affected by this more than what we would see from these growth stocks. But yeah, that's just my sense. But I agree with you on that front. I don't know how long that's going to last, because what are you going to, I don't understand why there's anything really much to complain about or whine about when the economy is as healthy as it is, especially the American.
It is, but hey, let's bring in a different perspective here. Stock trader bringing up a really good point. Inflation from growth and not from tariffs. Interesting. Great point, brother. I think that there is definitely a case to be made for that because we know what companies are going to do. They encounter tariffs on the imports. They're going to pass it off to the consumer. They're not going to absorb it and have it fundamentally affect their P&L. So I absolutely agree with you. What I want to see, though, is in the face of tariffs, do companies renegotiate all their input costs with all their suppliers, which I'm assuming are coming from overseas. Otherwise, they don't encounter tariffs. In addition to that, do they adjust where they get their inputs from? So what do I mean? If you were buying something specifically from China, are you then now looking at it from an American perspective? Are you looking to buy it American? If you do that, the likelihood is your input costs will go up because we know China is obviously cheaper. So there is so many different questions here. You bring up a fantastic point, though. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Madeira.
Be aware here on Meta and Snapchat, there's this interesting headline here coming from the Financial Times. Apparently, TikTok is warning that it could, quote, go dark. This comes, of course, as we do have indications that the Supreme Court is likely to uphold the TikTok ban. So unless ByteDance decides to divest TikTok, it will be banned as of January 19th. Seems like the Supreme Court's going to be upholding this ban. TikTok warning that it will go dark, though it's unclear exactly what that means. Keep an eye on these social media names and also keep an eye on Eli Lilly. It is worth noting here, as this one kind of heads into a bit of a flat top break, we have a report here from also Financial Times suggesting that the company's in advanced talks to buy Scorpion Therapeutics. Scorpion Therapeutics is a private company, so that is not tradable here on this catalyst, but LLY actually trying to break that 795 level, guys. Back to you.
What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, I was just reading a comment from Ryan Faye. I don't know if you've seen that in the chat, Sharif, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, you can message us and maybe we can kind of give you some pointers, but again, stop losses and risk mitigation is extremely important in trading, especially if you want to have any form of longevity. So yeah, here we go. E-Signal ad read, guys. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Bang. There you go.
Yes, sir. Looking at UBX for Tisha. I don't know, Tisha. This seems a little bit light on volume. Let's have a look at it on the chart over here. UBX. Okay. What do we got for volume on this? It's 451,000 on a $1 name. This is just not going to cut it, Tisha.
Zuck on Rogan?
Apparently, people are saying that in the chat. We'll have to find out. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. I'd like to see what he has to say. So $1.80 HOD right now on UBX. It's up a respectable 32%, Tisha, on UBX, but definitely not to my liking with respect to how much volume it's doing on the day. I'm going to have to respectfully decline to trade this one. But hey, yeah, it's a fantastic move back on the 6th. It had a bigger move up. Not sure what the volume was that day. Yeah, I was doing light volume then as well. I mean, each of these 5-minute candles has about 20 or 30,000 shares of volume, so that's really not the look there. So I'll keep my eye out for it. If it has more volume, definitely interested in that. The futures continuing to head to the high side, and the market in general is moving up. Really, the only laggard you could kind of say right now is Nvidia. It's really not moving up as aggressively as some of these other names. It seems like it has a seller for whatever reason on NVIDIA at $137, at $137. Many different wicks into this 136 and 3/4, maybe 136.5 now that I look at it on NVIDIA. So it's not participating to the high side like some of these other names. You've got the Amazon moving up, Microsoft moving closer to the high day. Likewise with Google, Tesla a little bit as well. A little bit anemic there. Apple above VWAP. It really is the meta story right now, though, up almost 3% on the back of the TikTok tailwind, as I used to call it, back in 2023 when I was involved in this name. And the thing is, though, guys, you know, the judges, they like to kind of hide how they think. Okay, and they're not really going to tip their hand. So they're going to ask you questions that make you feel one way, and then they may be thinking another way. And they do that to play devil's advocate. They want to see if you've studied your case that well. If you've never watched an appellate court trial, it's very different than an actual first instance trial where there's a jury, there's cross-examination. An appellate court trial is judges grilling the lawyers who are there to answer their questions and to present their case. That's kind of how an appellate court works there. And the judges, you know, they get to be much more inquisitorial in an appellate case than they can be in a regular trial, because then they look like they're interfering with the trial because it's an adversarial system, right? So it's really interesting to see how this all going to pan out. We don't have to wait that long, though. We're going to find out likely before the 19th. 19th is the deadline. What I'd like to see, though, is if Donald Trump doesn't agree with the ban, does he actually take action if the Supreme Court holds up the legislation with the ban? So it's going to be interesting to see from that regard.
One thing I was going to say about Donald is if this current administration didn't want to ban it, he would just want to ban it. I think that's just my opinion, right? He does the inverse, but yeah, you're not wrong on that front. Only time will tell.
I don't think he wants to ban it. He's made it clear.
I in my opinion, I think he would just do the opposite, just because they want to ban it. Now he doesn't want to ban it. Yeah. If they didn't want to, he would 100%
agree with you. 100%
you know what I mean?
Yeah, he doesn't like to go with
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But one thing I want to ask you, because I don't have TikTok or anything, but what is it that TikTok can offer that Snapchat and Instagram Reels and all these things can't offer? You know what I mean? What is it?
TikTok?
Yeah. What
the
is the
algorithm
outlier?
just blows Reels away, bro. And
I wouldn't know. I don't have it.
I know. Yeah. That's why I'm just kind of, it's a lot better. That's just been my experience. You go on Reels, it's just stuff that I'm not interested in. No matter how many times I click not interested or try to watch certain things, it just doesn't get it.
Okay, I see what
TikTok
you're saying.
seems to get it a bit more. Whether, you know, they've solved the algorithm problem or something else, I really don't know, Joseph. But the fact of the matter is, like, 99% of the good videos I get are either from X or TikTok.
Okay.
Not from Meta.
Well, they don't need to fix it now because there's next only going to be
we'll have
less
to wait and see.
So.
And the thing is, like, I had some notes on this earlier. I'll pull it up in a little bit, but there's a bunch of different caveats to this legislation. You won't be able to download or update the app, but you're going to have access to the app, right? So the app won't be able to be taken off your phones, but it won't be downloadable from the App Store, from Google Play. Do they still call it Google Play? Or Google App Store, whatever it is? So. I haven't had an Android in a hot minute. So you won't be able to download it. You won't be able to update it, but they won't be able to remove it from your phone. The interesting part is, do the creators just disappear overnight? Because there is an umpteen amount of creators that are on this platform every day churning out content. Where do they go? And what do they do?
I mean, you can call it
probably go to another platform.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you can call it a mass exodus from TikTok, but then that has to funnel into some other platforms, because a lot of, like, we know what the West Coast is like with kind of social media and everything. So these people aren't just going to give up their income just like that, just because TikTok is gone. They're going to have to funnel to something else, and then that's why you see the beneficiaries like Meta and Snapchat starting to.
And I also get concerned too about. National security issues are definitely something that have to be respected, okay? 100%. But the concentration of power and the concentration of social media into the hands of Meta, let's be real, bro. It's either going to be X or Meta, right? Because Snapchat's kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's going to be Elon and Zuck, and those are going to be a duopoly. Right? So it's going to be really interesting to see how they do with that.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Let's see what the chat's saying with respect to this issue. Let's go in here, have a look. Current administrator, okay, all right, that's fine. DMS, TikTok is way better. TikTok, Chinese data mining bad, says Rob Winter. Respect that. And you're probably not wrong. No, he gets votes from TikTok. I'm assuming because Donald Trump wants to keep it legal. The algo on TikTok is way better. It gives you exactly what you like, says Bill Love. Shout out to you. Fat Figure says it's the algorithm. I agree. Rogelio Concepcion agreeing with AC. I didn't get to see what. All right. I like that. The algo is super addictive, says Kevin.
Yeah,
I completely agree with that.
I think that's the thing. Everybody's saying the algo.
Doom scrolling.
Yeah, it's doom scrolling. So yeah, the algorithm is better. But what does that do? That just makes you more glued to your phone. right? So, and then what are you doing that? Now you're charging more data on your phone. So yeah,
And they're making more money on the ads.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
so
kind of the way it is there. Let's see what else people are talking about. What's this?
Why do you keep
passed
asking
Big
that?
note is that Meta would have a monopoly. Essentially, well, I wouldn't go so far as to say monopoly, right? Because X is really moving up in terms of popularity. I know that the user metrics on X has really been booming, especially after the election. I'll keep an eye out on that. YouTube Shorts, says Peter Ransom. I've been on Shorts, man. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about them. Let's see what else people are saying over here. Soon, Gen AI will produce all memes, says El Sol. Don't I know? The bigger R, also an opportunity to blow up as a ransom creator on TikTok is bigger. Interesting. I didn't know that, actually. I knew that the TikTok what do they call it? The creator fund. A lot of people were complaining about that. It's like this fund that pays out the creators something consistent, so they don't have to base it on views. Fact check me on that chat. Tisha Perkins yelling about RLAY. Let's have a look at RLAY. I haven't had eyes on that one. Let's load that bad boy up. RLAY. What do we got here, Tisha? Oh boy.
Yo, okay, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with these ones, Tisha. You know, they show up quick. I think these are algo pumps to get you to see them on the scanner, and then they move them quick back down. So this thing it opened up at 482, traded essentially in the 450s, 460s all day. It gets a pump all the way to 599, and then bang, down we go again. So bit of a tougher look there, Tisha. Yeah, I've been experiencing that with these small cap gappers as well. They kind of make their way onto the scanner, and then they kind of disappear super, super quick there. So keep your eye out on those. What's your look there, my man?
Yeah, just looking at these tech stocks, man. With Meta continuing to trade higher, we're only about 1% or so off those all-time highs, Sharif. And I think at this pace, I don't know if we're going to touch it by the end of the day, but if we continue on this trajectory, I think that it is absolutely possible. Up 3% on the session and only down about 1 and a bit off of those all-time highs is Meta, when the market has been off those, we have been trading off those all-time highs, about 5 or 6% off the all-time highs in the Qs and the SPY as well too, guys. So Meta leading the way, continue to appreciate in price. This thing is strong, dragging everything up with it, as well as Google too. So let's take a look at Google. Because again, I just mentioned, it's like, man, this thing is like an ETF in its own, essentially. Get just like tech this, tech that, whatever you want, they got it. And sure enough, we're not too far off the all-time highs on Google as well, too, guys. Let's see from a percentage metric what we're exactly sitting at, about 3.3% off those all-time highs. I think in order for us to continue to climb higher and rebound slightly more off of the FOMC, we need these boys to participate. So sure enough, Google and Meta leading the way on that front. The closest out of the Mag 7 to those all-time highs. Let's take a look at Apple as well, too, and see what we got going on. Oh, wow. Okay, I really like this, Sharif.
What happened?
I really, really like this print so far on the daily on Apple. Yeah, so
it's at 237.
Yeah,
so it's going to hold initially, but it could give way.
If we close as a hammer here, though, I'm going to look for a long, and we're going to we're going to look for leverage because we have sold significantly off of that 259. I mentioned inflows and all the cash on the sidelines coming into the ETFs, and Apple being in a large number of those ETFs and being the beneficiary of that. But we are now pulling back on that front, so trading around 237 to be exact. So I think if this closes as a hammer, then we're going to look to take advantage of that on a larger scale. So just be a little bit patient. Wait for that daily print to close. Bitcoin still coming off of those all-time highs. Let's take a look at IBIT here and see what we got going on. Had the inability to hold or sustain that momentum to the top side. I still think that we head south and go into those mid-80s until proven otherwise. If we continually move in this path, then I just have to accept it that maybe the market doesn't want it to go any lower than what it's sitting at right now, that being the support sitting around $92,000. But one thing that I was grinning before we started talking about, I guess, ByteDance and kind of the social media aspect was I was looking at the options chain January 15th, 2027, so that's 2 years on the expiration cycle. We have an implied at the money implied volatility of 67%. But the contracts that I were looking at, those at the monies, have now come down in price. And that's something that I was looking for. So if I were to buy this at the money call right now, expiring January 5th, 2027, it's going to cost me $22.45. I like the price of that. So in options, I guess not in options terms, but in equities terms, are real money. That's $2,245 for that contract. I really like to look at that. It is slightly appealing for my style. I don't know. I don't want to grab it too early, but if we continue to hold those levels, as I mentioned before, and numerous amounts of times, then I'm going to look to participate because I think we can appreciate to that 1.25 price target on Bitcoin. I know a lot of analysts have that 180, low 200s for Bitcoin. So I want to join that, and I want to be able to take advantage of that to the fullest amount. But other than that, just going to sit in this Tesla still here, my guy, and see what we got going on for the last 10 minutes of the session.
All right, we gotta go to Adara, but we got some stuff when we get back.
Usually here, I just want to let you guys know we have yet another graphic out here from Trader TV Research just made this afternoon. We just talked about here our S&P 500 graphic. We now have our Dow 30 weighting. So all 30 tickers here in the Dow. These 15 here, basically the first 15, and the remaining 15 make up 27% of the weighting. So that basically means that 3/4 of the weighting of this index is just 15 of the 30 tickers. So weighting is huge. I was pretty surprised to see Goldman Sachs is the top weighted ticker in the Dow. That was pretty shocking. Apple here is number 14. NVIDIA is 22. And then Sherwin-Williams, which was just added to the index in November along with NVIDIA, is number 5 weighted. So there's a lot of really shocking stuff here. This graphic will be posted on X at TTV Research. Make sure to check it out, guys. Back to you.
From RC. Trump will make TikTok, will keep TikTok so he can make Canada the 51st. Come on, bro. Come on. That's
getting old, no? The 51st state thing?
Yeah, I think people take a little too sensitive about it, but that's okay. Kyle Burdett, my spidey sense is tingling. Oh, are you looking to the bear side there, Big Spile? Let me know what you're looking at there. We're making higher highs on the NQ, so we're still going, guys. Most of the Mag 7s are, for the exception really of NVIDIA, are making higher highs and higher lows. Let's see what else everybody's talking about there in the chat. Yeah, the position board is down, guys. We're sorry about that. We'll keep an eye out on it. And the best production team, well, there you go. That was super quick. CGBS, let's keep an eye out on that. It's still zigging and zagging. We got a bunch of outs here on CGBS. Wasn't able to get that 108 out, though. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. What else we got? Meta kills, okay. All right. I did see the Zuck. He is on, it looks like, yeah, he certainly is on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan posted,
He's a fighter now, that's why.
Yeah, well, there you go. They're them together there. There we go. And then, obviously, I don't know who this dog is, but Joe Rogan felt the need to take a picture with this dog. Maybe he's Zuck's dog?
Zuck's dog.
He's got glasses on. That's okay. So Mark Zuckerberg, obviously on. I'm going to definitely have to give that a listen, as I did with the Elon one as well. Let's see what else everybody's talking about there in the chat. DATS, people asking about DATS. Okay, is it moving back up? No, still below the volume weighted average price. DATS certainly having problems breaking above VWAP. It had problems breaking above it over here when we were initially broke below it, 1250, and it's continuing to have that same problem now as we get closer to that 2 o'clock hour. So unless this one reclaims that $6 area and trades above VWAP, I personally wouldn't trade it. It looks like as if, you know, kind of a little bit of range bound right now, 5.25 to about 575, 580 to the high side there. Amazon looks good, says, I think, you told me your name before because I can't pronounce your name, but didn't he say it was like John or something like that?
Yeah, he said John is easier.
John, okay, so shout out to John.
Yeah, it's significantly easier than
it is. Let's have a look at Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's coming in above 220 right now, trying to break and hold above $220. Good clearing of the $10 level, and by extension of that, the whole dollar level, still well below that 221.71 HOD. We'll keep an eye out for that one. So not bad. Not bad. Good recovery on the day. We'll keep an eye out, Joseph, see how much more we can recover.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone in the chat said bye-bye Delta Airlines here. We are going to head below that, or head towards some key support levels here, potentially with that flat bottom break here, Sharif, on DAL, but we're up significantly. At one point, we were up over 12% on the session with DAL, but with a strong forward outlook for Delta Airlines. So putting in that strength for this company is really well. We know we like strong guidance and outlooks, so that will help with the stock's appreciation. So a high consumer demand as well too for travel and luxury travel with Delta Airlines. So yeah, it's a really good look there. Really strong opening drives here. Let me pull it up one more minute because we had a really strong 5-minute opening drive here supporting this. And then for the 5-minute orb traders, really nice look. Putting in a high of about $69 flat and then rejecting that and then now chopping around in these areas with the inability to regain momentum. Again, Friday, almost 2 o'clock, sure enough, you'll see that volume start to dwindle and no real crazy volatility. I don't think is going to step in, but we do have some strong catalysts with Meta and Snapchat moving higher, especially with that TikTok ban potentially being implemented too. So yeah, I heard Sharif, you're talking about like, yeah, you can't update the phone and you can't download or anything, but I also heard that the cell phone providers, like when you're on the app, you get no signal or something along those lines. I think I would fact check me on that, but yeah, it's just going to be inability. You're not going to have the ability to use the app if it does get banned. So yeah, there it is, guys. Download Snapchat.
No, that's not accurate.
No, it's not accurate. No,
it's you will be able to use the app.
Oh, okay.
You just won't be able to download or update the app. They can't take it off your phone.
Oh, okay. Well, no, it's not that they're going to take it off your phone. It's just that now you can't
servers.
The servers.
Well, the servers they can just move overseas. They don't have to be with Oracle anymore.
Oh, okay.
Right. So then, if you want to ban it, then you can use it through a VPN. Okay, so they do in China.
Okay. So at what point do you think the app will stop working if you can't update it all the time? So
that's the thing, right? Then you just get to the point where it's not compatible with the OS or whatever ends up happening there. And you may have a political solution before that, you may not, right? I saw some dude in the chat there, I'm not sure his name, basically saying X, the user data or the stats on X are inflated, so that Elon apparently is kind of making it up, juicing the data, so to speak, which is interesting because this person in the chat seems to know more than the advertisers who are actually putting their own money on the line and getting pay per click. So I guess this guy knows more than the actual users and the actual people who are paying money, which I find to be a little bit funny. But that's interesting there. Anyway, let's keep an eye out on the market because the market continuing to head to the high side. It looks like we're going to hold that 21,100 area as we're moving on into 2150. We do have resistance over here at 21.2. That's just not because it was a 200-point area, but we did actually reject that area initially after we dropped on the NFP numbers, recovered, got back into 21.2, rejected 21.2. About 4 minutes left on the show. Hope everybody voted. I know we had a couple of different polls today because one of the ones got interrupted, but hopefully we'll be able to amalgamate them together and have a great rundown for you guys with the big kahunas. Let's have a last look over here at some of the small cap gapper trades that were in AMPX. We're essentially break even on this one with one more out, nothing doing there. We'll also keep an eye out for CGBS. This one's holding VWAP, so I haven't gotten out of this one yet, even though we're about 2 pennies out of the money. If it gives up VWAP on a closing basis, I'll get out of that. DRCT also below the volume weighted average price. DATS, all the good small cap gappers are all really below VWAP right now. Let's look at SPI. SPI is really the only one trading above that level, so we'll keep an eye out on that if you're into these small cap gapper trades. SPI looking good over here, just printed close to the high day at $1.10 all the way to $1.13 initially, but unlike some of the other ones, this one's really not giving back most of the profits or the gains, I should say. So keep your eye on SPI, could be an interesting one going into the afternoon. Joseph.
Yes, good luck there, guys. Yeah, we're coming into the close of the show. We're going to send it off to Sean and Neil in a couple of moments, guys. But if you have any last tickers or stocks that you want us to look at, throw it in the chat real quick and we'll do our best with the time that we have to go over those and see what you guys are looking at as well too and analyze. If you have any potential options trades or strategies coming up for next week expiry, then let me know as well too. Curious to see what you guys are looking at. Been a little cool on that front. waiting for those opportunities I mentioned. Now that we're stepping up here in the VIX, so that volatility is kicking in. So it's about time to start writing some options if we seem to start cooling down as we start to appreciate. So let's take a look at the VIX, because as the market starts to appreciate in price, I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm sure enough that the VIX has started to cool down. And there you go. I didn't even see it. I didn't look at it since we last talked about it. So here it is. Here's that inverse correlation between stock appreciation, market appreciation, and the fear index. So there we go. As we appreciate and break out here, Shreve, you can see that the VIX is starting to cool off. So the buyers of puts or the sellers of calls on that looking like they're on the right side of the trade. So there you go. There's the VIX, folks. Yeah, let's see what we got going on. Soundhound, yeah, okay, I see Soundhound on there. I'm going to pick two. PLTR, Soundhound, and yeah, that's it. So let's go over those two here real quick. Yes, sir. PLTR, before we send it off street for the last minute, PLTR still on that ascent here, guys. Ooh. So really good look there on PLTR. Let's zoom out real quick. Boom. Nice recovery off the bottom. Let's see if these support systems hold. And Soundhound, we know this stock was trending for a significant amount of time here. Here we go. Same identical pattern here on a lot of these tickers. Aggressive selling, now putting in these indecisions at lows. Going to be looking to take a play off that. Let's zoom in here on Soundhound. Let's see how that daily print finishes. That might be a bounce candle. And sure enough, here we are trading at above the volume weighted average price from an intraday perspective. A lot of candles overlapping here. Not something that you would want to be participating in. A little bit of a stressor on that front, especially when you have SPY, Qs, Meta, Tesla, Microsoft, all these names really putting in these strong recoveries. iBit as well too. My guy, what do you got?
That's it, sir. I think it is 2 o'clock, so we're going to send you over to the Big Kahunas, and we will see you shortly. I'll see you shortly at the green screen. Joseph and I will be back on Monday, same bat time, same bat channel. Take it over, boys.
Hey, am I on mute?
Hey, just make sure that the mic is unmuted. As sometimes 2 o'clock creeps up on you, think you're locked and loaded. I was just checking out the awesome thumbnail we have for the afternoon show.
Yes.
Because it's I don't know, you had it's Powell making a funny face, but if he was frowning or whatever he's doing in that picture, it's kind of I don't know, I don't even know if I call it a frown, it's something else. If you're long, you're probably not freaking out because the market has done one heck of a bounce here. I was asked if I was still in AMD, and I responded in the other chat, absolutely not, that short. But I am now eyeballing it as it gets to the morning resistance level, I should say. So this one's going to be on the radar. You might see me at times taking some swings in Maple Bear or Instacart. Instacart is being added to the S&P 400, so it's, I don't know if it's going to come out as a big bid, but it is. Instacart is expected to be a buy and balance of some decent size for this afternoon. But right now, my eyeballs are on AMD, which is right at the spot where it curled earlier on today. So if it does the same thing, we'll probably look for some kind of mean revert into VWAP. But let's see what happens, man. This market is absolutely, I know it's down 1%, but on the 15-minute, I count 8 green candles in a row. Big, strong one here, bouncing off the lows. AMD about to revert, though. It just got right into resistance. If it closed underneath this trend, I'm going to jump in the short for the first time since 11 o'clock on this name.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We're looking for some more trades. I mean, what an aggressive midday it was. I mean, just to the long side. What a great base down there, and then absolutely taking off and continuously going. I mean, where's the stopping point? How about these pre-market highs pretty much, right? I mean, that's there's the drop, of course. I mean, we had the pre-market up there, but the jobs report, then the battle back just before we opened up, and then the drop down. So we get all the way back in there. We had highlighted a couple times this 21,000 area, but we spent a lot of time underneath there on the NASDAQ. So we'll, we have a couple trades here. We're waiting to look for some more. Alibaba, I think we had FXI as a short as well at one point.
Where is Baba?
No, I'm not in Alibaba yet, but I was going to look. I just want to see what FXI. Yeah, generally in the afternoon, not much comment with all of these. We saw PayPal and things like that starting to run earlier when someone mentioned, I think it was Daryl mentioned Square in the chat. Yeah, PayPal, wow, down 5% right there. What does this look like on the daily? Because we were just cruising there on PayPal. Yeah, so a turnaround off $90, heading to the downside right now, breaking through the 50-period moving average. I mean, it makes you feel good to be long major cap tech names, obviously, as we keep on going to the upside, but some of them continue to bleed down. I mean, PayPal is one of them, Square is one of them. We've had Coinbase trying to hold up at 94.
SoFi.
Oh, well, all of those names, yeah, Hood, SoFi, all of that continue to go to the downside. But yeah, we're still here. Big cap. We just said Meta. I heard Joe say that Meta was a couple percentage points away from their all-time high, which is 638. So we got a nice long there, almost 17. Well, right now $17 in the money. And then what else was there? Nvidia was there. I guess that's about it. We did have a Microsoft short around 420. Now it's back in. So we went flat on this 423 area. We're trying that on Microsoft. And then, the other name, sorry, it was Google that was close, not at their all-time highs, but that was close to that $100 marker there on Google. So yeah, a couple interesting plays there today, and ready to get, what I think is going to be a pretty decent afternoon. But yeah, for now, Meta stop out is 625.
There you go. And trail out is 620.
Yeah.
I'm a stickler for that one. Because I think we always say, like, I don't know, oftentimes we use terminology that we always get questioned. Oh, like, what does this mean? What does that mean? You're fading into the stock. So, like, the example, I want to fade AMD into the earlier resistance level. It's not really the morning range high, because I was corrected on this. Like, when like that opening range or the morning range, it was supposed to refer to the first 30 minutes of the day. So technically, this is just like, I guess, the VWAP high on AMD, which I'm into now. What else we got in here? Tomas saying long-term short. What's a long-term short? I'd love to know what's a long-term short. Moderna? You could be talking about Moderna for sure. Tomas, let me know what you're talking about there. Obviously, there's a lot of stocks that have been long-term shorts. I would argue AMD has been in that category. Although, as much as
pretty short-term though, right? Like right now.
Well, actually, you know what? That's fair. This is not AMD's channel is not a long-term short. That's a fair correction, because it has been in a downward trend since October of last year. That's not a long-term short. But a long-term short would be a chart of like Moderna or CEI or well, there was a new one the other day that we saw. I'm trying to think of. It'll come to me. There was a new one of those penny stocks that's top was like 2,500 or something.
Well, there was that XTIA. There was, but those aren't really.
I think it was that.
I don't ever want to calculate. Yeah,
that one.
Those are such stupid stocks. Like, and just in the fact that like we never compare. It's like DJT or something like that. Like you're holding it for those news-based rallies.
Going all in, I'm all in.
We just went another position here. We shorted again Microsoft. We did get stopped out there at the top of Softy at 423, which is fine. I mean, we in and out made money. Now we're up on the stock as it starts to come back down into the downside. We're now 50 cents. Well, not 50 cents. We're short at 42.55, sorry. So we're 40 cents in the money on that. Meta, again, if it breaks 625, we're out. It did not break 630. So we could have got out at the 50 period. I'm just kind of use, the $5 mark here if it goes back down in. We're still long at 609 down here on Meta. If Meta is one of those ones on the board, we'll be able to talk about it. But okay, it is. All right, so let's go over to Sharif and get the rundown started.
Welcome everyone to the afternoon rundown. The boys are locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join Joe and I during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers. We got a good 5 today. Let's look at these major averages first, all of them, without exception. All 4 major averages in the red right now, with the ES faring the best out of the bunch, only down 1%. Likewise, kind of with the NQ. Here's a look at the triple Qs, down 1.25%. Last I looked, though, is about 1%. The Dow down 1.25%, and the Russell really taking it on the chin today, 2.33% in negative land for the Russell 2000. For the small caps, we'll keep an eye on that. Nvidia, the first ticker as decided by you guys, also negative. Most of these semiconductor names are negative on the back of a new push by U.S. President Joe Biden to curb even more AI chips exporting or export to China.
Out now here, thanks, Sharif. Out here now on Meta as it breaks below 625. We get 625, I think, flat. 624.92, but all is well there because we basically have somewhat of a full position on Microsoft, so capture some profits there as we break below. And our best fill on Microsoft was actually quite nice as well, back there below 422. So just right here, right now, nice little play on that one. And the number one name, like I was saying, a lot X today is going to be NVIDIA. So NVIDIA right there, we're able to get that long early on. We were very, very patient with it. We sort of bounced it off of that 135. We caught lightning in bottle, man, when it went to the upside there. Some of these trades was like 134, 135, all the way up to 137 and change. Again, looking at the pre-market levels and making sure that we get out. So you just had an opportunity to re-short that one. I chose Microsoft. Looks like we maybe should have shorted NVIDIA. We're happy with the Microsoft trade, but NVIDIA right there comes right back in, down 3%. I think you're getting ready to buy NVIDIA very, very soon if you are thinking that this is going to be a temporary pullback. Again, I really like the stock. I don't think there's a better name moving forward. Obviously, I picked Palantir for yesterday's competition, and it's done really well off those lows today. But yeah, NVIDIA is still down 3%. Really, really like the stock. It's been number one P&L for a while, and it continues to be that today. Like I said, probably it's 5x my next best stock. So, and you know, great trading there today on NVIDIA.
Yeah, the market is still looking pretty good over VWAP, but NVIDIA just took a decisive right turn that I think brought some things with it. On the weekly, I actually think NVIDIA it wouldn't be ridiculous if it were to minimum retest 127 and if not 112. Like, I just think this kind of year, we might get some really great opportunities this year because of how big things were the last 2 years in the NASDAQ and the fact that volatility is going to be pretty solid this year. So I wouldn't be surprised. We get a 200 period on this in the weekly, or at least close to it. Within, I'd say like $5 of that, I think I want to be for sure dip buyer on NVIDIA. But what just happened now, oops, we're underneath the 50 period on the daily. That's that 140 level. And it just did one heck of a reversal here. It wasn't even like a trend reversal. We just sort of took a heavy right turn at 137.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I went into AMD. It is what it is. It's now broken through VWAP, so that one just went like 70 pennies pretty quick. But NVIDIA went even more. Like, I guess I wasn't really thinking NVIDIA short. I felt like AMD was the weaker name. But we'll get to AMD in a second. I just think NVIDIA is going to give us some great dip buy opportunities throughout this year. I wouldn't be a buyer yet because it just lost a 50-period moving average. So as far as I'm concerned, I think that's an opportunity to let it find a new low. And once it goes any kind of a consolidation, if you see it accumulate a couple of days on NVIDIA in a downtrend, you just want to be a buyer.
All right, let's go. Go ahead. We were just talking about the dollar club there on Microsoft. Nice trade on AMD as well. There goes Microsoft. We just put it on. Take some more out here. We're short. It's $1. Let's go over to Sharif.
Great trade, Sean. All right, crypto fear and greed index hitting its lowest level, guys, since October as Bitcoin briefly dropped below 92,000. Not much to talk about. No specific headlines today for Bitcoin. But yeah, performing, kind of bucking the market's trend. It's at least green on the day, guys.
All right, yeah, Bitcoin right there, 94.6. So we can have a quick little look at Bitcoin in general right here. Hold on a second, got to reconnect this. There it goes. All right, there it is. So looking at a 1 hour, I like to look at a 15-minute chart. We like to look at the 200 period moving average. And again, today, not a whole heck of a lot going on with that. Bounced around it. So, you know, to get out there at 100,000, that was actually where it was. Broke back down in there, rode the 50 period all the way. And now you're kind of just in a decisive zone of that $94,000 again. So now let's go to a little bit of a bigger time frame. Maybe zoom in just a little bit more. This is an hour. I just wanted to show that there is apparently some kind of support down into here. So we had Michael Noss on earlier today, and we had all looked at this 91, 2, 3, 4 area. I mean, it's all within a couple $1,000s right into there. It looks like it's trying to find some support. I mean, you can go all the way back to November right there, and we haven't broken below 91,000 since November. So we're now into the new year. I still think Bitcoin continues to work. I like these dip buys. I'm a buyer right here. The last time I bought Bitcoin was right here at 94,000. So again, I like it. I'm still holding long on everything, and I would say keep trying to buy the dips on Bitcoin. One of my picks to move forward this year was Coinbase. So I feel like if you get any opportunities to do some dip buying in Coinbase as well, as long as Bitcoin can hold that 90,000 area, this 240 to 250 area seems pretty good on Coinbase. Watch out for the 200 period. But yeah, so far so good. They're in Cryptoverse. Always nice when it holds key levels, because when that bubble breaks, you know, you don't necessarily want to be caught holding the bag per se, or the wallet.
I saw there's
blockchain.
an interesting pattern for Bitcoin. It does, like, after every down year Bitcoin has, it has 3 up years in a row. This year would be the 3rd. So like and apparently that pattern is held true. Obviously, there's not. It's not
16 years old.
It's
so
not a
pattern,
gigantic sample. It's not a huge sample, but it's one of those. It is on the upswing. No questions asked about it. And I think Coinbase looks. I think Coinbase actually looks really good. I think if you look at some of the, what are the words I want to use? Like adjacent sort of names. Like I crap on the miners a little bit, because I think after the halving, they've been under a lot of trouble. And they're distinctly, like I look at Mara, it's in a distinct downward pattern relative to BTC. I still think this one is a short to pop situation unless we actually start breaking out some levels. I took one shot at Mara underneath VWAP, didn't work, and now it's right back underneath VWAP again. So let me go back to the 3-minute chart. So it's right back underneath VWAP. It double tapped 18 and failed. If we're not going to get a 95 carry through, I guess is the way I want to think about it, then I think shorting the pops on this is going to make sense. Down 3.5% is Mara. I am back into Instacart. Essentially, my thought with this is maybe it comes out a bid, maybe it doesn't. It's NASDAQ, so we're not going to get an early look. But at least until VWAP, every single time it does a checkup at VWAP, I just want to get involved a little bit here. And then as we get closer to 350, sort of assess whether I want to add. If it does come out a big buy, probably going to try to take a long on this. As it's supposed to be a relatively decent size imbalance at the end of the day. But that's still an hour and change away. Looking for VWAP on Mara, that'll be my play in crypto land.
Meta, the strongest of the Mag 7 name on the day, up 2.33%, was up a little bit higher than it was now. Looks like most of these social media stocks are trading higher on the back of the possible TikTok ban in the beginning of the appellate court trial in the Supreme Court to see whether or not it will remain downloadable and accessible to U.S. users. It looks as if, though, the questioning coming from some of the justices, guys, seems to indicate that they may be a little bit concerned with TikTok with respect to national security.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the whole problem with TikTok is you sign up for TikTok and you just give all your information away to the Chinese government. But is that better or worse than the American government? I mean, I don't know. Pick your poison. I've never downloaded TikTok for similar reasons to that. Yeah. My kids don't have it or anything like that, but they do watch all that content, of course, on Reels. And
it all ends up... Like I feel
no, the thing is,
it starts TikTok and then it kind of makes it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, anyways, in what is the biggest winner here today on the show, we'll say floss it off a little bit for Meta. I mean, it just dropped. Yeah, it's a pretty good animation. We had a t-shirt with that one on it for a while. 620, so we picked a strong name, right? I mean, we're doing the same thing. Falls into VWAP, bang it to the upside right there. The best we got that's $15. We did have higher than that. We did get stopped out. We did have it once. So we had it the first time, got a little bit, then got stopped out. So 2 candles right there in and around VWAP at 610. Bought it once, bought it twice back, and then blew it up to the upside. A lot of outs here like 612 or so. Then there's a 614. There's a 615. There's 618. There's 620. And there's 625. So, big day there for Meta, needless to say, on that trade. A good P&L name. It shoots up there to P&L number 2. So at video will be P&L 1 on the show, Meta will be P&L 2, and we'll just see where it goes from here. But again, I like the stock. Pennies away, dollars away, but percentage points away from an all-time high is Meta right now. So yeah, good call, and just keep it going, man. Keep the good feels going here with Meta.
Yeah, great trade on Meta there. I don't really have much. I didn't trade Meta today. But I can tell you that we always talk about the Mag 7 and their valuations and sort of like relatively like who's good and who's, I don't want to say bad, that's not the right word, but Meta I think is on the good side of it. relatively speaking. And if you're
softy,
like if you're really close to these highs, like I look at what happened with the bleed in the market today. Like the one that feels like it wants to make some fresh highs here is the one that just bounced off that 50 period and broke out to the upside. So I think this is the one that's going to make an all-time high break very soon. The other thing that is making some moves and some waves is Hive Digital Technologies on the NASDAQ HIVE, pioneering the digital transformation through sustainable AI solutions and Bitcoin mining. A global leader in cutting-edge data center operations with over 2,700 Bitcoin on their balance sheet, Hive consistently tops the industry in Bitcoin mined per exahash and is redefining the future by powering the world's most transformative technologies with efficient, green, and clean energy. Learn more by following them at Hive Digital Tech or at hivedigitaltech.com and sign up for the Hive newsletter for updates. Scan the QR code, check links in the description as well. Shout out to Hive. Let's talk about the Advanced Money Destroyer.
Lots of destruction here, Neil. Blood on the streets for AMD, for down 4 2/3. Goldman downgrading this from buy to neutral, dropping the price target markedly from 175 to 129. Essentially, one of the reasons was they're concerned that a great majority of AMD's PC market might be lost to ARM-based processors as they basically assess that by 2029, half of all Windows run PC will be ARM-based, guys. So AMD taking it on the chin today.
Yeah. ARM's had a really good bid on it recently, especially with when the rest of the chip names have been dropping. And there was someone in the chat, and a couple of people in the chat were saying, is AMD the next Intel? Just because some analysts were saying that. I think that's a bit of an extreme case.
It's pretty close right now.
That said, something's got to give. It's hard to look at this and say there's going to be a buy on AMD, at least minimum until their next earnings, right? Like their next earnings, their forward P is like 20 or something. So if they were to beat and up guidance, then the stock is going to fly because of where the forward P is. So it gets really cheap at that standpoint, and then you're getting into the $100 level where I think under $100, it looks like there's probably going to be a bid down there. But the channel works. The next bottom, I think, is 110 on AMD. So until it gets to that, I wouldn't be looking bounces. Did not get the flat bottom break at all on AMD today, so just basically shorted it off VWAP. I had one break of the low, and then we took it into VWAP, and that actually lost. And we had VWAP twice and lost. And then it had one good one off of VWAP that ended up getting us green on it. And then now we just got back in at 116.5. Play that into VWAP as we speak. So 4.5% to the downside is AMD. It's going to be a really big report for them to start this year. They can't afford to miss. That simple.
Look, now down more than $100 from its high. AMD continues to be absolutely clobbered. And, as I said, we flipped over and went NVIDIA long, but we had AMD pegged as a short, right? We even said break that 52-week low of 117.90 right there on the sticky note. Missed it early, but great trade. Neil has it right now. And it's just a matter of, continuously playing. And by the way, Microsoft is the one right now. But we can always talk about advanced micro devices. There it is right there. I mean, still trying to go. Neil's in it right now. Obviously, it's just a 20-cent winner now, but watch out for it breaking off through that 116 and change. $1.30 on Microsoft right now is what I'm looking at. No idea where we're going to go, but for right now, AMD continues to go a little bit lower. Look at the market trying to bleed down. Oh boy, here we go, man. It is trying to go up. Props it up right now as Microsoft coming right back into 420. So you know what we say when there's a 420 around here? We go like this, we go a little bit of that, and then we say what's going on with that, and we say where is this as well, and then we go a little bit of weed Batman, but we're going to put some bids on that stock at 420 for Microsoft, $2 right now on the name. And we put it on with you guys. You saw us put it on. We got stopped out. We put it back on there. And again, just so you guys know, right now, $1.50 in the money. The stop, again, pretty conservative on the stop. So that's how you try to sort of get comfortable with share size. And we talked about that, right? We both talked about how the most important thing about trading is share sizing. And I just think that is, and I talked to Obi about that, and it's really made a big difference in his P&L obviously as well, right? And so once you have those ideas, it's about risk and reward, putting them on, and then hopefully getting this happen to you. You're going to get stopped out all the time. I mean, we talked about that playmaker poll. Was it a winner today?
Oh yeah, had to.
Okay, so it's like 40 or 50% there on the winning side. So even that poll, I think is still red since its inception. So you got to be very, very careful, right? 95% of day traders are unable to make any money, and it's because of risk management and improper sizing. So they kind of go hand in hand. But today, a good one here for Softy. All right, and AMD. All right, let's go over to Netflix, a name that I really like, but I thought it's getting hit with the rest of them today.
Bad day today for Netflix. Bad day.
Bad day.
JP Morgan liking it, keeping it, maintaining the overweight, lowering the price target to 1,000 from $1,010, guys. They dropped it down to 1,000, a whole $10 there. But most of these companies, shares of companies producing entertainment are lower as the concerns about the California fires could potentially affect production. Overall markets, though, are lower, so it makes sense why this one is down 3 1/5.
You know, that's a connection. I actually didn't consider that connection, and that actually makes a lot of sense. And what I don't like about this is you talk about indicators matter when, this is a weird thing to say, but it's true. Specific indicators matter when they actually are respected and matter on the stock. So why I don't love what is happening today on Netflix is because this rally has really respected the 50 period on the daily, at least the last, when you made a fresh high, and then since the last report, like it's just, the 50 period's been in the absolute review. It's one bounce and then trade away from it. Well, today you just lost it. So this feels like one of those like pivot kind of moments for Netflix where it turns temporarily bearish for me if we don't somehow regain that 50 period really close. So yeah, not a great look. Obviously, I like the stock. So the 200 period is the kind of place that if you're like long-term long, then that's where I'm a buyer for sure on Netflix. But until then, barring some kind of a miracle, to me, this is a short-term short after what has happened today, losing that 50 period on Netflix, just because we don't usually talk about Disney too much. On the flip side, load. There we go. Oh, daily chart. There we go. Come on, Disney. So on the flip side, Disney has a somewhat different look, although very slightly. Like Disney is doing a similar thing at the 50 period moving average, but unlike Netflix, like it didn't crater under the 50 period moving average. It's attempting to essentially false break the 50 period and possibly close above it. So Disney, if it can close above 109.5 today or get back to green, does look a little bit different. And it's got a nice little uptrend going on if it's able to get back into the green side. Then instead you've got like a bottoming tail reversal candle for Disney as opposed to like a trend reverse over there on our good friend at Netflix. Love the stock. 200 period comes in. I think you gobble it up. That's probably something you don't see until worst case scenario. If it gets there, it's probably not going to get there for another quarter.
All right. There it is. All right. So thank you to Brendan. Here we go. We have 491 now 1,000 subscribers as we get closer and closer to 50,000 on the account. But there it goes, man. Thank you so much for that. Brendo. Yeah, 5. Yeah, I said it about down here, Ramin. This one, 50,000 in reference to my followers and followers of subscribers. I know, yeah, no problem there. Ramin claiming to be slightly blind.
Obviously not.
There, because, never making any mistakes over on that end. All right, so.
See no evil, hear no evil.
Yeah, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. What was that? Okay, so right now, Microsoft, we are out of only half of Softy. I think I'm going to take another piece out right here if we can at 421.50. The problem is, again, it's that spread when you're having that. It's fine, but it's got to run you over. It's like if you cross the spread, then what happens is they just jump on your back, and then all of a sudden, it's like you're creating that sort of panic to start to ramp a little bit higher. So we'll wait on it. We'll see. We actually have a little bit less than half now that I see this. I'll have to double check how many shares we had there. Someone asked on the initial sizing. I mean, whenever we get down into this area, like whenever we have a bigger move that we're kind of expecting, we always wind up getting out of half. So that's why, like, when we got stopped out there, I told you we were flat on the stock on the day. So then I just went back in with the same, basically the same amount of shares again at the same level, willing to risk that same out. So yeah, that's just kind of how, you know, I can always try to work on all of that. So $2 winner on the Playmaker poll. So that was a great trade there for everybody that went long. The NASDAQ bounces completely off of VWAP there. So nice little bounce happening there on VWAP for the NASDAQ, which does create, of course, Microsoft to bounce not near VWAP. So Microsoft going to be stronger than the market today, only down 0.65, market down 1.2. But if the market bleeds, we know this is going to work for us. So we just have to wait, and maybe we get a little bit of a lower push here on Microsoft. I'm bidding 420. Maybe we get that, maybe we do not. Joe, you let me know if you need help wherever Joe is on that spreadsheet, because we're putting in the trades at the beginning of the day. Okay, good. Yeah, so we could just start putting in the prices at 9:30 today for all of our trades, price. Right? Yeah, whatever the open price was. I'm only saying that because Palantir was a pick. It doesn't matter. We're not long, but it's trying to go back upside there. We had written down maybe a $70 short on Palantir. That does not come into play. Only gets as high as 68 right now. Is Starbucks still going? That keeps on hitting these scanners today. No, just because it's hitting off VWAP. So Starbucks was a nice play off this 92. So barcoding down here at 92 and then up here at 92.50. So really tight range, but a pretty successful trade, needless to say here on Starbucks if you played off these two ranges. So yeah, let's just keep on holding tight here. I still like the Google long. Unfortunately, we had taken it out here once it broke through 192. We really liked 192 longs here, and it was really good. Look at it take off, man. We had to wait. For some reason, 190, 150 was that bottom. We didn't give it that much runway. But I like the stock because it's green. So, you know, I want to play stronger.
There's not that much that is, I think, like that strong or green, at least in the Mag 7 realm. I'm trying to find out what's going on with this INTZ stock. So it really just ramped up a little bit here on, like, you can see the volume spike. I just asked Dara if she could see anything on it. I haven't been able to find a news story, but it was up. It was already strong. It was already up, and then it was trending, and then all of a sudden, I zoomed out way too far. And then all of a sudden, like, you just, like, bam, like you just catch lightning in a bit of a bottle. So I don't know if it was something technical, but yeah, now it's already starting to come back in here. If there is no story or no catalyst with this one, then I think you got to be a bit careful. Yeah, it looks like it's already starting to come back. And wanted to make sure we went over to cover it, because anything, look, if something's running or something's really moving, of course we want to pay attention to it. I'd feel much better about looking for a dip buy and a join if there was an actual story here, but I'm not. Again, I just don't see anything yet, so kind of unfortunate. You'd rather there be something a little bit better. John Hassel, this is the name I was going to go to next. Intel. Let me just show you guys Instacart. So for the record, every single pop on Instacart, I'm taking it to the prior low, at least until 3:30. At 3:30, if it hasn't caught a bid by then, I kind of want to be involved in it and have something going into the close. And if it does a bit of a spike, I want to be in position, but it hasn't been a good day for Instacart in general, but it is supposed to be added to the S&P 400. So that's the impetus that I want to keep going over to it. And if it bounces off VWAP, great. But I don't suspect, it's not something that I'm going to get in and start scalping out of. It's I want to get in, and if it makes a base, I want to hold that to 350. Like, that's generally the idea I'm looking for Instacart. Intel, on the other hand, I know it's down 3%, but this is making some serious higher highs and higher lows. The difference between it and AMD, both down, both not looking great, but AMD's at the resistance, 116.5, 116.5. That's why we keep shorting it at this level. Intel is making higher lows. So I think there's a little bit of a difference right now between what Intel's been able to do and what AMD has done. I like the higher lows. If it can, the morning range top where I was short underneath is now a support level at VWAP for Intel. So if it can put in a higher low above VWAP again, I think this is a joiner for Intel. And Carl Gruen, I am out of cart. I do, if it bounces off VWAP, I'm just going to probably get in there again. But the idea being, I'd rather build into something on the way to 330. So every chance it catches the bid, I want to get into something, and then I want to try to hold it. I want to try to build into it, and if it comes out of buy and balance, be in position. If it's gigantic, probably add. But if it comes out of sell, it could be a nothing burger. And we've seen that before, right? Like stocks. What's a good example of a stock that came out of sell and then Palantir? Palantir came out of sell, flipped, and was still a good long. So just because like Instacart could come out the wrong way, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to end up a bad trade.
No, exactly. Taking cuts.
It was Palantir. It came out of sell and still went up.
Yeah, I can't remember. The Palantir. Yes,
And it flipped.
I mean, Palantir was. Jeez, we had like $4 or $5 on that trade. That was a different beast altogether. But yeah, good call on that one. It doesn't necessarily, just because it comes out one way does not mean it's going to go that way. We've shown you guys a couple different times there on the market what we're doing. All right, let's just keep on figuring this thing out in the market. I mean, we get another fill there. I don't. While I was gone, I just went and got another coffee. We got 421.50s there. I'm bidding. Oh, that was 429. Okay, 420.99. So the lowest we got was 420.75s or so on this move. So right into there, 420, 40, 420, 50. What was that? What? Okay, because 2 days ago we weren't.
It hasn't?
Oh, okay. I thought I asked you before that we. Okay. So the Playmaker poll is still running positive. We'll update some of those. So it's big win today.
It's a dull. I didn't realize what the actual rules were for getting out. But the rules were when you get in, it's a $1 stop regardless, and it's a $2 take profit regardless as well. So I wasn't.
So it's a 2 to 1.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's a 2 to 1. I wasn't sure whether it was like a percent if it goes X percent against you, but it's just an even dollar on the SPY. So
I mean, the Playmaker poll, if it's doing well, then it's probably doing better than me trading those futures on the SPY. We haven't traded those today, so good job on that one, especially if it took that $2. Great trade right there. We took 15 on Meta. We're at $1.40 right now on Microsoft in the wild. Like we said, Microsoft, and this is why I'm here to tell you guys about, like, at the end of the day, trading is about net. I mean, that's the reason why everybody's doing this. It's sure, it's fun to sit here and trade. I mean, unless you're one of those billionaires that just, you're like Portnoy there, just throwing out money, going long everything and banging the table on that. We're trying to sit here and actually, show you that there is possibilities of being profitable here to trade the styles that we're giving you, right? And the trades that we're showing you. So if there are any stocks or any symbols like that or anything that you want me to look at, I'll be here to do that. I'm looking right now and just thinking the market's red on the day. We just had a nice recovery. We got as high as the pre-market highs. I'm not including this jobs. Like, that number's already in. I mean, when I'm talking about the highs here in the pre-market, it's right here just before we opened up. So right into there, 21.2. So that fell right there, fell back in. Tested VWAP, could have broke down. That's where we had Microsoft. We thought we were going to go. It did not. Comes back up into 2100 again, 21.1. So that's 100 handles lower from its spot. Then you bounce off the 50 period. Now trying to break through VWAP. I think the path right now is lower. And the thing is like, if we get stopped out again, we have our targets. So if I think the path is lower, which is starting to go a little bit right now, then what does that mean for our positions? It means we're going to sit on them and try to hold them. So here we go. The market in Microsoft. I am still trying to bid. I'm on the bid at 420.30s. I'm actually going to put up half my position, cancel it, and get out a little bit less if it does go into there. 420.40. We'll sit there, see if we grab a bid, and then try to hold the rest for a downside push there on this. So, all right, Erie Pages, DATS. All right, we can have a quick look over there. DAT.
That was a run of this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sharif was trading this as well, so a nice move. All right, so what I would look at here on DATS, just zoom it out for a little bit here. All right, so underneath the 50 period, starting to arch down. This is a 5-minute chart. This 580 looks pretty good to me. So I would say a run up into 560, 570, probably a short. A nice little long opportunity there, see you, Sharif. At 520. We'll see if it can run up into 580. So for me right now, I like the short better than the long right now, and that's what's up. So I feel like this is a better setup right now to get to the downside. And then if you're looking for a bid, why not 480, 470, just ahead of the 200 period moving average. So I would say in and around here, 470, 480 is maybe where we settle down. Up 67% though, hard to short it. That is for sure. And then when you zoom back out, that same level that we just gave, which was right in around here, $6, 580. So when you look at this right now, that makes sense. It's also where the 200 period is and where VWAP is. So yeah, we like those levels there for a short on DATS, 580 and change. Oh
that's
boy,
doing
here we
better.
go.
That's doing better than this other one everyone's mentioning, this DRCT. It's up 37%, but yeah, if you feel like DATS is a bit of a short, maybe this is made at bottom, but I would be inclined that even if it gets off the schneid, a full reversal of an entire move on a small capper when the volume is down, I tend to want to not bet on the long in the afternoon. So we probably can't short it because I'm going to guess, well, you know, I shouldn't make an assumption. Yeah, we don't have free locates on DRCT, but that's a full reversal. At least DATS has a really decent chance that it could still see VWAP. This would have to make some kind of a power move to get to it as well. So as I see, George will do it, says DRCT to the long side. Hope so. I just always a little skeptical of the repeat offenders here, and this is one of them. Like big time, like every time you see any kind of a pop, it's reverted very quickly. Sometimes 1 day, 2 days, it's able to get up there. This last one was only 1 day, was able to go. So it's not crazy if it's only like a 1 day move on DRCT. It's definitely done it before. DATS has high borrow fees on your platform. I haven't checked for us. I don't know, did you check if it's free for us?
No.
Sometimes these things are actually free locates for us, but yeah, one of the best things about real trading is like I'm almost certain if I were to pull it up, we're probably talking 1 cent a share on something like a DATS, but it looks much stronger than that DRCT. And 116.79 Salvador is where my stop is on AMD. We just got a reload. I just typed in Salvador instead of AMD. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
if I'm typing something into the stock window when I'm saying something else, oftentimes I'll do that same mistake. So I got it at the lower high here it's about 79s. So the same level. It's like a triple top here on AMD. If we break that out, I'm not fighting this thing anymore. I've been short like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. One time there's a stop out, although I took profit on the way down, so that was more of a slightly up trade. And then stopped out there for a couple losses, got a win. And this one, it's a higher low after our last reload and looking much stronger than it did before. So, I don't think I want to reload it off the top one more time unless it does some lower highs and starts looking a little bit better. And if I take a chip name, I'm kind of still leaning toward, after this higher low on Intel, that this is the one I want to give a shot to have made a possible bottom. Didn't really mention this in the morning show, but Intel more or less wicked the 52-week low. Not quite, not all the way, but it did break $19, and the actual low here is like 18.5. So it broke the 19, once again managed to sort of find a reversal at that level. I think Intel, it can be a long for a couple of days. Off that level. It's done it so many times before. It seems to run out of steam every time it gets to $19.
All right, we took another piece out. I just want to show, we got another piece out of Meta there, above, or right here at 421.10s. It was just holding. So here it is, just holding that level. So we decided to take another piece out right there off of this short, still $1.40. Exactly $1.45 there on that one. So it looks like a missed opportunity here on Meta by the peering 620, although funny, we just talked about 20 there, 420 on Meta. On Microsoft, 620 came in on Meta as well. Nice hold there. Walgreens Boots Alliance, wow, what a trade earlier this morning. Sometimes you get just so much volume into a name that it's blast off there. So again, on a name, I can check out what the story was on the Trader TV Live watch list here for WBA today. So what a nice move. It was up right now. So Walgreens gapping up. Oh, earnings. Okay, just earnings of 51 cents per share. It's bigger than expected sales as well. So they beat on the top and the bottom. 51 versus 37 cents on Walgreens. And sales actually grew this year finally. 7.5% year over year. So, which is once dead, which I still probably believe is dead. Walgreens Boots Alliance up 30% right now. We don't really have... We have like a Shoppers Drug Mart and things like that here in Canada. But if this is like a pharmacy or like a smaller, I guess it's like a smaller Walmart, I guess, kind of like a Walgreens there. But all right, so more, I remember growing up and there was Kmart and all those things, man. Kmart is pretty gangster, that's for sure. All right, $12 there coming in for Walgreens, great little level. But I think just off the open, look, I mean, we always say this, man, fade back when there's a gap, play to VWAP. So there's the big move up, there's the gap, there's VWAP, bang, there's VWAP again, bang. So Walgreens Boots Alliance should have been reloaded, and then you would be flossing, and then you would be getting calls from Warren because he's like, man, I need to hire you. That was a great move off of Walgreens Boots Alliance. Again, when there's a gap, play the fade back to VWAP. Shout out to Brian Shannon, who had taught us that as well. Looks like that was pay dirt there on Walgreens Boots Alliance. Great trading for anybody who's in it. If you do, what just happened to Microsoft? Did we just get filled on something there? No, we did not. Okay, so there's a 200 period moving average. And if you're looking at this name, and as we zoom out, as we just talked about the trade for the day there on Walgreens, I mean, I think if you're looking at, continuation, you're obviously going to have to take out this 1250. And then once you use that, then you use the 200 as support. So right now it's resistance on this high side. No idea why this isn't filling up, but I'm going to assume it's right. So 1230, 1250 or so on WBA right there. Good level, came right in again, and a huge trade there today. And when there's a gap, right, just play it right there, back to VWAP. So nice move back up, and then there it is again. Here is the 200 period moving average. That's where the day started, but that's all the way at 7 o'clock. You don't get any love for that until right there. So yeah, set your scanners, get all that stuff ready to go for all of those trades, right? Because that's the stuff that you're talking about. When you see something you believe in, you go for it. And if Walgreens Boots Alliance was something that you liked, then you went for it, and it was a good trade there today. So that's what we're doing. A little bit of a look on a few different names other than tech names there with Walgreens Boots Alliance. Earnings.
It's wild to have, we were saying it this morning, like to have that big of a dividend on a stock with the same size short float, like double-digit short float, double-digit dividend. Mm-hmm. I'm sure there's something else exists with that, but I can tell you, I can't think of something like that off the top of my head. And it's a great look. Probably worth it if you have like anchored VWAP to slap an anchored from every single earnings, but especially one that does that, and just see how it responds to it. This INTZ, which okay, so thank you, Adara. The only thing that Adara had mentioned here in terms of catalyst was a 7.5 million registered direct offering on Monday. So they do an offering on Monday, so that's obviously, of course, why wouldn't you rebound? And 6 million float. So it's a small float. Obviously, they're going to be diluting some of that, so it'll be a little bit bigger. But yeah, just made another run to the high of the day. So it is catching a little bit of a bid. It looks like it's more just a relief rally squeeze, it would seem, on that one. DATS, we already went over. Millennial Farmer, WBA has terrible prospects. I think sometimes it's like momentum is momentum. Like the stock has this kind of a downward trend. Sometimes it just breaks out and shorts look to bag some of their wins. And as a day trader, you shouldn't necessarily care too much about the long-term fundamentals. Like it's like having a 28% up day. Do I like this over Amazon? Absolutely not. Would I like it over Walmart? Absolutely not. Like I know which one I want to have in my long-term portfolio, but without even looking, I can bet you that the better long today was Walgreens. So sometimes as a day trader, you got to be able to grit your teeth. And I've known traders who can't do this. One that sat on our floor for a very long time, and I'll never forget the day that he just kept buying a stock, and we're like, why do you keep averaging into this? He's like, well, the earnings were good. And that was it. And he owned it in his long-term account. And he just believed in it fundamentally. I'm like, okay, well, in your long-term account, you buy on dips. But as a day trader, you can't be too concerned with that. You got to worry about the price action, because during the day, the price doesn't lie. And that's the reality.
Yeah.
Eventually, good companies will, what's the term? There's a good saying for that, like the
cream will rise to the top.
Cream rise to the top. That's a good one.
I think that's the one you're looking for. Yeah, probably. Yeah, so I agree with you. I mean, that's why I'm saying, I even say it to, I told to Fabian the other day and all this stuff, anybody there who wants to listen, it's like, just keep buying the index, man. Buy the best names, and I don't think you'll look back and worry too much about some of the decisions that you made overall. I mean, look, there's going to be bad calls every once in a while, but as we continue to look at what the market's been doing for us, names that are at the highs are obvious ones. This whole big tech space, very, very cool to be in, but could get cooled off. That is for sure. As the NASDAQ still holding that 21,000, so thankfully that is the case. As the NASDAQ right now at VWAP, and I'm still playing the long game here. Like, I'm just waiting for Microsoft to see if it wants to get to the downside and look for other opportunities. I think there's going to be, we were talking a little bit about the retail space. Costco, it doesn't go down too often, man. And if you get anything on this name, you just fell into support, possibly into support again, in and around that. Everything's 20 these days, 920, 620, 420, right into there, into this 920 high of Costco, and then now trying to break through it. We're at 937 right now, but a nice little drip down there for Costco. Like, in, breaks to 50, back up, breaks to 50, back up, breaks to 50. Now looking to take out that $1,000 marker. Again, another name that is at risk, I would say, for a split, and that's always a good risk. We want the stocks to split if you are an owner of said name. So I would love Netflix to split, Costco to split. Every single stock I want to split. Every stock just creates more volatility. So that's Costco. And the other one there would be, the same thing was true of Walmart. Walmart couldn't get over $60, over 180, sorry, and then it split. Then it hit that $60. Now you're back up through 93 again for Walmart. As that name just forever. There was the split. Hold on. Our charts will fail here. There it is right there. So there we go. So there it is at that 180. It couldn't get through, splits. And then in just a matter of like 2 or 3 days after that, you're at 62, 63, and then you just start to march higher again off of that, now into $96. So yeah, you can't keep these good companies down for very long, especially if that R word is avoiding us right now with the recession. Seems like a pretty smooth landing, especially if we're going to be into rate cut cycle again now, if we are in that area. But I like Walmart. You didn't get much of an opportunity to dip by that one. This does not even break the 50-period moving average there, Walmart. It
learned my lesson.
Just hovers right there. So you might as well get it if you want it. I'm not, for me, whatever, man. Like I said, my whole philosophy now would be buy some names that I like. We'll nibble in some intel maybe the next time it breaks back above 20. We'll try to get some of that. But yeah, Walmart, Costco's, all those kind of things. But Amazon's my primary.
It was Baxter that liked Intel.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
He has a TF.
Yeah, he owns a bunch of stuff. He owns
nibbling?
I don't know if he's nibbling.
Oh,
I don't know what this guy's doing.
Always
1930, little low there. What is the
recent? I think it's 1850 something.
51 I have.
You have 51? Okay, yeah, I said 1850, but distinction without a difference,
yeah,
right? Like, that's pretty much good enough. Crypto FOMO, take a look at CEG. And yes, Ari Pages is like talking about eating dark chocolate right now. Like, thanks. I probably won't be eating any dark chocolate for dessert tonight. Why? Because I'm starting the daddy tax on the Halloween stuff, and my daughter doesn't have any of that in her bucket. It's January, and the bucket has way too much Halloween candy in it. And once the new year hits, it's like, look, there's a bunch of stuff that won't go bad, but I'm like, come on, like you got to start working through some of this. It gets a little ridiculous. I'm saving it for what? Next Halloween, so we can hand it out. No, CEG. I'm hating myself.
I do that. I get the old candy, put it in there, give it to the kid. Get out of here.
You know what I'm surprised? I'm gonna get to CEG in a second. The thing that surprises me is those what are those? Not Starburst. They're like the Popeyes, and they're kind of almost like a cigarette
fake
stick.
Cigarettes? I haven't seen those in a minute. Are those still out?
No, I did see those. And I was like, they still do those? I thought there was a kind of thing like, oh yeah, after everyone's like smoking bad, they got rid of them. And then all of a sudden we got one. I'm like, these are still a thing.
I didn't think they were, but okay.
So I pulled the whole smoking is bad for you, and then I got those. Because, you got to give a reason why you'll annex some of the candy. OK Boomer. If they're still around, why is it an OK Boomer thing?
Seems like it's a popular candy.
They're just candy sticks. Just CEG, absolute rocket ship. Yesterday when we were doing our picks for giving our picks, and I was saying, I want a more stable play in the nuclear energy space. And I was like, on my personal account, I couldn't decide between GE Verona, which I do own shares of just because of the spinoff. I own GE, then you own both the spinoff names, and then Constellation. Now, obviously, when I'm like, yeah, let's just go with GE Verona, because I hadn't done a super deep dive, and I do like the idea, and then CEG decides they're going to drop a deal, make an acquisition, and blow it out of the water. They're a huge winner. And if you're worried about being in a nuclear adjacent name that stands to benefit from all the spend, then to me, this is kind of one of the 2 or 3 stocks that you can be in that gives you a little bit more safety is the best word. I'm not chasing this move today. I think you want to look at this and just say it's a great win. It's not doing enough volume that I want a reversion. It's not sniffing VWAP, but it's an absolute rocket ship, and I think it's going to continue. It had a fantastic year last year. I don't see any reason why that'll be abated. The hyperscalers, and everyone seems to want to dabble at new ways to be able to produce power for these data centers, and nuclear seems to be all the rage.
We just got, I like the nuclear. I'm going to try to be as patient as I can, just kind of like with this trading here, waiting to buy some dips there. Right here, 420.60. We are bidding it. It literally just bounced straight off of us. We're trying to take that $2. The market is not going down, but for some reason there, Microsoft did try anyways to make a little bit of a dip down into these levels. So I was sitting there at 420.60 and it did not fill me. So we're still there. Hopefully it comes in and we'll get that fill. But I just want to let everybody know that's kind of something that I'm looking to get filled on here. If it does fall back in, we'll get out of 20% of the position that we have left. And then honestly, the 200 period is at 420 flat. So I'm not going to take that because I want it to break and get into VWAP. Like that's why I'm taking a piece now. So instead of waiting for this 420, which is right there, it's like 420.10s, right? So what am I going to bid? 420.20. So if I can get 420.60 right now, I'll do that and then hopefully be able to hold out for the rest. Oh, I said I would look in to see how many shares we sold all the way up there. What time was this at about? All right, 2 o'clock. So I'm just going to check out to see what that top trade was there on the sell side of Microsoft. Oh, shoot. Okay, I got to... that was not, we only have about 15% left or so of this trade. So hopefully we do get that fill coming back in right now on Microsoft. So, all right, so that's what we're waiting for right now would be that one. I still like the Google long. Oh, it just bounced off 193. That could definitely have been a trade right there for that. Microsoft. Bitcoin now. Make sure you guys hit the like and the subscribe right now. Something's breaking. It looks like Intel might. I'm just seeing that. That's what sort of why I stumbled there. That's what sort of came across the scanner. Looks like it's trying to break this little spot of 1930. But nah, it's not that great. I think we want like a 1950. I still want to get back up there.
What's the scanner?
It's not.
Is it like prior retracing?
No, it's like this 50 periods. I think it's.
Oh, okay.
It's showing up here. I don't know. But yeah, so anyways, right there. I don't know why Intel just showed up there, to be honest with you. But 1930, looking like it wanted to break that high. It looks better here. Like it looks better on a 5-minute chart. Here's an E-signal 5-minute chart. That's kind of was like, oh my God, I got to get over here. So there it is right there, 1930, looking like it wants to go. I don't mind that trade. Maybe we have to get of some Microsoft. What's this market? Yeah, the market's trying to go now too. All right, maybe we have to think about going into some longs here, especially in the space of chip names.
I'm just looking at Micron. It's got like somebody's selling it $100.
Okay.
For lack of a better, it is what it is. Like I was looking across some of the chip names in here, and if you just look at the $100 level, obviously not the same thing this morning where it broke and then eventually found the resistance. This is now barcoding, not really barcoding, but I guess wedging into this 100 level. This feels like it could be a break. It's green on the day. Looked over, I was like, yeah, Intel looks relatively strong, but this looks really good, at least in terms of the trend. Like you put in that morning trend and you still kind of are holding on to that. If we break 100 here, you wouldn't even have to have a big stop on it. I think you get a relatively tight stop on a 100 break because it's been barcoding around 99.80, so you can risk like 20 cents on a break for Micron. Just another side note about Micron, if you pull out the daily chart on Micron, this is yet another stock that this morning failed a 50 period on the daily and then makes the recovery. Now, obviously, this is a daily chart, so it hasn't closed above the 50 period yet, but it is a nice looking potential reversal. And if it can hold out, close above the 50 period, get another name. It gets, I could kind of be like over under $100 as long as we close closer to 100, above the 99.5, in the green, above that 50 period. I like the fact that this could make another run back at those highs. Like Micron's been doing pretty well recently, just in the last week or so. So if it can hold that 50 period, still believe it can make another run at that 200 period moving average. And then watch out if Micron can break a 115. How long we have to wait for Mike? Every time Micron gets up there, you're like, this stock could really go if it breaks 115, and then it just keeps on getting dumped at that level. But yeah, I like Micron if it can close above 100. If it breaks 100, just going to go for the long, stop it at 99.80.
So we just missed that. I mean, now you see Microsoft. This is why you need to sit on those bids. Like we were on the bid, and now all of a sudden it's up against now 80 cents further than where it was last time. So, like I said, we only have 15% left. I'm not going to panic on this. If it breaks 422, we're going to get out of the majority of what we have and try to hold half. So we'll get out of about 10% and try to hold 5 if it does break back above 422. Enough is enough, right? We're not just going to sit in this trade and let it go all the way back there up to the upside. So here's a little bit of a hot list scanner right now with trade rates. So we can have a quick look to see if there's anything going on. This is KGEI. I don't know what that is. NVIDIA right now. Here's a chart that will show us what's happening. So NVIDIA on a 1-minute chart doing this, looking for volume down here as well. There's the TQ, so maybe starting to pick up back to the downside a little bit here with the NASDAQ. The triple NASDAQ down 0.35 on, or 3.5 on the day, 3.5%. Spiders also obviously a pretty active ticker there right now, 582. You know, really liking, I mean, there's, again, this is just a 1-minute chart, but there's the 200 period at 581. So that seems like that was a nice little bounce spot there. Apple's still on the, see how this keeps on updating? There's Rigetti right now as well. This is the E-signal advantage that we keep talking about. Palantir. Right there, Palantir moving around. So there's Rigetti right now. Looks like Rigetti's getting a little interesting as well, trying to break below this 950 area, underneath VWAP, underneath the 50 period moving average. Yeah, Palantir, nice move, right? Only down 1% right now. So a nice move there to the upside for Palantir. And again, I think it might have been this name that might have been looking at 6770 or so. Nice little top there. Nice little top again on the 1-minute chart. Looks like this quantum name, IonQ, is the one today, up 8% right now. Look at it though. Look at the 200 period moving average here on IonQ. Really held underneath there, trying to get back up. So a nice little level there for us. All right, Microsoft, we said we're at 420.60, so we're still there, buddy. So hopefully it comes back in and fills us up there as we play the longer waiting game now. And just look for some names that are moving around.
I bet you 420.69 fills.
Look at 420.69. Yeah, probably. We're at 420.60. Look at Tesla right here. We talked about this name getting green when we were down at 385 or so. It did that. Now you're up to 396 again. Tesla holding fort on the green side of things right now. I'm hoping the market goes down, right? I mean, I'm short obviously with Microsoft and just looking for some of those levels, but not super excited for it because we don't have too many shares, but I still like the position. We could still make some money on it. It's still going to be P&L. Well, right now it's P&L number 2. We got Meta, NVIDIA's P&L number 1 just because of the amount of shares, quite frankly, that we had down there. We had a lot. It's funny that we have a $15 winner and Meta does not get number 1 spot. So again, we only had that 10% on the way back up. So we'll wait to see what happens with Meta now. But again, a great trade down there at VWAP 611. This is the thing. It's like trades will come and go. It's how you react to them. Like there's going to be a lot of trades that hit VWAP and just continue to go down. So that's why you got to have your outs and you got to be a little bit responsible with where you're putting your bids and offers, and don't try not to do this, and it's very hard to do it. Try not to make winning trades turn into losing trades. That's a big sort of tip right there. Yeah. And I know Joe just hit that, but that's kind of like, I feel like it's okay, Captain Obvious there, but at the end of the day, all right, here it comes, man. I don't know if we did get a 420. There's a 420.68. So I guess we might have got, there's 67, 65s. So yeah, we would have got 420.69 right now, but we get the 420.61s anyways. Haha, I said we were at 420.60. But we were at 61. So we get I think it went through anyways. But there it is. We get the fill there. So that's a $2, $1 and $2 winner right there on Microsoft. And now we'll wait for hopefully a downside push here on MSFT and the rest of the market. I hope you are enjoying so far. I was debating. I'm actually going to look. I don't know if there's any good movies in theaters. Actually, my wife probably won't let us go. We have early hockey tomorrow, and then snowboarding.
Well, you've already seen Wicked.
I haven't, but yeah, my daughter went with one of her friends.
Mufasa? I don't know.
She saw it. Yeah, Mufasa. I don't know. Maybe.
I want to see Wicked, but my daughter...
Is Mufasa like more of
was not
a...
interested.
Is that still a kiddie movie? Like, I know it's Lion King, but is it...
My daughter refuses, and I'm with this. I'm down with this. She refuses to watch the live action.
Right, I know she does. Yeah.
She's like, she just likes the animated. You know, like those are cash grabs anyways. Look, it's impressive what they do, no question. And my daughter, Sonic 3 I've heard is fantastic. We haven't even... It's crazy, but we're like halfway through Sonic 1, and we just never went back to finishing it.
I never saw any of those.
Apparently, it's like Keanu Reeves he voices one of the bad guys in it. Who, you know, Keanu Reeves is great, Jim Carrey's great, but
Jim Carrey's in it?
yeah, he's the bad guy.
What?
In
I always thought Sonic was just like a Sega Genesis game. I didn't even realize.
I had a Sega Genesis back in the day. I love Sonic the Hedgehog. That was a good show. Oh, come on, just break VWAP or something to the downside. So I want to show Apple in a second, but AMD just kind of came back, bounced off of 116.10. Like, you want it to do what Apple is doing. Like, this is Apple. Apple's not going to the same level and dropping. Apple is making lower highs here, down 2.7%. Like, maybe Apple could be the one. Also, this INTZ that we were talking about, the one that didn't have any news outside of an offering on Monday, which isn't exactly positive, it's holding the highs. So this actually, it's holding 3, it's held VWAP, now you got some higher lows. If it can stay on trend and maybe take a run at this top, like hold these higher lows, break 40, give the prior bar, maybe this is gonna go, because Micron certainly doesn't, after the market came down, doesn't seem like it wants to break anymore. Let's go to Adara and take care of some business.
This part of the show is brought to you by Prop Firm Match. Feeling overwhelmed trying to find the perfect prop firm? With so many options out there, it's easy to get lost. And that's where Prop Firm Match comes in. Prop Firm Match is the ultimate platform to help you identify and compare reliable prop firms tailored to your trading style and goals. So whether you're after low fees, high profit splits, or quick funding evaluations, we've got you covered. Say goodbye to hours of research and confusion because Prop Firm Match makes it simple to find your perfect prop firm. Scan the QR code or visit propfirmmatch.com today and take the guesswork out of finding a perfect prop firm. Also, really quickly, here's some news. Hershey, I'm seeing some reports here from Semaphore that the company is set to announce the departure of its CEO, Michelle Buck. Also, HPE and SWTX moving around here this afternoon, guys. Back to you.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Adara. As we go, I'm just trying to basically settle down the trades here, figure out as we get into the hour of power there. Lucky to get that Microsoft fill. There's pretty much no doubt about that. So we're happy with it, but at the same time, understanding, we're getting lighter and lighter on, and we'd like to look for some more trades. So if there's anything else for anybody else here that you might want us to cover, let us know ASAP, and we will get on that. I'm not doing a whole heck of a lot. I was trying to look at Tesla at 400, and I actually think this is worth a short, but as long as we're all on the same page of where the cover's at, and I think that the cover should be 400 break. So I think you want to get short in front of 400 and then watch out if it does break it there. What's up, A?
HPE popping up here. You just mentioned that quickly at the end of the ad read. We actually have a catalyst on this now. Something, and again, this has not been confirmed from what I can see, just some circulation here on social media that HPE apparently has won a $1 billion AI server deal for X. So that would be Elon Musk's X, of course. Dell and Supermicro also reportedly bid. So again, this is not in any way confirmed. I have no source for this, but HPE seemingly popping up here on this, I guess at this point, a rumor that it has won a $1 billion AI server deal for X. So that would be not US Steel, but the social media company Dell apparently pushing lower on this, as is SMCI, because they both bid and lost. Again, zero confirmation of any of this, but if I do see any reports or citations beyond the social media rumor, I will let you guys know regardless. Dell, SMCI selling, HPE popping.
SMCI
no confirmation. Let's go. Sell.
SMCI was actually having a really good day before that. Higher lows looking like it was going to break out. Still green, but that's going to head to the downside on that news. And of course, HPE obviously getting a bit of a jump. Maybe there's going to be some continuation on this. Let's go back to the 3-minute chart. Wow, it hasn't really slowed down since that news. Like, it's just look at all that flow. It's still doing a heck of a lot of volume. Let's see if we can get a continuation. Where's the prior high in here? 23. Okay, so it makes sense if it pulls back off 23, and that recent support like 22.65 and 22.50. So somewhere in that range, if it can catch a bid, HP would look interesting. SMCI just can't catch a break. Let them have something. Let SMCI have something. Give them a sympathy contract bid. You know, like, it's just cold-blooded. SMCI had like the roughest year of any stock. I had never seen a stock do what it did, be as good as NVIDIA to the upside, and then somehow manage to get added to both major indexes. Next thing you know, you're getting the boot, you're being investigated. It's just, what a rough year that they had. And of course, now taking it, not on the chin, but another one looking nasty. So HPE, I think we identify like 2260 to 2250. If it does pull back, catch any kind of a bid, let it calm down. Maybe we can get a bit of a rally here. SMCI, if you're going to look in the other direction, I don't know that I'd want to chase that. I mean, ultimately, I don't know fundamentally how big of a deal it is. I think you're just kind of looking for a momentum play at this point. Adara, again?
Yes, just to clarify, we do have a source now on that HPE story. Bloomberg reporting once again here that HPE has won a $1 billion AI server deal for X. And again, the reason Dell and SMCI are selling is because also, according to this Bloomberg report, they too bid for this server deal, but they lost. So HPE, the winner here, both as a stock today and also, I guess, just here in this deal. Also worth noting here, if you want to know more about SMCI's rough 2024, we do have a graphic available in Trader TV Research, TTV Research. I will be sharing the link in the chat, so just make sure to check that out, guys. Back to you.
All right.
That one's going to be in textbooks.
Which one?
SMCI's year.
That'll be yeah, talk about the back and forth there of SMCI. I'm taking Hewlett Packard breaking through $23. Yeah, you know, here on the daily chart, what's up, Fabian? Right here on the daily chart, we just saw $23 a couple days ago. If we break above that on this news, I think it's worth taking. You're only up 3 and a bit %. Obviously, a huge, I mean, I would assume it's a huge contract. Let's see what it does. I mean, we do have some opportunities here. It's given us a little bit of a dip there, right? So I think if we break below 50, we'll try to go 50 cents either way right now. Pretty well structured. To me, easier trade. I mean, a dip down would be good. There's no way it should be lower than where it was before the day started. So I feel like if we get some dips into 22 or so, and again, like you never know what you're going to trade on a day, right? And so here comes another name, a name that we haven't traded in a minute here, HPE. We're going to figure that out right now. Hewlett Packard Enterprise winning that bid, I guess, as Adara had said there, for X and some of that server side business. So we'll have to wait now to see. I'm going to put a bid down there in and around VWAP because, again, play the gap. If it fades anywhere near VWAP, we want that. So 22.30 or so on that, or a break of 23, and we're going to try it. So here we go. I don't even see it. Like, it's not even on this. Ben's obviously, Adara's word is good enough for me. I'm just telling you that it's not on here yet. And the thing about it is once it hits major media, Adara's got it a little bit early, I feel like, because, or Benzinga's just taking a break right now, but they're just not on here. Yeah, exactly. So Adara's confirming it, so I'm fine with that. I'm just waiting for the ultimate move because I feel like up $1 isn't that big of a deal, really. I mean, if you win one contract, why did you win that? Maybe they have the goods. Maybe their pricing is just better. Maybe there's something about the specs. Like, I don't know enough about this other than it seems like it's good news. I'm a dip buyer of Hewlett Packard around 22.20.
And remember, this is X we're talking about, which, spoiler alert, is going to get a lot of traffic for obvious reasons in the next few years, right? Like, I think we know the sea change that's happening, so you know, it seems like it's a good contract to have. And the daily chart looks really good on HP as well. It's bouncing 50 period as well. So like fundamentally, this even looks like a good level. It's coming back in. It hasn't caught a bid just yet. I don't think you want to jump out in front of a moving freight train. Not that I would call it a moving freight train, but I want to see it make a higher low, give some kind of a consolidation. That INTZ that we're eyeballing, like maybe this could be the one that goes. So Micron can't get through the 100 level. This couldn't break out the 340. It's still bouncing off 3 even. So if it can do a little bit of this consolidation like it did before off of 3 even, then we can maybe go for a VWAP long on INTZ. Volume still dwindling just a little bit. Looking okay though. So I have that one on the side burner. If it can hold VWAP, we'll look for the long. SMCI continuing to go lower. It was green. It's only down 0.4%, but remember SMCI was, they were up like 4 points today at one point. So, from green to red, on this news here is SMCI. Yeah, it probably is a short.
I had to pay for shorts. I didn't buy them last. I was going to short it earlier today.
Oh yeah, we have to. That's right. We have to pay for.
I like that 34 level on that name, but
Yeah.
it's not coming back in.
We used to be able to get them free, and then
Well, they are.
then all their troubles happened, and then all of a sudden it became one that wasn't easy to borrow.
Yeah, I mean, they're like you were saying, they're going to be pretty much free. I just have to go through and do it. I'm a little lazy. I don't know. All right, what's crypto? 95.2 right now. So here's something that's hitting. Coinbase is starting to hit, and it's just because it's made that move up one more time there for Coinbase. Look at this, falling back into the 200 period, into the 50 period right now is Coinbase. If you like that trade, I still don't. I mean, I'd rather take this at VWAP. If you're going to look over here at this, look at that VWAP bounce again, VWAP right there. I was debating this, but I saw in the midday show, someone was like, he wasn't flustered. He was just getting in and out. And someone was like, just calm down and wait for some opportunities. And I was thinking the same thing, like when I saw that, and I was like, that's great advice. It's like, you don't need to sort of panic to try to get in and run into all of these trades. Because at the end of the day, like I said, right here, right now, P&L number 2 on the show is Microsoft. And we just started that at 2 o'clock. So like, you never know where the trades are going to come in for you. And right now on Softy, this has, been a patient game. If we don't have any better ideas, I'm not going to throw any money at any of these things. We have Hewlett-Packard now. That's going to be something to look at. The damage is already done on Meta, man. I mean, this one, let's just slap our back and forth. It's not the face slap one, that one there. But that was a good trade there on Meta as it's now falling back in right now. So I would wait again for VWAP. Like, do not need to fight these things. I said the path of least resistance is to the downside right now in this market. So we're very close to snapping. We talked about these levels. Like, we like the short a little bit better than the long, but for right now, it's only 313. So lots of time left in this day to be proven right or wrong in this market. So I'm just going to keep doing what we're doing. There it is right now. Meta down to 620. Watch out right now. Incoming possible crash on Meta if we do take that out. And then Microsoft as well. So one's at 620, one's at 420 right now. Come on, Microsoft. Right now, $2 in the money with a bid at 418.50 right now. Where's the 200 period? Okay, we should go to 419. Let's go to 419 right there. There it is, Neil. It is an official $2 now on that one. I think you're still in AMD, right? So AMD short as well, most likely printing. So here comes.
Dropping.
Yeah, here it comes. Here comes Microsoft. Take down this 420. We got to wait at. Let's go to 419.50.
419.50.
Yeah,
That's that 50
419.50.
period on the 1 minute.
Yeah, it's about there. That's VWAP.
Oh, sorry, my bad. It's VWAP. We're at VWAP now on AMD. I'd like to see it
I like
break.
Whoppers.
Although, I'll get to that in a quick little second, but you're trying to make a bit of a bottom here on HPE. It's pulled back into 22.5 a couple times. So if it can just hold out, if it breaks down, I think you wait for VWAP. If it holds here, we're going to have an opportunity to go into this. And then the other one is at INTZ, is right at VWAP as well. Oh, never mind. In the time that I went to go look at HPE pullback,
Yep.
INTZ lost VWAP. So that's gone. I didn't pay for locates on INTZ, so I'm not really gonna be getting a short on it, although maybe that breaking that 3 was good. So we just opened another candle attempting to hold 22.5, but it's still looking a little bit heavy and a little bit weak on HPE. AMD, come on, get through VWAP already.
Yeah.
Took some out last time at VWAP, but I want to at least hold to see if we can get to the 115.75, where it bottomed out before the first time we took this trade, and then we just kind of reloaded it. So let's see if we can't get a break of VWAP that at least takes us to 115.75. We're going to hold out for that. We're going to reload probably one more time, just based on the time of day, because it's 3:15. If we do bounce here, I can get one more shot at 116.5. But that HPE news getting a contract with X that Dell and SMCI lost out on, up 2 points. Still looking a little bit heavy on the tape. There's not any size here at 22.5, but there are some buyers kind of stepping in. I just wanted to close with some kind of a higher low. I close above one of these bottoming candles, and then maybe we can go work along, put a stop underneath 22.50. But I'm not going to catch the falling knife. It's got to show me a bit of an upward turn as well. So there it is. It's actually breaking 22.50. Can't even hold VWAP. It's just there's not enough strength right now in anything. Micron looked strong.
Yeah, I might back away from that.
And then Micron, like I thought it was breaking that 100. Now it's starting to break back down. Looked like it was higher lows into a flat top break. Now that you've got some lower highs, I probably should cancel that breakout. until it looks a little bit better. Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait for maybe VWAP on HPE, but these longs, even on the stocks that are strong, it comes into what it looks like it could be support, and we just blow right through it. No reason to try to grab it when it's showing you no indications of working, is what it is.
Yeah, I'm still going to try to bid that 2230s there or so on HPE, just where VWAP is, just to see. I do agree, though. It's not looking great. We don't necessarily want to take trades. We do not have to, so we'll back away from that. If it's coming in right now, HPE. Neil just talked about it, so we'll leave it for a second. Here comes 420. Come on, break. What is Meta doing? We did have that sort of whoa. Okay, props up to that one. We talked about Meta possibly getting a little spicy right there. It looks like, yeah, a little spicy, needless to say here, on Meta as that continues to go down. There's the 620 clean break. Like, come on, man. Like, can't Microsoft get a little Meta flow to it right now and break it and get to the downside like that? Meta, much better of a trading vehicle, at least today, it looks like anyways, than Microsoft. Very aggressive. Look at the futures again. Like, we say this all of the time, man. Props it up to everybody over there trading futures. Like, we say this, and yet I'm not doing anything about it. It was like, hey, look, man, the futures had that downside push. So what's up, Adam DeLuce? Thank you so much for that one. Nice super chat, Adam. Thank you for that. We'll go get, we'll go back to that matcha spot right there. Thank you, Adam.
With the extra matcha
there. Yeah, I didn't get the extra matcha at that time though, but that was a good call.
There was exciting.
Yeah, she told me about that there. The extra shot, the extra little dip in there of matcha. Okay, thank you, Adam, for that one as we continue to just watch out and watch this market potentially bleed down a little bit. All right, HPE, you know what? You're not the, be-all, end-all here, but we did take a little bit of a bid there. There it is. So it takes them out at 39, 38, sorry. As it starts to go back up, we're long at 31. We said we would take that. So for right now, we'll props it up. I don't know if it's going to go higher or lower, but right there on VWAP, we'll sit around. Let's sit at 44. Then we'll sit, what is that level? 60. What is this little dip down there? Level on HPE. Again, that is, what's this level? 50. Okay, so that's where I just put it anyways, 55s. And then, yeah, 65s. All right, so fine. Let's just see if HPE wants to go upside here. We'll get something out ahead of 50, and then we'll watch out for that level 55 right there, and then get going on that. So far, so good here, man. It's been obviously a big afternoon for us as we just continue to watch out for these stocks, and the market wants to continue to head lower. So that was a banger of a call, man. That's that face slapper that we're talking about. We said watch out for that short in the market. Short in the market is in and printing right now. Microsoft, $2, Adara.
We have here WKEY to the upside, Wise Key. This one actually has been kind of pushing up all day. Really getting a pop here at 10:15 when they released truly one of the most fascinating, I guess, headlines in terms of trying to, I guess, move market sentiment. So this company, along with SEALSQ, which you may recognize as the fellow small cap ticker LAES, we know they've been collaborating. That's been a headline for a while. But today they said they're going to be organizing a roundtable discussion at Davos, which we know is basically a tech international conference. So Davos is a big deal. But the name of this conference was really interesting. Cybersecurity in a post-quantum AI era. What happens when you mix generative AI with quantum computing? So basically taking a lot of the big buzzwords that we're looking for in the market today, cybersecurity, AI, and quantum, putting them all into one big press release. And you can see here the market reacting positively with that volume spike around 10:15 when this was released. The other thing that's worth noting for WKEY, which could explain this push to the upside, other than the fact that, as I've mentioned, they have run in the past, we've got a 3.2 million share float. It's a very small float with an 11.67% short float. So double-digit short float, single-digit float. LAES, which was the other company mentioned in this story, tried to move a little bit earlier today, but not much moving there. LAES has an even larger short float, about 41%. But basically, WKEY with a pretty clickbaity, for lack of a better term, name for their roundtable. Moving it to the upside, guys. Back to you.
Well, I mean, why would you make it clickbaity? Shout out to the Swiss Wise Key International Holdings.
Wise Key?
Yeah, not that I actually would know that otherwise, except for the fact there's a flag next to it when I pull
Wise
it
guys.
So I did, look, AMD bounces exactly where it did before. If the market does want to continue, I'll probably look for a re-entry if it can bounce above VWAP. We got the 115.75. There it bounced. Instead, if it does, we'll look for a bit of a reversion and then play the next available trade. HP is getting down into that VWAP. I guess it should have just sold Micron at $100 instead of looking for a breakout. That's the thing. If you're bearish, generally speaking, if there's a resistance level, maybe look for the short off the resistance level instead of wanting there to be a strong stock. Sometimes you want there to be a strong stock and then the opposite happens. It's probably going to head down into VWAP. But AMD on any kind of a pop is what I'm looking for next. And then that INTZ is trying to get back above 3 and VWAP. There's still barely enough time that I think it could have a shot if it can catch a bit of a bid, do a little volume, and get back above that 3, hold a higher low. Certainly a possibility there for INTZ, but it is running short on time for any opportunity there. I'm sitting just slightly underneath here. 22.22 is actually VWAP on my chart on HPE, and I'm sitting in front of that, but it doesn't seem like it wants to give that fill. It's got now a double bottom at 30, so it's kind of confirming that this could be the low, but if I don't get filled soon, I probably step into the range right in here with that 30 range, the same place Sean's got it. It's just VWAP on HPE, and didn't pay for locates on SMCI. Anyways.
Yeah, no.
It's coming into VWAP, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, I like that SMCI trade, that is for sure. All right, Microsoft bounce off 420, whatever. We've already got a nice fill there. We did not get as low as, remember, we're at 419.50. We'll see if we can get that. I don't know if we will or not. HPE, we got a 40 fill there, 41 fill actually. We went there and got, and it's right back here. You can get it now if you want. We're long at 31. All we're trying to do is just sort of buy that matcha for ourselves here. If we could take 10 cents on it, it's pretty, well, we're looking for more. I'm just saying, like that's sort of the trade that I have on board right now would be this one. So another move, it doesn't look like it wants to break 40, but if it does, we're waiting at 53s. Actually, I'm gonna go midway through. Let's put something at 44, maybe get a little more momentum. We're still at that 53 level right there. So far, so good, but again, relatively uneventful, to say the least, here on our friend Hewlett Packard. But there it is. Yes, sir. Look, man, we're just having some fun. So there it goes right there. Another winner for you on Hewlett Packard. So it comes right into VWAP. We take the trade. Pretty simple there. Well worth it for us. Nice move. There's that mid 40 fill that we talked about. 45s, 44s, 45s. Now we wait for 53. Hopefully that will come in. Looks like it'll be a good one for us. Amazon, maybe that's another name that we did not look at. The market's trying to bounce back a little bit. So if we look at the NASDAQ, what time is it? 320s? So 324, 325. There's 2100 again. It's 21,000, but there it is, bouncing off of that level, now trying to go. I mean, if you were short up here and thinking that it wasn't going to be that busy of a day, then yeah, you probably should have covered something around 21,000. So good cover there. That's 100 handles right there to the downside. So congratulations if you are able to catch that. But yeah, since then, man, still on the same tip right now. Hewlett Packard, we're out of half of that trade. We'll wait to see if we can get some more. Coinbase, 94 and change right now. iBit maybe breaking lower. I'm getting the feelings now of shorting and staying in some of these shorts, obviously, as we hold on to the biggest winner there, Microsoft. We've taken today like $20, $30 like in total on some of these names. But we're going to wait to see what iBit does now. Feeling bearish. Like if you break that 200, I'd rather short right here, 53.75. That's going to look like a level, 75, 75, 75, 75 right there. I like to break lower into VWAP, 53.75. I think we can put a stop order to trigger in if that does hit. So I like that trade, 53.75. They're short on iBit if it does break through. NVIDIA,
that's
Tesla.
that 95, man.
Yeah, they're all. I mean, all these stocks are looking pretty good.
Bitcoin just can't seem to get away from the 95.
I'll get another Hewlett Packard.
Keep bouncing that 92, and it just doesn't seem to want to go. So INTZ did just hold above VWAP, bit of a buyer at the 3 level. You're just going to give it to the higher low, right? So this is that higher low in that 290. If it holds it, great. I am back into Instacart. It's like 325. So let me just quickly give you the details. Instacart is being added to the S&P 400. It's expected to have like 13.5 million shares expected to be traded. So I don't know if it comes out as a buy and bounce, but I did want to be, it just bounced off VWAP. I wanted to be long Instacart. And then if it comes out a big buy, I can try adding into the position. So about 23 minutes or so till the imbalances come out. Because it's NASDAQ, there won't be an early look for CART. So we'll have no idea up until 350. It's just going to come the way it comes. And if it ends up a sell imbalance, you'll probably see me punch out of the trade, regardless of where it happens to be. We going to the desk with it, Eric?
I think so.
Take a look here at EL, Estee Lauder. This one popping up here with pretty significant volume. I'm not seeing any news catalyst for this spike this morning. So 6:45 a.m. pre-market, not this move. Basically, they announced that Ronald S. Lauder, obviously related to the family, is set to retire from the company's board of directors. But other than that, I'm not seeing any news. Social media, there's a little bit of attention in the last minute or so because of this spike. Some people speculating it's a beta-related move and some talk about options on this stock as well. But unclear if there is actually a fundamental or news-based reason for this pop to the upside, guys.
All right. We'll figure it all out. Thanks for that. We'll keep on watching some of these news-based plays. We were able to get out of more of HPE there as it does touch out to $40. Now we have less than half left, about 30% as it's trying to break now. Watch out. My stop is right here, breaking through 20. That would be this VWAP. So here it comes in right now. You can see Neil's long at 31s. I'm long right now at 31s. So now we'll wait to see where it goes. But we're already out of more than half right there. So let's wait to see what winds up happening now for HPE as it's coming back down into the downside. So let's go, Microsoft. I mean, you need to break. Let's go, man. Maybe we can get that. Let's props it up. Let's do this here. Where's that do something? There it is right now. We'll see if it can wake up a little bit and get below. It's a trade that we want. It's Microsoft. Hopefully it's going to be that one for us. Breaking a little bit lower right now on Softy Adara.
PLUG. Sorry, guys, there's even more news here as we head into Power Hour. Basically, Hunter Brook Research, not short, but announcing their long Plug Power, saying that they seem to be on the verge of closing their critical Department of Energy loan based on apparently, and the reason for this, I guess they saw something change on the Department of Energy's website. So at this point, they are long. They said now there's a page in the Department of Energy's website that includes Plug's company name. So this could be actually interesting. There's no info yet, but keep an eye here on PLUG. Clearly a volume spike to the upside on this catalyst. So keep an eye here on PLUG. Actually getting a long, or I guess I don't know what the opposite of a short report, long report is from Hunter Brook Research. Back to you.
Just a bullish report. I don't think there is a term for a long report.
Long report.
Yeah, maybe they just. I don't know if there is even a term for it, but yeah, there's no. It's just like analysts do it all the time. Like there's no word for it. And now obviously Plug is, what's the nice way to put this? Plug has had a bad run of it recently. But if you look at it, what I do like about something like this on the bottom is at least now that it's going to the upside, you've actually had a rounded bottom above both major moving averages, the 50 and the 200 on the daily. Like it's a different thing when it's at $2 or bouncing off $2 and making lower highs. But when it's actually curled and starting to make some higher lows, I think that always changes the litmus, and it does look a little bit better. At least you're with some momentum on Plug, although the last couple of days has been pulling back with a lot of other things there. So Plug Power 8%, I don't necessarily love it. I don't think I've ever owned the stock, and even now it's starting to pull back a little bit here. Yeah, fundamentally, not going to endorse it, but it's above the 50 and the 200 period, so there's worse places for it to start. So Kyle, thank you for the super chat. Can I pet that dog? Okay. Mr. Burdett. Mr. Burdett's probably really happy the market's come into the downside. Obviously this morning when we had that hot number, the market bled. So Kyle, I know you're in a good mood, and hopefully the trade, I'm sure it's treated you well because you favor that short side of the trade. So congratulations there. I'm making the assumption that you had some shorts going on. Although I didn't hear from you this much. Let us know how the trade's been going. I'll tell you, I didn't really hear from you in the midday there, Kyle, but appreciate you. And appreciate some of the kind words over the last few sessions, especially in the aftermarket show last week. Appreciate you. Instacart, you're not going to see me have any offers unless it gets to the high of the day. But the idea being, if it puts in higher lows, I just want to always have a stop underneath whatever the prior support is, and then look to be taking longs going into that 350. So not much has changed with regards to that. HPE did just wick VWAP, which I have at 22. It's kind of 22.22. My stop's underneath 22.20. And that INTZ, volume, where far out that volume? It just held VWAP again, but the volume's really dwindling on this. So with only 30 minutes to go, I like that it's holding VWAP, but the volume started to come back into it. We grabbed the long over 3, but it's really struggling to get itself going here. So it might not be the one. And just to get this out, if it doesn't go in the next couple of minutes, I might have to start getting it out flat on that bad boy. Ronak Kumar in the chat. What are your opinions on Dollarama in the long term? Ooh, that's a good one. It's load. Okay, there we go.
See load letter.
I want this daily. Let the daily chart load for a quick little second here. So this is one where it's had a really good run, and for anyone like Dollarama has had a completely different fate from the dollar store names in the U.S. It's been a banger. Probably the reasons for it aren't the best if you talk about the Canadian economy. But that said, it has been an absolute great trade. It's just unfortunately it's made a reversion, and it looks like it's trending back in. So the upward trend has been broken off the 50 period. So I think it's probably headed for a little bit of a dive to the downside. I've never personally owned the stock, but I can tell you that they do really well up here. It's always packed. They get lots of business. I just suspect it's in a little bit of a correction. The 200 looks good, but I think the bigger support level would be support from when they had their down earnings, and that'd be down at like a 120 level. I just fear that it had a great rally to the upside, and you might be seeing the back end of it. Adara?
What we're going to do here is take a look at these performers in the S&P 500. As you can see, and you can kind of tell here based on the performance of the indices, it's been a really weak day. A lot of these names are blood red, so I thought it'd be interesting to take a look at some of the tickers that are actually sharply positive on the day. As you might be able to guess, it's very few, I believe under 10, and all of them have strong catalyst or their sector-wide sympathy plays with other names. So we're going to start here with CEG, which has brought up some of these other utilities-related names, notably Vistra. Constellation Energy here announcing yet another deal. Bloomberg reported that the company was in talks for a $30 billion deal to acquire Calpine. Then the company this morning confirmed that they are acquiring Calpine, but actually for $16.4 billion. Great look here for CEG, which claimed that $300 level is still holding there right now. Then we have DAL, Delta, and some of these other airlines, most notably UAL, trading higher on the day here after its earnings. CEO Ed Bastian says that he thinks 2025 is going to be one of the company's best from a financial perspective, and they did beat here on earnings per share and revenue. Last but not least, WBA, another earnings play here. This one also sent CVS to the upside in sympathy. Target as well, because they have a pharmacy, was moving up a little bit earlier in the day. But Walgreens is still up about almost 28% here, basically reporting higher than expected revenue and earnings per share, though their guidance for EPS was a little bit tepid, guys. Back to you.
Tepid guidance. I like that.
I like that CEG with Calpine there. Good little value play in this space. We talked about that. Neil's like CEG for a minute. Yeah, up 75, up 25%.
I backed the wrong horse though.
Netflix. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's only day one right now.
Coin flip. Well,
yeah, it's okay. It's all good.
The funny thing is, they're like GV and Constellation. Like their charts on the daily. Like they both look so good. If we could just for a second, if we can come to my charts here. Like if you look at G Verona. There you go. Like it's looked absolutely fantastic, and yesterday you're like, which one do you like a little bit better? And GE had been holding highs much better than CEG, so I kind of went that way. And candidly, I have shares in my personal account, so maybe there was that kind of a bias. But yeah, Constellation is an absolute banger. Oh shoot, there was a question about SMR earlier, because when we were talking about nuclear,
right.
I had been asked about SMR. A little slower in the afternoon here. About SMR, and I do think that. When you've got the quantum bleed happening, I know this isn't the quantum name, it's a nuclear name, but growthier names. When you have that already happening, and then you throw in the fact that the chances of getting some cuts are going to be a lot lower this year, especially after that number that we just had, things that are capital intensive, things that are not making money, things that have low amounts of revenue, you're going to have a little bit of trouble. So I'm not very short-term bullish on SMR. I do still think at some point this year I am buying more. I was pretty sure I was going to do so in the first quarter. I'm not as sure about that anymore on SMR. I might let this one, because I think these are shot plays. I do want to add to it. But, if it's going to lose the 50 period and hold downward trend, then why not just wait to see it make a new low and try and grab that? Maybe you get like 12.5, 13 again off the 200 period moving average. That's one of the reasons why I was looking at like the CEG or the GE Verona to maybe take a safer play where you get exposure to a nuclear name. So yeah, SMR might be it's up 2% today, so that's actually not bad. But I'm not really a buyer in the short term anymore.
We did cover some Microsoft there at 4:20 as it does not break. We wanted to look at Netflix for a little bit, but let's take quick little look at one of our affiliates here. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there, eSignal. We've showed you some scanners here already today. Look, man, I like the platform. I think that if you are going to trade, and I've used this now for 22 years, it's just a reliability for me of the platform and just what that offers and what that means. So I don't think you can put a price tag on having consistent data that is trustworthy, and that for me is our friends over there at eSignal. It's also entitlement based. So if you're one of those traders that's looking for the advantage maybe of trading ADRs or different markets at different times, maybe you're someone that just thinks about the market 24/7 and can't get enough of trading. Like you're sitting here yesterday when the day is off and you just wish the market was open. eSignal might be that thing for you, where again, you look at Trade Ideas and some of the other competitors, they have ETFs. They don't give you the opportunity to grab many different indexes. Like for example, the CME, you can grab those NYMEX as well as an exchange, and letting you trade futures seamlessly, everything, second tick candles, charts, back testing, stable platform. We like eSignal, and I want to thank you for listening to that little spiel, and make sure that you do click that if you are interested in supporting us through eSignal. So again, trade harder, or trade smarter, not harder with eSignal. All right, Netflix is coming back down, still down that 4% right now. Again, like the stock, but not acting the greatest here is Netflix, and trying to break through the low of the day at some point here. NFLX, look at the market, man, bleeding down in, but look what we bounced off of again, 21.1. So just be careful with all of this here on the market. Netflix trying to go down. We've already captured out, so we got out there at 20. We got $20. 420.17 as we're getting less and less. Our stop is still here at 422. If we break that level, then we will get out, take the 50 cents and run with 338, getting very, very close. We still have this add-on, which is still completely fine. Fabian, my guy, we got to put that thing on a loop. We got to stop that, man. I was just talking there for a couple minutes right there. No, just playing around. Make sure you do scan. That's how much we believe in it.
You get it voice activated.
That you guys had that there. But there it goes, man. Nice move upside there for Microsoft. Watch out for that 422. There's our out initially on MSFT. So, yeah, man, all good here as we get ready for the recap show. No guests. Adair and I will take some Q&As. So if you do have any questions, I mean, Adair has been over there at the desk all day. We can talk about her trades, anything that she likes. Put in the chat. Bears versus Bulls. If you do see any questions there for Adair, get them to her and I, and write them down, and we will be able to answer those.
The other day, the last time I did the market recap show with Adara, she actually called out the flat bottom break. The old, where is it? We have a graphic for that. On Boeing, which it is what it is. I was like, that was a, if you had it this morning, this is what I'm getting at. Like that 170 level, like look at how clean it had been holding on the bid. On the daily chart, this is that, I gotta zoom back in, that's that 200 period moving average. It was a clean breakdown. Obviously, it's made the recovery. I love what Boeing just did. This is a great look. Anytime you liquidity grab like this, like yeah, the 170 short obviously worked, 69 would have worked for you, but anytime you liquidity grab underneath the bottom, and can just eliminate it all and just go right back to green, assuming in the next 20 minutes it doesn't dump because it's only up 0.2%. It looks like it wants to close green, and I do like this. I think next week, there's almost no way that I'm not bullish on Monday on Boeing, barring something crazy happening in the next couple of minutes or so. Thank you to Marty. Marty with the super chat once again. We love you, Marty. Appreciate you. Glad I found this channel. Great experience, and has changed my trading for the better. Old dogs can learn new tricks. Hope you have a great weekend and can't wait to see that Bronco hat. Because you super chatted, I'll read the whole thing. Cheers. You know what? And I promise you this, Marty, and this is, you can take me at my word for this. The Bills are going to win, but I'll bring the hat and at least show you guys the hat. Maybe I won't wear it, but I can.
We have a Broncos hat?
I'm getting one. I'll get one this weekend. Actually, I have one coming on my house on tomorrow. I think it's going to be delivered.
Okay.
But yeah, Bills will win, and they'll cover the 9 or the 8.5, whatever it works out to be. I think it's 8.5. They'll get that win, and I'll bring the cap regardless, just so you guys can see that I did have it. But I'm not going to have to wear it, obviously, because the Bills are going to handle business. So thank you very much, Marty. Appreciate you.
No more Bo Nix hats coming.
I like Bo Nix.
So do I. I think he's going to be great.
He's a good player, man.
Yeah. All right. So it should be a fun weekend, man.
lose,
I'm really looking forward to the games tomorrow. The first one should be a great one. Chargers Texans. I think that's great. I think the Monday Nighter's great as well, where the fraudulent Vikings take on the Rams, who I think should be able to win a little bit there as well.
It's still kind of home field, but not the same when they have
That's
to
the
go
thing.
to
Is that official now? They're going to Arizona?
Yeah, officially.
Okay, yeah.
Unfortunately, with the Fires, they got to go to Arizona and play. But
Yeah, they'll be ready to go, man, those teams, no matter where they're playing. But that is unfortunate. We do wish, we haven't even mentioned that there. Some of that stuff there in California is
It's
quite
scary
wild. I was
stuff.
saying to my wife, like, we're so lucky that we live in an area that has zero, other than, like, I guess, cold spells or, like, maybe getting locked in your house a couple
we had
days.
an ice storm a decade
That's
ago,
what I'm
didn't
saying.
we?
Like, so there's the odd situation. I don't want to, some people have obviously suffered through.
Yeah, we're very
different-
We're very fortunate.
Yeah, like nothing like that for sure. I don't know about you, but we are still zeros on HPE. We got out there
I'm
to a
out.
flat trade on HPE, so I'll be flat. Obviously, I don't know if you had any outs there or not.
No, my outs were all in the 50 range. I was looking for, here, come to my chart for a second. Jeff, I haven't zoomed out. So this is that support level. So I'm not taking anything until here. Right, so if I'm giving it there to there, that's 10 cents worth of risk. I'm looking for it to break out the 40s into the 50s and 60s into that range. So try to keep it a little bit binary. Cart, it's now 7, okay, it's kind of working because it's 7 minutes till the imbalances come out here. No matter what, I always have a local stop before an imbalance, but in this particular case, if it doesn't come out a buy, I am 100% stopping out at a fresh low on Instacart. It's holding VWAP for now. If it comes out a bid, I'm going to look for a place to add. If it comes out a sell, I'm going to punch out and hopefully it'll flip. That's the other thing. At 350, if Instacart comes out as a sell, I'm still going to track it the whole way. If it flips to a buy, I'll probably try to punch into some kind of a long. So even if Instacart comes out against me, I'm going to still look for some opportunity to play the long. I've just sort of been in it with a stop at the low every single time. Kind of nibbling in as to how much I would usually take at a closing trade. I have a fraction now. I do not believe in going all in until you actually see the imbalance in your favor. I think that's the shot where you take some real shares when you actually either see it going for you or when the imbalances come in your direction. I think that's always a different sign. So 6 minutes to go till the imbalances. I haven't seen any early looks that were that enticing, but we can pull it up there again. HPE is an early look buy, but that hasn't seemed to matter, obviously, with some news. BAC, the banks usually, they have imbalances, they flip, they pair off, they don't tend to matter. Uber, remotely interesting for an 800,000 sell. And you won't see anything early on the NASDAQ, but I'm expecting Instacart's going to have one way or another good open interest.
It'll have something there because we had sort of talked about it. What's going into the 400? Is that what it was?
S&P 400, yeah.
Yeah, so you just get some different changes here in that. I'm not really on HPE. I'm trying to watch out to see if we can get that break, but I am nervous. Again, we only have like about 10% left of this position. Not nervous in a way of like, oh my God, I'm nervous about what's going to happen. It's just the imbalances do come out and could affect us. We are bidding 419 flat right now to see if we could take $4 on this trade or $3.50 on it to sort of match with some of the damage that we've done. I mean, since this afternoon show, we've only had on Meta this whole time and HPE. So HPE is a flat stock and Meta is a big one. So far so good here. NVIDIA, my number one stock. We really, either responsibly or not, layered into this thing pretty heavily down there at that downside and pay dirt, needless to say there, on NVIDIA as it prints out for us and gives us that number one trade P&L wise there. But here we go, man. Microsoft is the last name on my list. IBIT looks like it's trying to go lower. I've canceled all the stop orders now. I'm not going to be in anything. We were looking at IBIT breaking that order right there, 53.75, but coming in, there's the bounce off the 5-minute chart. So it looks like there's some kind of support, but Bitcoin at the end of the day, 94.6, 94.5. Kind of not doing too much. Rigetti was a absolute banger of a trade there today as well, but we had left it out. There it goes to the downside. We had said there's more pain to come, unfortunately, in some of these quantum names, but it was a 70-cent stock in October, November. So just understand that you still have a way to go, I feel like, to the downside on Rigetti. But again, a positive comment. Jensen comes out with one thing. Elon could come out with something else on the weekend, and these things open up 20, 30% higher. So just be careful with all of that. I'm going to just rest right now. We only have Microsoft. We're waiting, man. We'll be at the highest spot we've been at today. It's a big time successful day, and I hope you guys are having similar successes as we wait for these imbalances to come out.
Ooh, some Tomas and DJK saying Rigetti. Well, one says Rigetti's crap, the other one says it'll return to $1. I can tell you that
That's
it was.
the thing about it.
Martin Shkreli thinks Rigetti was. I think he had a $1 on it as well, and then he had 1 cent on D-Wave and 1 cent on the other one, QUBT.
Right.
And then he had $11 fair value on IonQ, which IonQ's kind of IonQ's kind of strong today. So if you're looking for the quote unquote safe one, a lot of people will say that is it.
So Martin Shkreli calling all of these trades zeros, basically.
Essentially.
Right?
I mean,
Like
Rigetti
price
11,
target of 1 cent.
No, Rigetti's $11.
So higher than where it is now.
No, Rigetti's not Rigetti. IonQ.
Oh, IonQ.
IonQ. But that was like IonQ was at $44 when he said that. So it's like it's still.
Yeah. But 1 cent on all the other ones basically means
He's saying the company's worth nothing.
Yeah, okay.
No, but if you read his spiel, that he was literally saying that,
Yeah, I know.
that they have absolutely nothing
Come on.
going. But it's momentum that got it, to be sure. So only 2 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. Ideally, this doesn't break contain a cart before 350, but if it does, I don't mind getting out and trying to get back into it. That's we'll see what happens when the imbalances come out here. Like you said, there's not too much else to look at least for me. There was no other big index actions that aren't like small deal related, where it's like one stock getting exchanged for another. Those are never a lot of fun. This being added to the S&P 400 with 13.5 million shares expected. So one way or another, I'm expecting decent open interest on it. Whether or not it comes out a bid, we'll be able to see. I did want to. Kyle Burdett just said U.S. Steel is up today.
There you go.
I feel like that's I don't know. I'm not a huge believer that this deal is going to happen, and it just keeps on catching a bid. Cleveland Cliffs doesn't seem to be interested in them anymore, and there's some bad blood going on between them. Yeah, it just keeps on catching bids. So somebody likes this thing every time it dips in there, even though the deal, again, I think it's got to be trading not on the deal. I would be much more interested, if you like a steel play, like let Nucor catch a bit of a bounce. It's hard to like U.S. Steel when Nucor keeps trending to the downside, and then the deal's not going to happen. If Nucor was catching a bid, I'd feel better about U.S. Steel. Everybody hit that like, hit that subscribe. We appreciate the super chats. We just want you to enjoy the show and pass it on to all the other viewers. Xenon, thank you for this super chat. Does anyone in the organization trade the Nikkei or the Hang Seng? I can confirm that is a no.
In the organization lots.
On the trading floor.
On our show,
sorry,
no.
on our show, no.
I mean, the market's closed.
At real trading, yes. At real trading, lots of people trade those markets, but here on this floor, no. Nobody here actually does. There was a brief period of time when Sean and I had our own floor that we traded the London Open. I think I lasted 4 days before I realized I needed more sleep. I think you lasted a little bit longer than I did.
Oh yeah, I was trading at midnight, 3 a.m., 2 a.m. all through. I
did it
I
3
am
times.
very into this. But yeah, sleep very, very important. All right, so yeah, the stories I can tell you about some of those nights. Okay, so just real quickly here coming in.
I remember one of them.
Yeah, all right. So Microsoft is starting, it's still bouncing around 420. Again, deals and balances are coming out, so let's get those all set up. Neil's on Instacart, so he's going to pay attention to that. I'm going to go like that, and now wait. So with only 15 seconds left, we will be able to see what's going on. I am bidding Microsoft down at 419 in case that is a sell imbalance. It's been a big day. This is one of the biggest days for me in January. So far, so good here. We don't have really any losing stocks today. We have one losing stock, Google. And we could talk about that. There it is. The imbalance is now out. It's Apple with a sell side right now. So that's starting to pick up a little bit there. Apple sell side starting to pick up some excitement. Microsoft does go down, but not really that far. I'm going to put a bid here. If we can get it at 80s, we'll try it right now for Sir Softy. See if we get it. Bang. There it is, man. The money tree is now coming through right now on Microsoft. There it is right there. $3 winner on Softy. So let's go, man. We're going to be at the highest spot we've been at all day. Today, we're happy to do it, man. We'll hold up the trophy right there today for a big day. And right now, Apple making the move down Open is here. Amazon is here as to sell as well. I don't see your cart, but you tell me what you're doing.
I just went to, I had to search for it. So there isn't much of an imbalance on it. You know what? It's literally at my entry price. I see 40,000 shares, which is incredibly disappointing.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
So yeah, it doesn't make any sense here. I've got it on this one. I have only a NASDAQ one. Like Instacart's like absolutely nothing down here. Like 40,000 and no paired. So if that's like that is not at all what I was expecting. I thought there'd be a heck of a lot more. So it happened to miraculously bounce on a nothing imbalance. So I just punched out flat. Like I'm a little surprised by that. Let me double check. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But maybe it'll happen next week. Certainly. Apple is the big one, and of course Open as well, and then IQ, which Sean also mentioned. Raju just asked about Snowflake. Was that on the imbalance locator?
I didn't notice it.
Nope. Or it could just be randomly. Maybe we're curious about Snow.
It must be. Snow had a huge move up.
Yeah, it did make
recently. I mean,
Snow made a decent. I mean, a little bit of a bounce. So it's possible that Snow had a bit of an imbalance. But I actually look. I still hold the final third of my swing in Snowflake. I said I was going to hang on to this bad boy unless it lost the 50-period moving average to give it a chance to break out at 190. So I still have a piece of this when it made that bottoming break away from the 50-period. But I do have a trail on this under $150. I never intend. This was always going to be one of those. If it turns into a hold to the highs, great. But if it loses the 50-period moving average, it was always more of a trade than anything else. So as I look back at it, it actually might threaten that. It's great that it's up 1% today, but I could see myself getting trailed out of this long in the next week or two on Snowflake. Couldn't really sustain that move. It was a good one, 120 to 190, but doesn't hold on to those gains very, very well. Snow's got a ridiculous PE.
Yeah, I like it though. I like that stock. I'm in that Snowflake there. I have to double check the position as well. Just like Pan W and some CrowdStrike. I gotta start looking at some of these things. I've just been way too distracted with so many other things. Okay, so good out there for Softy. Obviously, we're getting lighter and lighter on this. I might just take an opportunity now. The market, I'll get out of one last piece here. We'll bid some 30s. Maybe we get them. Maybe we don't. There it is. We bid some 31. So it's $2. Okay, here we go. It's $2.30 into the money. We only get filled when it goes with us, right? So you got to sit on the bid to take those bids. So right now we are almost out of this position, about 5% left. Just letting it go, right? I mean, if this can get back in, just kind of like Anna and Elsa, we'll let it go, and we'll see if it can get down to that bottom area here on the futures, and then we'll punch out, right? I mean, if it takes 419, that is VWAP, and we'll be happy if and when we get that opportunity down there. So, yeah, man, so far so good. What's been a big day here? I want everyone to have a great weekend. No matter what you're doing, be safe with you and yours, man. Give your kids and loved ones big hugs all of the time, because pretty soon, I guess, we are all going to be family as United States and Canada apparently are going to merge very, very soon. So that should be a lot of fun. I just hope that we don't have to worry about the PDT rule and things like that, because then your boy will be in a big time.
I don't want those. We can do without some of the financial rules.
Yeah, we'll do without that here in.
That'd be our best. Yeah. No, the easier travel would be nice.
What without the we don't have too many problems right now with passports or anything like that, do we?
Well, you still have to. You have to have your You'll have to use your passport.
Yeah.
You can get like Nexus, which is if you do it a lot, which makes it a lot easier to go through. Not that I have that.
No, man. Like when we did a tournament in Buffalo, and we were over the Rainbow Bridge as if there was no lineup at all. So.
Oh yeah, driving across is great.
Yeah, driving across is great. The thing is, because the U.S. dollar right now, the Canadian dollar is getting smoked. So I don't think too many people traveling, over to the United States right now from Canada.
But if we're in the AFC Championship game, oh no, that's right, we didn't get.
Yeah, you guys did.
And then I got ahead of myself. I'm like, so anyways, I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. I just obviously the Bills are never going to host a Super Bowl. So like the best opportunity would be the AFC Championship game. Right. So I'm just like, the year that happens.
They'll host a Super Bowl.
Well, the new stadium, the new stadium's fantastic, but until they get the new stadium, the best game that you'll ever get at the old one, which is only one more year, would be to host an AFC Championship game, which of course...
That's true.
Of course, they haven't done that in quite some time. So I was kind of looking forward to the potential of that this year, and unfortunately it didn't happen. So I was about to say that AMD stopped moving. Well, AMD just broke VWAP. I'm not going to take a reload with it at 355. But AMD actually going to close above VWAP, down 5% today, so let's not get it twisted. Today was another day in the doldrums for AMD, catching a downgrade. Long this.
What's up, Long?
Shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat. Not a merge, more of a buyout. We want the poutine.
Yeah, you're allowed. You can have that, man.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you this right now.
You can
Trust
have
me
it
when I
without
tell you,
merchant, though.
beaver tail here, poutine. Poutine's good, but the beaver tails are the best thing we got going for food in Canada. I have a sweet tooth. It is what it is. Kind of like, think of it like a funnel cake, but like a Canadian dessert kind of thing. And I like it just cinnamon, kind of plain. I don't need any of that fancy stuff on it.
Yeah. For me, poutine trumps those beaver tails, but yeah. We're all good, man.
You can't live on beaver tails. You can probably
No. Yeah, poutine. You got the cheese, you got the gravy, you got the vegetables, and poutine.
You got most of
course.
the food group.
All right, so yeah, 356 right now, and we're getting close. We just put it back in. We just bounced off there. $4 it was in the money as a Diamond Hand Man. I don't know if we are that or not, but we've had some big wins today. $15 on Meta right now, $4 on Microsoft. Hopefully, if that does print down in, we'd like to get that print, of course, on this name. So we'll wait for that to see if it comes in right now. Microsoft back down. I'm bidding $419.30. Hopefully, we can get that by the time this day is now over. Quick check in on Rigetti. More downside moves there. So that kind of sucks for Rigetti and any of those shareholders as we wait to see what's going to happen now on Monday. Like, I'm just a little bit nervous about some of these plays. Well, obviously, we got the cold water there from Jensen and company, just Jensen. But there goes Rigetti right now down 12+% and looking to get a little bit lower. I was looking at $6 as maybe a stopping spot there for RGTI. I might just bid out of Microsoft right now. I don't know. In the last couple minutes, there's really no point in me dancing with this devil. So we'll possibly get out here of Microsoft and then just deal with it afterwards. Microsoft, nice play. Give me to me. We're right at 419 and change, so maybe we get it after all. Let's just be patient with this. We're going to go over to the big desk in just a couple minutes. Remember, any talk there for Adair and I, any questions, get them through the chat. I'm sure she's down for answering those there we go. We already got the answer. She is down right there. So yeah, should be a fun one there into the close.
Absolutely. So get those questions in. Always a good look. Rogelio, beaver tails are not like oxtail. Beaver tail is a pastry. Oxtail, delicious, West Indian dish, but no, beaver tail is a very, very, very tasty pastry. You can go anywhere here in Canada, and you don't go too far without finding it. Oh, want me to show a pic? Here, I can do that.
Yeah, just like a long pastry. It's like a tail, right? It's like a long pastry. We showed them the other day.
We did show them the other day. Here's a bunch.
Yep.
Now, see, my beef is, this is how I like them, right? Like, it's just plain cinnamon or that, like a little more traditional. Some people like to do, like, clearly this is some kind of a crazy, like, Reese's Pieces or, like, all this fudge. That's too much. Like, it's sweet. Like, that's a little bit too much for me. You can just do it plain. It's absolutely delicious. And they're usually pretty sizable. So for those that are, I saw some of the stuff you guys were saying in the chat with the Dirty Minds, but no, it's just a delicious Canadian pastry. So we're not going to become the 51st state, but if it does happen, you guys are going to inherit some tasty food for sure. Carnival food, 100% all styles. That's a good way of thinking about it, like carnival food. Like
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, go to like any fall fair.
Yeah, exactly.
That you'll find a beaver tail there here in Canada.
Yeah, you can go get it at Nathan Phillips Square as we speak every day. All right, so we are just out of absolutely everything. So that's it, man. We will end the day with big time trading here again today. It's like every day this market is open, I feel really happy to be here and doing that exactly. So far so good here as we get ready to close this out. Just a couple more minutes left and we are done. Only 30 seconds to be exact before you join Adara and myself on the after show. So just a couple more seconds and we'll be ready to rock and roll. All right, Neil, man, 20 seconds. We are now out as Microsoft goes into 419. That was an absolutely blast off of a trade there on Softy to end the day. So here we go, man. Only 10 seconds left, and it's Adara on the screen.
Brought to you by Hive Digital on the NASDAQ, HIVE, the closing belt, and the week in one. Ring it, Adara. Shout out to and thank you to Hive. Scan that QR code that you just saw in front of you. You can rewind to go grab it. Another good day of trading and maybe not in the market. The market's down 1.5%. I can't spin that to be good, everybody. The market down. Actually, the ES down equal to the NASDAQ. So the days of the ES not falling as much as the NASDAQ, no, it was a bleed across the board. I'm actually not sure how the Dow did because I don't usually track the Dow, but my guess is it was not a good day for the Dow. How could it be? You had to pull back in some of the financials. Do I even have the diamonds on my quote board? Yeah, I do. Yeah, 1.5% to the downside on the diamonds as well. See, I care about the Dow every now and then. No, I really, really don't. But at the end of the day, a few names just to go over for you guys. I mean, Tesla, once again, flat, but rejecting $400. This is not a real wick. The low on Tesla was more like the 380 change level. But another bad day for Tesla, as it's just stair-step to the downside on them. NVIDIA, like most of the other chip names, takes it a little bit on the chin. You're going to close pretty close to the lows. We've seen this before. Like, it's not necessarily a good sign when you want to close on those lows. And we had that hot number. You're going to have a lower probability of any cut coming. We're not going to get one the next meeting, but the odds are also dropping that you're going to get a cut in the meeting after that in March from the Fed. Going to give a shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos. Thank you so much. Doing a fantastic job shooting some socials, and we'll have more of that coming with a man Andre who's got the headphones on. He's locked and he's loaded. Shout out to the Playmaker poll and the great long trade on a down day. Market down 1.5, and the Playmaker poll in the midday for all you guys. That was a winner today, so that stays green. Shout out to Joe and Sharif, not just for that great idea, but for some fantastic hosting and some good trading on the midday show. But you know what time it is, and you know what you got to do. First, you don't have to do much of anything. All you have to do is sit back, relax, like I'll be doing on Sunday when the Bills take care of business, because the market recap is at the desk right now with Sean and Adara. Get your questions ready.
All right, let's go. Adara, how's it going? Good to see you
I'm
again.
good. How are you?
Potato French fry. We'll save that for the end. Thank you so much to everybody, man. We're seeing a lot of love in the chat. Of course, thanks, Neil, for that good throw. And yeah, man, we'll say good luck to no matter what your team is, but more specifically, the Buffalo Bills and Green Bay Packers. We'll wish good luck to those teams this week, and good luck to your team. I mean, ultimately, whoever wins, it wins. Sports is sports. Yay, sports.
Go sports.
Okay, what do you think about, so the most controversial one, we'll talk about this, it's actually Monday night. Rams-Vikings.
LA Rams,
Yep.
Minnesota Vikings.
Perfect.
I'm going to go Vikings.
I knew it because you were going to,
Because we're near there. Yeah, we're like I grew up going, like I did a dance competition in Minnesota. Like my
You what?
sister did a
You did what?
taekwondo
You did dance
competition.
competitions
Oh, I
before?
was a competitive dancer for years.
How many years is this?
It was like till I graduated high school.
Like what
basically.
style of dance?
Oh, I did Irish dance.
Ramin
was, like,
was a
weirdly
competitive
my
dancer.
forte.
Yeah.
I did tap dance as well. I did like all of the, basically in competitive
You
dance.
did Irish?
Yeah, that was weirdly my forte.
That's wicked. You
But
gotta find some videos.
Oh, I probably do have them, but like it's a version of it. What Fabian's doing right now, but no, I think what's funny too is with dance, it's basically a racket. If you want to do competitive everything,
I
you
know.
have to do ballet.
I
You have
know.
to do. So it's like I did everything, but I like tap and.
So right now, my daughter, and I had to buy Discovery Plus for this. Like I am just basically, the women in my life basically own me, and that's great for me actually, because they do everything. But she's watching Toddlers and Tiaras, which is
Oh
right
my
now.
God, that's amazing.
That's so old, and it's these little kids that dance around. It's really hilarious. But she also loves Dance Moms. So I don't know if you've
Oh my
seen
God, my
that.
sister-
That's with Abby Lee something.
Abby Lee Miller,
You
Abby
know.
Lee Dance Company, ALDC.
Yep.
The girl
ALDC,
who
there
started
you
that
go.
tall girl
Why did I
movie,
start
she
this?
was from Dance Moms. Maddie Ziegler was from Dance Moms. My sister, like
Oh,
she was on a break. from
JoJo
school.
Siwa.
JoJo Siwa.
JoJo Siwa. What up, JoJo? How are you doing, JoJo?
Yeah.
She's doing great. What do you mean? I think she's been. Oh, but Maddie, the one that you're talking
Maddie
about.
Ziegler, yeah.
She did the.
She's quite the career now.
Sia.
Chandelier.
That's
yeah.
right. That's right. Because I was like, oh my God. Because I'm watching that show and I'm like, there's no way. And by the way, I understand this is a stock show, but this is my show right now. So we haven't talked about stocks in 5 minutes yet. And we may not do that. But Abby Lee Miller, she was a little loco to me, man.
Yeah.
All that yelling at kids.
No, my favorite
like,
is the pyramid. So it's like based on how good you are, you're in like
I
this
know.
pyramid. And
She's
I'm
like,
like, how do you decide though?
She's like, she unveils it, right?
Yeah,
right
she's
in
like,
front of all
you're
the
at the
parents.
top. And at a certain point, like when they whittle it down,
All right.
if you're the last girl, you know where you are in the pyramid. Like you've done everybody else. Why are we unveiling it?
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the market. We had a little bit of a rough day to start with, and the reason why was because we did have hotter than expected jobs report today. So the triple Q started off pretty nice, man, at 5:15. We were down about half or flat or so. Then all of a sudden, whoops, to the downside right there. And we get right back into 505 on the Qs, about 21,000 there. And then once the number was sort of digested, we all had our lunch, we got to figure things out, boom to the upside right there, midday, back into 510. But the thing is, you still fail at the 200 period on the 3 minute and head lower into the close. So the market, although pretty good day overall, still down that 1.57. Adair, you had a great graphic there. Maybe you can find it.
Yes, of course.
On the Dow Jones. The Dow Jones 30, talking about some weighting. I'm a little disappointed at how highly ranked Sherwin-Williams is.
Yeah, okay, I have it up and ready.
Yeah,
Let's
so
go.
you'll have that in just a quick little second, right there. Yeah, let's go over it. So the Dow today, Ramin. The Dow today down 1.7%. I just want to check out the SPY as well. So Dow is the carry forward trade today to that downside. And again, I think it's because if we're going to look at this sort of weighting there, if we go to Adair's screen, you're going to see what some of these. Wow, look at that wheel.
Thank you.
Coming through again. Hey, Neil, what's going on? Very, very. Anything catch your eye on that before I talk about it?
I mean, I said it too when I presented this on the midday. Goldman Sachs being number one and UNH being number two, these two are 15% of the Dow on their own, which is shocking. Microsoft number 3, Home Depot number 4, and then as you said, Sherwin-Williams number 6. So if you recall, Sherwin-Williams and NVIDIA were both added to the Dow in November when Intel got the boot. So it's interesting, Sherwin just added already 6% of the weighting here. Salesforce also didn't realize this was on there. But yeah, this graphic really shows you Nike, Disney, pretty low weighted. Cisco is actually, I believe, the lowest weighted on here. And Boeing actually pretty high. I think they're 18. So interesting look here. I'm also hard at work right now on one for the NASDAQ 100, which will feature all the logos, hence why it might take a while. So stay tuned here for more TV Research original graphics.
We have to say, yeah, great job there, Adair. I have to say, honestly, big heart and big, not shout out, but we really hope for the best of everybody working as hard as they can here in California. I mean, I just opened up X here because I was going to show you some of the, that graphic again, which you already did, but this was the first page there. This is wild to be in an airplane and to actually see this. That is unbelievable. And then I don't know if anybody had seen this either, but this is somebody stuck. It's not. Yeah, it's okay. Anyways, this is someone stuck in their house.
Oh my God.
That is literally outside of their house, stuck in it and not knowing what to do. There's a little dog coming up very, very soon there. So scary times there in California. And again, we just hope for the best. I heard that the winds were dying down yesterday. So if anybody there is in the, I guess the West, let us know. I guess the smoke is probably mild.
It's really, that's upsetting, of course. And it's interesting too, I feel badly for the LA Rams who have to play, and they also have, I'm sure they have people and loved ones there. That's, I know you have a job too, that's gotta be tough, but seriously, shout out and best wishes and, all of the love here to our LA family, because that is, that's horrible.
Yeah, we want to just keep an eye out for that, and just keep watching the news and send it. The good thing about Canada is we've sent over so many of those drop planes, those water drop planes. It's been amazing. I saw a story about that as well, as we got to keep supporting each other. So heads up on that, and prayers up for everybody over there. Okay, we did get University of Michigan inflation expectations as well, 3% for the 1 year, which is not bad. Print above that 3%.
Yeah, it was 3.3% versus 2.8%. Expected. In my theory, that is the number that pushed us lower at 10 a.m. I don't think it was consumer sentiment. Consumer sentiment was slightly higher, but it was less than 1 point higher. That, to me, that insane inflation expectation combined with the fact that Bank of America said, we don't think there's any more rate cuts coming at all. They actually think hikes should be the next step. We don't have any Fed cuts priced in now until July. So I think with all of that hawkishness, I think that 3.3% 1 year inflation was the cherry on top.
Yeah, there we go. Deep talking about the heavy smoke and everything. Yeah. So here's a name there. And again, I want to talk about this. The KIE is the insurance sector ETF. That's probably going to get for a little bit of a downside push here. And so is this name. It's Berkshire, unfortunately. And here it comes back in right now, Berkshire. This is a name that I've been buying recently as well. Not recently, but, in this dip down. I think we're long in and around here, 460 and change. Would make sense that I would have started buying there. I've only bought it once. I'll double check the price. But I'm looking again right now at the 200 period. I still like Berkshire as well. But here is the KIE Insurance Index right now, down 2.9 ETF, down 2.93%. And even despite all of this turmoil, obviously, there in California by the natural disaster, you do have a continuous move down in on the insurance names. So that might be a sector to look to pick up on some weakness. If we do a little bit of a broader look on the market today, Dare did a great job on the green screen earlier by looking at some of this. But man, oh man, what a little bit of a fail day right there. We'll do this calculations and then slap a fail right on it. There isn't much relief on the market today. We do have, and a great pick. Were Eli Lilly long or short yesterday?
I was Eli Lilly long.
Long, okay,
yeah.
bang.
And I saw that on that breakout of that flat top today, intraday on that 794. I was like, mwah, mwah, mwah.
So we get Eli Lilly there, right there. Yeah, we like that one. 1 point. We're gonna have a lot of fun with this. I keep on saying to Joe, did he make that spreadsheet?
I don't know.
Because I have one done.
My picks today worked out. So
I was doing it on my phone. So we're gonna update that. Eli Lilly, one of Adair's picks for 2025. Yep. We like that. I like Eli Lilly too. Alzheimer's. They got a new drug there.
Yes.
Zepbound or something there.
Basically what happens is a lot of their drugs that they have for certain things, they're realizing can be used for other things. Trish and I have talked about this. Pardon?
GLP-1.
Yes, right. So the GLP-1 has so many, uses. The tirzepatide too, I believe. I forget. I think that might. Anyways, the point is they have a lot of drugs. I'm not bullish on them purely for a weight loss perspective. I'm bullish on them for everything that they have to offer. Right. And I think the starting point of that is the weight loss side. I
really like the space. I talked about XBI. I really like XBI as well. We'll get into that one. But okay, so right now, the only tech name that really held up today that anybody would own. Look, there's going to be, what is this little name in here? Something there. LHX is in there as well as LDOS. I don't even know what that is. But right there, Meta right now, one of the only top names today. And we got that little bit of a TikTok tailwind coming through on Meta as the Supreme Court says they will uphold the ban there on TikTok. So we'll wait to see if Meta gets some more push headwinds in that. We had a great tailwinds. We had a great trade on Meta down there at 610 today. I'm not logged in to the system, but it was 15 pennies on that one. And then 15 pennies, $15.
Yeah.
You taking 15 pennies on Meta, you have to have something's had to happen to change your mind. Like you're in and you're out real quick.
Yeah, you're like
the spread is 35, 40 pennies.
Yeah.
So do not trade Meta for 15-cent scalp. Again, some other good names today in the retail trade. If we sort of look at this sector today, basically the strength. There wasn't too many strong sectors today, and I don't think retail was very strong at the end of the day, but Amazon down that 1.4 as they get tech hit. But the other names, Walmart up 1, Costco up 1, Home Depot. I actually saw my wife spend some money at Home Depot. I forgot to ask her what that was. I wonder, she said she was going to Home Depot there today. I don't know what we were getting. We've recently, unfortunately, we have some sad news, and it's not that sad after all, but my daughter's beta fish passed away.
Oh.
So we've gotten some medicine for it and everything like that. It passed away there. Its name was Pina Colada. So that beta fish has passed away. So I don't know. Maybe she got a new filter or something. Maybe I don't know if Home Depot does all that stuff. But there it is. Anyways, shout out to Pina Colada as we'll get her a new beta fish. There's Berkshire JPM as most of the finance sector. Look at this board. Like where? Yeah. What's the matter you right now? Finance downside as we worry about yields. We worry about that interest rate cut coming through. Net interest margin going to be an issue because if we've bookended 4 or 5 cuts this year, and now all of a sudden we extend it out into July, you had mentioned, then there's Blackstone to the downside. I still like Morgan Stanley, but Morgan Stanley, if we don't get a lot of these IPOs this year, that's also going to be a problem as Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley and all that making money on those deals, that is for sure. I like American Express. I think it's best to breed there as far as credit card companies are concerned. So we'll wait to see if American Express gets going back on that upside as well. So So, all right, we are going to be taking some Q&A.
Yeah,
So
I saw a question already.
Oh, we do?
too.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
So Marty wants to know what we think about BA long term because he is looking to pick up some calls, I believe.
Perfect. That's
so
right up your
basically,
alley.
yeah, Boeing was actually one of my picks for 2025, Marty. Now I want to clarify with Boeing, one of the biggest things you have to be aware of is the opportunity for the door to swing off of this stock. Obviously that's a metaphor, but also we know Boeing has had some issues with regards to doors staying on, not cleaning things with Dawn soap, for example, right? So I think
Palm olive, I don't know.
right, stuff like that. So I think the thing with Boeing is once you can get past these areas, there's a lot of technical things here I like. I have two AVWAPs on here. This first one is from the faded door incident in early January 2025. The second here is going to be from that most recent incident there on January 2nd, which I believe had to do with the plane crash. But basically, as you could see here, we're below both here on the daily chart. We're actually rejecting AVWAP on the daily as well if you go to January. What day was this? January 7th? Mm-hmm. But I want to take a look here at the 15-minute because there's a pattern I'm seeing that I really like. So for one here, I want to make clear, Boeing did make a lower low today. Boeing broke decisively below not only just 770, but its other previous low of that 169.35. But we bounced beautifully. And on the 15-minute chart, we're currently bouncing off of this AVWAP. So I don't think that's a bad look at all. That being said, the lower highs at 174 are a concern. I'd like to see us reclaim 174. And then if I go back to the daily here, the other level I'd like to see us reclaim is 180 because 180 is a heck of a double top for Boeing. We got there mid-August 2024 after having rejections of it a couple times. Now, the most recent rejection here is going to be back, I guess like a couple weeks ago now, late December. So I want to see us reclaim and close above 180 on the daily. Then I want to see us take out that 196. And I want to see us turn this lower highs, lower lows pattern upside down. I do think there's some opportunities, and I think the fact that so many airline CEOs in the last earnings cycle were really bullish on Kelly Ortberg and they thought he was a really good opportunity for Boeing, I think that's a great sign. If the airline CEOs like him and they're the ones who are going to be purchasing the planes, I don't think that's a bad look at all. I think we have to see what Boeing does from here, but I like the technicals.
I like that. I should hit this calculation as you were talking. Great opportunity there to listen to that bull case. Thank you, Adara, for that. And look, I mean, I like Boeing as well. Whenever you see a chart that aggressive to the upside, something's behind it. That is for sure. I want to thank you. Thanks to all the well wishes there for the fish. Thank you, Ozan, for remembering the best cat, William the cat, the black cat. He had passed away earlier in 2024 as well. Thank you for remembering that. Okay, question time. We get one from Ditch the Charts. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Going to sort of throw some through here. And again, if you want to ask any questions, come over to this chat right now. You got to be a subscriber. Get in the chat. We're looking at it, and we want to discuss anything that you have. We are wrapping up at 4:30 today, so I want to thank everybody for staying late. Over 2,600 of you. Pretty good, man, on this day. So thank you for staying with us one more time. All right, Didja says, what are my thoughts on gold moving forward? So I talked about this. I picked the Dow 30. I almost put gold as a pick there yesterday as a hedge. I like gold moving into 2025. Let's talk about the bull case. I mean, today gold was up 1%. So if we come over to the screen right now, it's one of the up trades this year, today. I think it can continue. We did see record gold prices of $26.70 an ounce in 2024. So that was all the way up here before that fall back. That was the November 1st high in gold of $26.70. Now, the thing about gold, Adara, is it's a great hedge against inflation if CPI is going to start to run hot again a little bit. We got that job number today. Is the government going to come in, pump some more money into this situation? Gold is a good hedge against inflation. It's also a good hedge against monetary policy because they're not just creating gold out of thin air. So that's something that you can hold the value. It's a good play against a rising US dollar. So it depends on what you're thinking about all of this. Also, let's not forget about what's happening in, what day is it today? The 10th? In 10 days.
That's crazy. It's only 10 days now.
I know. So Donald Trump, there'll be a new administration. So gold, again, known as a hedge against global uncertainties. So if you were thinking about, there it is. I like that song there. As we go, well, that should be a fun day anyways, Jan Ted. I always think inauguration and all things like that are just good TV, and it should be especially then. And then getting into office as we get the appointments coming through, right? Right now it's just all rumors, who's going to be cabinet, this and that, but we'll get all that. So global uncertainty. So I like the question. Thank you so much, gold. Here it is on the weekly chart. I mean, look how strong gold was this year. So a nice little move up into 240, 250. It basically did nothing for 4 or 5 years before eventually breaking out. That's 2020. And then there's the breakout there, early 2024 with a continued move. So thank you so much for that question. I like that one on gold. I think it should be a part of your portfolio.
Yeah.
For me, I would be equally weighted gold and Bitcoin. So if you had 100% of your portfolio, I think in the single low digits for each one of those is probably appropriate. And then if you wanted something, I thought COPX, copper there, was a play. We had talked about this with Raheem yesterday when he was live on the air. There it is, bang, bang, bang. This is a weekly chart. This is the 200 period moving average. So as we zoom in here a little bit for copper, you can see some good support technically on COPX. Raheem likes all this. XME is the Spider Metals ETF as well, if you wanted to get a little bit more there. I see Fabian doing some calisthenics over there, which is really good. Nice. Stretch those legs out as well. All right, have we seen any other questions?
Yeah,
okay,
there's actually one I'd like to talk about
Sure.
here, which is on the IWM. I'm going to go up to see you asked about this. It was Richard Romea, so I'll take a look here. I looked at this multi-time frame. You guys know I like my multi-time frame. Here's the weekly chart. Now on the weekly, if you actually draw this trend line here from that low of October 2023, we're in a decent uptrend. It's not perfect, but this weekly could arguably bounce off this level here at that almost 217 level. We've got the higher highs, we have the higher lows. However, the other thing on the weekly I see that kind of not terrifies, but I think it's worth noting is this double top. This is a heck of a double top here at 243.33. So basically, obviously, there's only two ways a double top can resolve. You know, there's more than two ways anything can resolve, but you could argue this is maybe a bit of a rounded bottom, do a little bit of a cup and handle, or we sell off from here. I think the fact that we're holding this trend line is an okay look, but I think the daily also has some levels of concern that I want to talk about. So the daily, I think, is a great look here. We have this repeated bounce off this previous resistance area of 163 with that kind of range between 163 and 200. Then we have this nice breakout. We make a higher low. We continue to bounce off this trend line, same as the one that we saw on the weekly chart. But then if you zoom in here a little bit, things get a bit dicey here and we kind of have this gap down. Now I have this AVWAP, drew this AVWAP from the election, which you know is a volume event, especially for IWM. And I think the fact that we're well below this election AVWAP is kind of concerning. Take a look, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. I think I'd like to see us get back above 226. That's been a support resistance area since and a little bit before the election. So 226 reclaim, I like. The idea to hold above this trend line at 216 on the weekly, I also like. That is my IWM.
A good one. Good little review there. I think all of that makes a lot of sense, especially when we're talking about the rate cut cycles and where IWM might be. There is a place. Now you've scared people in the chat with that. So, hey, man, if you don't want to know the information, don't ask it.
It looks like it could go either way. Yeah.
Is that Rockstar or?
No, it's a Bang Energy. Shout out to TikTokers in 2020 who seem to live off of this. If their endorsements
that was a big one in 2020?
Oh, yeah. The guy had the chain, the CEO had the chain.
Really?
And basically what he did was he paid for several influencer houses. They were all paid through Bang endorsements. And if you watch any of the documentaries made in this era, they're like, oh, you have to do your Bang videos, bro. You can't pay your rent. You're not doing your Bang videos. So yeah, shout out to the influencers who had lives. I
like grape. That's grape?
That is grape.
Grape is a great
It's good.
flavor.
I like Rockstar better, but yeah.
People aren't going to believe this, but I've never had any energy drink.
See, it's more placebo for me, but they taste good. So.
Right. That's what, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. I don't think caffeine or anything does too much to me. This is just pure energy until I get home and crash, of course, as we go. But all right, so another question there. I do see your question, Adam. I'll get to it on the S&P 500 as well. But here's Viking Therapeutics. So we do get a question here. I'm going to get it. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls. This question, of course, comes from, where is it? From Nick W. Again, a GLP-1 drug. Okay, so look, I don't know about this drug as much. This name. Viking Therapeutics, of course, is an early stage clinical biopharmaceutical company. We've talked about that. And these are risks, right? We saw Moderna, obviously a little bit different with some of the, as I go like this, with some of the injections there. Vaccine plays as I'm doing it.
Jab.
But jab as well with GLPs. So for me, this is probably a better question. We'll write it down. We'll ask Neil about it because he was in this for a play. Like, he's probably going to say he's got out at $50 or something, but this is really starting to bleed down. I would say Viking on that gap. All gaps get filled. This is a daily chart. So right now you're back to this level of $37, $38. So for me, man, high of $99 last year, low of 20. So very, very volatile. Market cap of just $4 billion. Again, you're just waiting to get more news again on anything with respect to Viking Therapeutics. For me, it's just stay away. I don't really, if I'm going to be involved in anything, Nick W. And again, better to ask Neil because I know he was in Viking and I don't really know that much about it. Maybe we can ask Brian Shannon. I know he's in some of these therapeutic names as well. But I like XPI or IBB. We're out of the money on this one, man. We've been taking hits on XPI. I haven't gone out of anything, but bought it here at the 200 period. Now trying to get down. Another name there, IBB as well for biotechnology ETF. Another spot to get involved in the game. I like this space. I like Viking because I feel that if we do have different restrictions and legislation coming in, making M&A a little bit easier, I could see the space picking up. That was my theory here. Yeah. But again, cheaper rates are better for these like non-revenue generating companies that need to borrow money in order to keep putting it into these clinics, these trials. So as soon as they can do that, boom goes a dynamite, but you either need a buyout or you need that big successful drug. There was something today, one of the names earlier today popped like crazy. I think it was it wasn't Rigetti, something on phase 2 trials earlier.
There's a lot of phase 2 trials.
There's always a lot of those today. All right, Mr. Adam Deleuze, thank you so much. Good friend of the show, Adam. You can go find him on my Instagram. He did a super chat of £2 British. Bang. He says, real sees real. So we see each other. SPY predictions for 2025, 8%. Next question. So back-to-back years of over 20%.
That's true.
Coming through. We've been doing some studies. I've read some stuff. People that I believe in and some of the stuff that we've looked at have talked about S&P 500 with a positive year, but in and around that like 5 to sort of 10%, which historically is going to be a little bit under. You're looking at about 13% year over year on the S&P since I think it was 1970 or so. So the last 50 years, the S&P 500 has yielded about 13%. Now, the reason why I say a little bit under that number, that global uncertainty coming through. We had such a bump since November that I'm just wondering, will the steam come out and then we can start to go? You're going to get a good look early on. I thought it was 4:30 there. I heard a little bit of a noise back over there. I said, we got to wrap this up. What I'm getting at here is the S&P 500 is going to be very, very dependent on what happens next week with a lot of these bank earnings. We've seen XLF come back down in a little bit here. If the banks can hold steady, give us that floor that we need, then lead us into the next little round of earnings. Next thing you know, if we can hold up 5, 6, 7% heading into summertime, then I think we can get that extension into the end of the year as hopefully the rate cut cycle continues. So I could see sort of flattening out now until rate cuts in July. And if you come over to the chart right now, the reason why I say all this is right now on the year, I mean, we have year-to-date performance here over the last 20 days down 4%. So that's not good. Where's the year-to-date on this? Okay, so we're down 1% right now on the S&P 500 since January. So that's not huge or anything like that. But if I'm saying up 8, that means 9% from now. Yeah. So if we're going to look at this, breaking through 600, taking out this 606, that gets us a little bit back. I think we can do that. We'll be at highs in the S&P 500, I would say, probably a month and a half from now. So let's wait to see if we can recover that. So those are my initial thoughts. You think we're going to have an up market or a down market?
I think there's a couple factors that are going to make a big difference here. I think one, it depends on a lot of the policies that are implemented in the Trump administration. I'm not even saying, wide market sell-off or wide market buying on him getting in. I'm saying that certain industries could be badly affected by the tariffs. And so I think it could be a specific industry move that could impact the index. The second thing I think is key here, Sean, is I would like to see what happens with these rates. It seems now pretty much priced in that we're not going to get a cut until at least July. Bank of America thinking the next move should be a hike. So we're going to have to wait and see here. I think that there's a lot of uncertainty. And I think until January 20th comes, we probably won't have a really good sense. Even then, it might take a little bit longer. So really quickly, too, I looked at that Viking chart as well. I had some thoughts on this. So, yeah, Neil liked it as a buyout. Like what you mentioned the buyout, that's why Neil likes it. I remember that. But yeah, I totally agree with you in that $37 area. My thing too is it's a huge gap fill. Like the fact that we've entirely filled this gap from that push to the upside with volume is kind of concerning. The other thing too is there were a couple opportunities for this to look bullish, and I think it kind of unfortunately didn't on a technical standpoint. This to me is a rounded bottom. You had that opportunity to break out. Instead, it actually ended up being a double top at 82s. We then rejected off the AVWAP from that push to the upside and then just pushed down. So that's my take here on VKTX. Unfortunately, Nick W., I think it looks a little bit bearish here unless we get some kind of crazy bounce and then fill this other gap.
Oh no. That means we're at the end of the show. What a fun show that's been. When we're doing Q&A, it just rolls and rolls and rolls. We had a great time yesterday. I want to thank everybody that joined us yesterday when the markets were closed. We had a great time. We had that 4, 5, 6 box. That was fantastic. We had a great time with that. Brendan, Sharif, everybody that was involved. Joe yesterday, yourself, obviously. Back. How'd you like being back at that desk? You were normally on the other side.
I was on the other side, yeah. Well, it's funny because Sharif's always talking about his flickering monitor, and I messaged him. I get it now.
I had the same thing.
It was flickering like crazy. I was like, he's like, I'm glad you feel my pain.
Yep.
So shout out to Sharif, miss that guy.
There it is.
Good times.
Now you have 2 of me. Not often a great idea. Not often a great idea. Thank you so much, Fabian, for that one. Yeah, my screen sort of flickers back and forth. They replaced the cable. I think it got better. So I didn't realize Sharif was upset a little bit about that. But
bad, yeah.
Right now it's time for this. All right, thanks Bears vs. Bulls. Bears vs. Bulls sent us a chat. He really likes the format of this Q&A. He says you and I keep it real fun and exciting. Obviously, so does Neil as well. We have different formats on Friday. We'll try to keep it a little bit lighter. We do have big guests coming throughout the rest of the week, and we want to make sure we get their opinions to you as well. So a lot of fun, and a lot of fun on the show today, every day. Make sure you join us at 8:30 every single day, except for yesterday, because we started at 9.
Yeah.
But, okay, it's roll call. What's up here? Let's see who's here. First of all, if you're here and you're from California or anywhere and you've been affected by this, we say prayers up to you. And again, have a great weekend. Stay safe. People talked about that video was someone that had an automatic water system there on the house that just kept on drenching the house, avoiding that, and apparently survived it. But wow, the rich it's unfortunate because if you could afford those things, good, but a lot of people obviously can't. So there it is. What's up, Sam? Gabriel Matthews. I don't know. I haven't seen you here before. Alex Davis, what's up? Hugh J. What's up, my guy right there? Sebastian's here too. Tommy McDonald's here. Mike Davis is here. Bears vs. Bulls here. Ozan. Oh, I don't have the cow, but he's here as well. Bilbo Bagholder, one of my favorite. And Hurts Scrambler. I hope Jalen Hurts isn't scrambling around too much against the Green Bay Packers this week. Dara, a couple names, then we'll get out of here.
Yeah, we got Darwin, Marie, Al, Joseph Brown, Daryl Flinch. I will look into that DPZ there. Thank you, Daryl Flinch. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sean Neal. That's pretty funny. Ostentatious Productions, 3-7s. Bears versus Bulls. I'll end with you. Thank you to everything you do. And thank you to all.
Yes, I like that. Thanks to Dara. Good day today. Everything's all good up here. Thank you, Fabian, for staying late and switching for us. Thanks to Joe today. Good show. Thanks to Sharif, Neil. Who else? Ramin. Andre.
Yeah.
Neil, we said already. That's probably about it. Thanks to Wade and Brankos. Thanks to Obi for always being here and grabbing and helping us and providing us with some great information as well. Thank you once again to Bears vs. Bulls. I feel like he's been here has it been 3 years maybe since we've had him? Maybe even a little bit longer. There's Joe. Hey, Joe, give a wave. There he is. He's there. He's looking over some numbers there. Any hockey this weekend, Joe? Oh, I know where that is, McCormick. I might, yeah, right there. So Joe, he's out there. He's getting ready to rock and roll. Catch this guy at a rink near you. All right, thanks, Adara. We've got potatoes, and now we have
Pommes frites.
Pommes frites, we like that French fry. And petit peu right there. If you did not know, now you do. Thank you so much to everybody. It is Trader TV Live. We're back at 8:30. Ciao.
Yep.